It was Naruto's second day at the academy. 50 meters outside the main gate of Konoha on the only road leading to the ninja academy, the morning traffic flowed past. Kamiyo Tetsu was squatting by the roadside, a faded blue cloth spread before him. Laid out in neat rows were a dozen kunai, around 20 explosive tags, several ninja tool pouches, and a scattering of small trinkets. Passers-by occasionally glanced over, then walked on with expressionless faces. No one stopped. Tetsu was in no hurry. A stalk of grass clasped between his teeth, he squinted in the sunlight, watching small groups of shinobi who had just returned from missions walk into the village. He watched housewives hurry past with vegetable baskets in hand, and a few noisy genin brats chase and scuffle their way right in front of him. The blonde kid running in front almost stepped on his blue cloth. "Hey brat, watch where you're going." The blonde kid, Uzumaki Naruto, turned his head, pulled a face at him and snorted, "Humph. Who told you to set your stall in the middle of the road?" Then he streaked off and vanished from sight. Tetsu chuckled and did not take it to heart. He had been in this world for 12 years now. From the nursery crib in Konoha Hospital to the communal bunks of the orphanage, and then to being kicked out a month ago to fend for himself, he had long since learned how to survive in a world where shinobi were as common as dogs. In his previous life he had owned a small factory doing metal fittings processing. He knew materials, craftsmanship, and costs like the back of his hand. After crossing over with no background, no bloodline limit, and no clan at his back, doing business was the only path left. He lowered his head and looked at the most ordinary kunai lying before him. At once text flowed through his mind. Thousand Eyes Flow, ordinary standard issue kunai. Material iron or origin, land of rice fields, carbon content 0. 3. Purity 76. Craft mass casting, no forging, internal crystal lattice irregular. Flaws, edge hardness insufficient, HRC4 8 edge rolls after 30 uses, center of gravity shifted 2 mm toward the rear affecting throwing accuracy, grip wrapping is rough, becomes slippery when sweaty. Possible improvements: 1. Localized quenching to raise edge hardness to HRC 58, 2. Adjustment of weight distribution, 3. Replace wrapping with sweat-absorbing material. This was the ability he had awakened upon crossing over, all creation analysis. After 12 years he had already mastered how to use this ability. When he looked at people he could see loyalty potential and hidden injuries. When he looked at objects he could see structure, materials, and directions for improvement. When he observed ninjutsu he could see the flow of chakra and flaws in hand seals. This ability could not turn him directly into a sage of 6 paths, but for doing business, it was more than enough. Playing with the kunai in his hand, Tetsu's mind was already doing the math. If he followed the improvement plan, costs would rise by less than 30%, but performance would at least double. Sold to cash-strapped genin, it would be overwhelming in comparison. The problem was, he had no money. When he left the orphanage, Konoha had given him a resettlement sum of 3,000 ryo. After paying the first month's rent, buying daily necessities, and stocking this batch of goods, he had 123 ryo left in his pocket, just enough for 3 days' worth of rice balls. "I need to make a sale soon," he muttered when a small figure wandered into his field of view. It was a little girl about 5 or 6 years old with neatly cut short hair and eyes of pure milky white, the Hyuga clan. Byakugan. The little girl stood in front of the stall, nervously twisting her fingers together, yet her gaze was fixed on the row of kunai. Tetsu did not rush to greet her, he first swept his gaze over her. Hyuga Hinata, age 5. Status: eldest daughter of the Hyuga main family. Physical condition: chakra pathways in the body are slightly narrow by birth. When training taijutsu, chakra release is impeded, prone to dizziness, latent risk. Current emotions: nervous, curious, wants to buy but is afraid to speak. Potential rating A. If pathway issue is resolved, can reach S. The eldest young lady of the Hyuga main house. Tetsu lifted his brows slightly and showed a harmless, gentle smile. "Little sister, what would you like to buy?" Hinata's face flushed scarlet at his question, her voice softer than a mosquito's buzz. "2 want to buy a kunai. Homework for the academy?" he asked. Tomorrow we have practical class. I accidentally lost my kunai." Tetsu nodded, casually picked up an ordinary one and handed it to her. "Take a look at this." Hinata accepted it, her small hand wrapped around the kunai as she turned it over and over. She clearly did not understand much, she only felt it was similar to the ones her family had prepared for her. Tetsu picked up another one. This is also a kunai. Compare them. Hinata took it and carefully compared the two, then suddenly let out a soft "ah." The second kunai sat more firmly in her grip, its edge looked finer, and even the wrapping on the handle felt more comfortable to the touch. Thighs one seams. I modified this one myself, Tetsu said with a squinting smile. Same material, but the center of gravity has been adjusted so it flies truer, the edge has been specially treated and is 3 times more durable than a standard kunai. I also replaced the wrapping with a sweat-absorbing material so your hand won't slip no matter how long you fight. Hinata's eyes lit up for a moment but then dimmed again. She asked softly, "Then, how much is it?" "The ordinary ones are 600 ryo. This one?" Tetsu paused to think. He saw Hinata subconsciously touch the small pouch at her waist. From the feel of it, she had only about 500 or 600 ryo. The young lady of the main Hyuga family with such little pocket money. A thought flickered through his mind and he understood at once. The Hyuga had strict rules: children would not be allowed to carry much money lest they be abducted or cause trouble. "I'll let you have this one for 400 ryo. Hinata's head snapped up, disbelief in her eyes. "But there's one condition," Tetsu added, lifting a finger. "You have to tell me, whenever you throw a kunai, do your wrists always feel sore, and when you send chakra into your hands, do you always feel a little blockage right at the end?" Hinata's small mouth opened slightly, her pale eyes going perfectly round. "How do you know?" "I have a knack for seeing things," Tetsu said, pointing at his own eyes. "Your chakra pathways are naturally a bit narrower than others. It's not an illness, but you have to be careful when you train. Every time before you practice, first slowly circulate your chakra 3 times in your palms to warm up, then exert force. Remember that." Hinata stared blankly for a moment, then nodded earnestly. She handed over 400 ryo to Tetsu, carefully put away the kunai, then bowed to him with utmost seriousness. Thank you, big brother." Tetsu waved her off. "Go on, do your best and practice tomorrow." Hinata walked a few steps, then turned back to look at him. The stall-keeping big brother was already greeting another customer as if his earlier words had been nothing but idle chatter. But she remembered. 3 circles in the palms. She touched the kunai at her side and suddenly felt that tomorrow was not so terrifying after all. The sun set and the stream of pedestrians thinned. Tetsu began to pack up his stall. Over the course of the day he had sold 5 ordinary kunai, 3 explosive tags, 1 ninja tool pouch plus the special one to Hinata. Deducting costs, his net profit was 1,200 ryo. Enough to live on for 10 days. As he folded the blue cloth, he was already calculating what stock to purchase tomorrow. "Hey kid." A voice sounded behind him. Tetsu turned around. 3 men wearing chunin vests stood there. The one in front had a scar across his face and a smile that never reached his eyes. "You paid the stall fee for this spot?" Tetsu's heart stirred, but his face remained simple and honest. "Big brothers, this is outside the main gate. It doesn't count as inside Konoha, does it?" "Cut the crap." The scarred man took a step forward. "This street is under the jurisdiction of Patrol Squad 3. If you set up a stall, you pay 500 ryo a day. 500 ryo. He had only earned 1,200 today. Tetsu glanced at the scarred man's hands, calluses at the tiger's mouth from long-term sword use. His chakra presence was not weak, solidly chunin. The other 2, one tall and thin, the other short and fat, were chunin level as well. Fight them, heathen. Right now he only knew the 3 basic techniques and a little body flicker, even handling one of them would be a struggle. "Big brothers," Tetsu said, his smile unchanged, "this is my first day in business and money is tight. How about this, 200 ryo, let me buy you all a drink." The scarred man's face darkened. "You trying to fob us off like beggars?" With a kick he overturned Tetsu's half-packed basket, kunai clattering across the ground. 500 ryo. Not a single coin less. We'll be back tomorrow. If we don't see the money. He leaned down close to Tetsu's ear, lowering his voice. "You can forget about setting up here again." The 3 of them swaggered away. Tetsu stood there looking down at the kunai scattered all over the ground. A few veteran stall owners nearby watched from a distance, none dared to come over. After a long moment Tetsu slowly crouched down and picked up the kunai one by one. His face showed little emotion. But in his mind all creation analysis was roaring to life, dissecting every detail of the three men just now with crystal clarity. Scarfaced specializes in sword techniques but has an old injury in his right knee. When exerting force his center of gravity shifts after 0.3 seconds. Tall and thin habitually form seals with the left hand, but the little finger has been injured. Fire release techniques have a flaw. Short and fat largest chakra reserves but slow to react, takes 1.2 seconds to turn around. Their usual formation: scarfaced in front, tall and thin to the left rear, short and fat to the right rear, a standard three-man squad pattern. Weakness analysis completed. Tactical simulations completed. Counterattack plans, 3 sets. Tetsu picked up the final kunai, blowing the dust from its surface. 500 ryo. Heh. He stowed the kunai in the basket and looked up at the sky, which was slowly deepening into night. Naruto had only just entered the academy. Danzo, Orochimaru, Akatsuki, all were still lurking in the shadows. On the surface Konoha was peaceful, but undercurrents roiled beneath. And he, a clanless orphan without a bloodline, had just had his face stepped on by 3 chunin today. Tetsu suddenly laughed. He remembered when he had first started his factory in his previous life and local thugs had extorted protection money from him. And afterwards. In the end he bought out that thug's factory and the man worked for him as head of security for 3 years. Step by step he told himself. Then he lifted the basket and headed toward the small room he rented. Tomorrow he still had to restock. Tomorrow those 3 would return. But Tetsu's hand slipped into his breast and brushed against a freshly drawn blueprint. It was a design for an improved kunai, even more vicious than the one he had sold to Hinata. He had given it a name: Piercing Cloud. If those 3 dared to come again tomorrow, he did not mind letting them serve as living advertisements. Night fell. Night draped itself over the village. Lights flickered on one after another in Konoha. A figure in an ANBU uniform stood in the shadow of a large tree not far away, watching the young man who was closing up and walking away. Interesting, he murmured to himself, then his figure flickered and melted into the night. Early the next morning an extra report lay on the 3rd Hokage's desk. At the end of the report there was a single-line: orphan running a stall at the village gate. Kamiyo Tetsu suspected of possessing a special sensory ability. Recommendation: keep under observation. The 3rd Hokage held his pipe between his teeth and stared at the report in silence for a long time. Then he wrote a single word on it: read. She rose at dawn. The place he rented lay on the outskirts of Konoha, a tentatami old house whose roof leaked when it rained and whose corners were mottled with moss. Yet it was cheap, only 800 ryo a month, and close to the village gate. In the courtyard Ji ran through a set of punches, not a ninja taijutsu form but Bajikwan he had learned in his previous life. Of course, in this world saturated with chakra such techniques could not contend with a ninja, but they could loosen his joints and clear his mind. After washing up he took out the blueprint he had drafted the previous night and studied it once more. Piercing Cloud modified. The core idea was simple: treat an ordinary kunai as if it were a precision instrument. Ordinary kunai were cast molten iron poured into a mold and cooled into shape. The advantage was speed, the flaw lay in the chaotic internal lattice riddled with invisible pores and hairline cracks. What he intended to do was forging. Heat the iron until it glowed, hammer it again and again to compact the lattice, drive out impurities, then grind the edge, adjust the balance and finally perform selective quenching along the blade so the edge was hard while the body remained tough. In essence it was the craftsmanship of artisans from his previous life transplanted into this world. As for cost, the material for an ordinary kunai was 200 ryo, with his method even after factoring in labor the cost would at most reach 350 ryo. In terms of performance, Ji picked up a standard kunai from yesterday and compared it with the one he had modified. Under the analysis of his universal craft insight, the standard kunai's edge hardness was HRC 48, with an expected service life of about 30 missions. His modified piece reached HRC 58, its service life conservatively estimated at no fewer than 100 missions, and its throwing accuracy improved by at least 30%. If such weapons could be mass-produced, not only genin but even chunin and perhaps jonin would scramble to obtain them. There was only one problem at the moment: he had no money to buy iron nor to hire a blacksmith. I need to secure some starting capital first. Je put away the blueprint, slung the goods basket he had packed the previous night over his back and headed toward the village gate. Today he first had to sell off the stock on hand. And incidentally, those 3 chunin would likely show up again today. By 9 in the morning the sun was already high in the sky. Je's stall was set up in its usual spot. Today he deliberately displayed several of his modified kunai, lined up the explosive tags more neatly, and even brought a wooden board from home on which he wrote a few lines in charcoal. Improved kunai, more accurate throws, triple durability, only 450 ryo. The price undercut a standard kunai by 150 ryo and exceeded his own cost by only 100. Small profits and quick turnover, first build a reputation. Soon enough someone actually stopped to look. A young man in a chunin flak jacket, fatigue etched across his face as though he had just returned from a mission. He picked up a modified kunai, turning it over in his hands, then frowned. "You really modified this yourself?" "Sharp eye, big brother," Je replied with a smile as he stood up. "I figured it out on my own. Try the feel." The chunin weighed the kunai in his palm, then suddenly flicked his wrist. The kunai whistled through the air and buried itself in the trunk of a tree more than 10 meters away, sinking 3 inches into the wood. He walked over to pull it out, examined the edge again, and a glint of surprise flashed in his eyes. "This balance really is better than the standard issue." Je smiled, eyes narrowing. "If you like it, big brother, I'll let you have it for 400 ryo, consider it making a friend." The chunin gave him a glance, said nothing more, pulled out 400 ryo and tossed it over, then slipped the kunai into his ninja tool pouch and walked away without looking back. The first sale was made. Business gradually picked up. Genin came to buy explosive tags, academy students bought ninja tool pouches, and a few passing chunin casually picked up 2 modified kunai each to try out. By noon Je counted his takings, 3,200 ryo. After subtracting costs he had netted a profit of 1,500. He was still basking in quiet satisfaction when out of the corner of his eye he caught sight of 3 familiar figures. A scar-faced man, a lanky one, and a short fat one. They were back. "Well, now business is going pretty well," the scar-faced man drawled, smiling without warmth as he walked over and planted a boot on the edge of Je's blue stall cloth. "Time to pay up today, isn't it? 500 ryo." Je lifted his head, a simple honest smile spreading across his face. "3 big brothers, this is just a tiny business. Today's only my first real day. Cut the crap." The short fat one slapped his palm down on the stall, sending several kunai rattling into the air. "We let you off yesterday. If you don't pay today you can forget about ever setting up this damn stall again." Passers-by hurriedly detoured around them. The older vendors nearby lowered their heads at once, pretending to see nothing at all. Je fell silent for 2 seconds. Then he slowly rose to his feet and drew a few crumpled notes from his breast. 500 ryo, right? The scar-faced man let out a cold laugh and reached to take them. At the very instant his fingers brushed the notes, Je's hand flipped. Beneath the bills a kunai had been concealed, its tip pressing directly against the inside of the scar-faced man's wrist. The scar-faced man froze, then erupted in fury. "You little, don't move." Je's voice was very calm. Yet the scar-faced man suddenly realized that the young man's eyes had changed. Moments ago they had seemed guileless and honest, and now they were like a bottomless ink dark pool that sent a chill creeping up one's spine. "Your right knee has an old injury," Je said. "When you walked over just now your right foot landed 3/10 lighter than your left. You don't dare put full weight on the knee. When you exert force your center of gravity lags to the right by 0.3 seconds. The scar-faced man's pupils contracted. "Right now on your left stands the lanky one and on your right the short fat one," Je went on. "The lanky one habitually forms seals with his left hand, but his little finger has been injured. Any fire-style ninjutsu will take at least 1.5 seconds to cast. The short fat one reacts slowly. From hearing an order to actually moving he needs 1.2 seconds. All 3 faces changed color. So, Je's kunai nudged forward by 0.5 millimeter, drawing a bead of blood from the scar-faced man's wrist. Within 0.3 seconds, I can slice open your radial artery. Then after 1.2 seconds your 2 teammates will finally react. And in those 1.2 seconds. His other hand drew an explosive tag from the bottom of the goods basket. It was no ordinary tag. Its surface was covered in dense vermilion lines drawn in cinnabar 3 times more intricate than those on a standard explosive tag. This is my custom delayed detonation tag. Once triggered, it explodes after 1.5 seconds. I paste it on you, then slip into the crowd. Tell me, do you think the 3 of you can get out of the blast radius in 1.5 seconds? Sweat began to trickle down the scar-faced man's forehead. He glared fixedly into his eyes, trying to detect some hint of guilt or bluff. There was none. In those eyes there was only tranquility and the faintest trace of a smile. What do you want?" he managed. Je tilted his head slightly as if giving the question serious thought. "The 500 Rio, I'll pay," he said at last. He slid the crumpled notes into the scar-faced man's chest pocket. "But this isn't a stall fee. Consider it medical expenses for you 3 big brothers. If you're ever injured on a mission, don't skimp on treatment." He withdrew the kunai, put away the explosive tag, then sat back down in his original spot and resumed tidying his goods. "All right, big brothers, take care on your way. Come by again tomorrow if you have time." The scar-faced man stood still, his face alternating between shades of blue and white. The tall thin guy and the short chubby one exchanged glances, unsure whether to advance or retreat. Finally the scar-faced man glared at Che with intensity and waved his hand, saying, "Leave." The 3 of them left in a dejected manner. Che continued to organize his kunai as if nothing had happened. But his palms were sweating profusely. Not far away in the shadow of a large tree, a figure in a cat-faced mask observed the entire scene from start to finish. "Interesting," he murmured to himself. With the strength of a chunin facing 3 chunins, he stood his ground without retreating, using intelligence and psychological tactics to force them back. Such courage, such calculation. And that kunai, that explosive tag. The shadowy figure vanished in a flash, reappearing half an hour later at the desk of the 3rd Hokage with an additional report. This report included an extra line: Shindai Che, combat strength estimated below chunin but possesses exceptional adaptability in battle. Suspected to be proficient in analyzing human weaknesses and modifying ninja tools. Recommendation: recruit or monitor. The 3rd Hokage, holding a pipe, stared at the report in silence for a long time. Then he wrote 2 words: continue watching. Evening. Che wrapped up and headed home. He had earned 4,200 Rio today. However, he couldn't enjoy the moment for long, as he knew the Scarface trio would not let this go. They were just intimidated, not subdued. Tomorrow and the day after they would return. They might bring more people or try different tactics. He needed to prepare. As Che walked, he contemplated his next steps. First, find the blacksmith to create a few samples of the sky piercer. Then find a backing, even if just a superficial one, to deter those few people from making trouble. Lastly, he needed to find a place to stay, as this dilapidated house was too isolated. If someone did block him, there would be no help. As he was thinking, he suddenly halted. At the alley entrance stood a person. A tall figure in a black cloak with a face hidden in the shadows of the hood. The person held something in their hand. A kunai. The modified kunai Che had sold during the day. "Did you make this?" His voice was low and slightly hoarse. Chi's heart raced, but he maintained his composure. Wanzu analysis activated. Unknown ninja strength assessment. Unable to fully analyze strength, far exceeds current level. Chakra level extremely large, suspected to be at the level of a shadow. Physical condition: right arm is a prosthetic. Chakra conduction efficiency 70. Danger level S. Level S. Countless thoughts flashed through Chi's mind, finally settling on a name. "Yes," he answered honestly, "I modified it myself." The man in black was silent for 2 seconds. Then he lifted his head, revealing a sharply defined face. There was a scar running diagonally from his brow to his chin on the left side of his face. "With this kunai," he said, "I killed 3 people." Chi's pupils constricted sharply. "It hasn't dulled, nor does it have any chips, and it barely has any blood on it." The man in black tossed the kunai to Che. "Make another batch, 30 pieces. He'll come to pick them up in 3 days. Che caught the kunai and instinctively scanned it with Wanzu analysis. The blade was indeed as sharp as ever. He looked up to ask something, only to find that the man in black had already vanished. The alley was empty, as if the person had never been there. Only the kunai in his hand still held a slight warmth. Che looked down at the kunai. Suddenly he smiled. 30 pieces in 3 days. He put away the kunai and continued homeward, his steps noticeably lighter than before. Because he knew that this level ninja, since he was willing to pay a deposit, would not allow the Scarface trio to come looking for trouble again. At least he would be safe for these 3 days. As for what would happen after 3 days, he would deal with it then. In a certain underground base of Konoha. Danzo put down the report he was holding and looked up at the subordinate kneeling before him. Shindai Che. Yes. The third Hokage has already taken notice of him. Danzo fell silent for a moment. An orphan with the ability to modify ninja tools and with special perception. He slowly stood up and walked to the window. Keep monitoring him. If he can be used, then recruit him. If not. He did not finish, but his subordinate understood. Yes. The subordinate disappeared. Danzo gazed out at the dark night sky, the corners of his mouth curling into an enigmatic smile. An interesting little fellow. Deep into the night. Shindai Che was not asleep. He sat cross-legged on the floor of his dilapidated house, the kunai returned by the man in black laid out before him. Wanzu analysis was operating at full speed. Modified kunai post-use assessment, usage count approximately 3 times based on micro-traces on the blade, killed targets 3 people, the blade applied even force when penetrating the body with no chipping, current state blade where rate 8, center of gravity deviation 0. 1 mm, negligible grip, rope slightly loose. Conclusion: excellent structure but low efficiency in mass production, optimization of the process is required. 30 pieces. 3 days. Che looked up at the moon outside the window. His entire fortune combined with what he earned today totaled 5,200 ryo. Enough to buy iron materials. Enough to ask the blacksmith to help forge. The problem was, he didn't want to make just 30 pieces. He wanted to take this opportunity to establish his brand. That mysterious level ninja, whoever he may be, as long as he found it comfortable to use, would become his living advertisement. By then people would line up to order ninja tools from him. Therefore these 30 pieces had to be perfect. Che opened a worn-out notebook and began to write and sketch. Process optimization 1. Iron material selection: iron ore with a purity of over 75, the cheapest from the land of rice, but the stock at Konoha's blacksmith shop is from the land of fire, 20 more expensive and 15 better quality. Choose the land of fires. 2. Forging: hand forging is too slow, a simple gravity hammer needs to be designed allowing one person to operate it using leverage. 3. Quenching: localized quenching requires precise temperature control which can be handled in segments using oils with different boiling points. 4. Sharpening: hand grinding is too slow, a fixed angle sharpening frame can be made. 5. Weight distribution: the center of gravity of each kunai must be consistent with a deviation of less than 0.1 mm. He filled 3 pages with notes until dawn broke. Then he stood up, stretched his stiff shoulders and pushed the door out. Today he was going to work hard. At the eastern end of the commercial street in Konoha's blacksmith shop. The owner was a man in his 50s named Yamada, a third-generation blacksmith who had supplied the Konoha ninja tool store for decades. When Che walked into the shop, Yamada was working shirtless, sparks flying everywhere. "Old man, I want to rent your furnace and tools for a day." Yamada didn't even look up. "Not for rent. I'll pay double." "Not for rent. I can help you solve a technical problem." Only then did Yamada raise his head and size up the young man. You haven't even grown hair, what problem can you solve?" Che smiled slightly and pointed to a pile of discarded kunai in the corner. "Those are the ones that failed in quenching, right? They have enough hardness but they are too brittle and shatter upon impact. The quenching oil you used is just ordinary canola oil with a boiling point that's too low, causing the cooling speed to be too fast, resulting in excessive internal stress." Shantian's hammer paused for a moment. "Then what oil do you suggest?" "Mix tung oil with beeswax in a 3:1 ratio. Tung oil has a high boiling point and cools slowly while beeswax enhances toughness. During quenching, cool it in oil for 3 seconds, then air cool for 2 seconds and repeat this 3 times. Shantian remained silent for 3 seconds. Then he set down the hammer and wiped the sweat from his brow. Follow me. He led Che into the backyard and pointed to a discarded small furnace. You can use this furnace, feel free to use any tools. I will charge you 500 taels a day. Che nodded in agreement. He first lit the furnace, then went to the pile of iron to choose a few of the best quality iron ingots. 10,000 creation analysis scanned across, revealing the purity-impurity distribution and lattice structure of each iron ingot clearly. He selected 6 pieces, enough to forge 40 kunai, with 30 for delivery and 10 as spares. Then he began his work. Melting the iron, forging, folding, and then forging again. Each time the hammer fell, 10,000 creation analysis provided real-time feedback on the changes within the metal. The grains refined, impurities expelled, the structure compacted. He didn't need to rely on experience like a traditional blacksmith. Each strike landed in the optimal position and the force of each blow was just right. At first Shantian was peeking from the side, but later he simply moved a chair to sit at the door, watching intently. This kid, his forging posture may not be standard, but every strike seemed to have its own awareness. Strange, Shantian murmured. In the afternoon the first batch of 10 kunai blanks was completed. Che began the most crucial step. Waiting. He used 10,000 creation analysis to accurately calculate the center of gravity for each kunai, then drilled tiny holes in the grip to fill with lead powder of varying weights, sealing them with wooden plugs. Finally it was time to sharpen the edge. Using a homemade knife grinding frame he fixed the kunai at a 15-degree angle and ground it back and forth 30 times. The blade gleamed with a chilling light. He picked up one kunai and walked into the yard, aiming at a piece of discarded armor before throwing it. Swoosh! The kunai pierced through the armor, nailing into the wooden stake behind, leaving only the grip exposed. Shantian's mouth dropped open. He had been a blacksmith his entire life and had never seen such a sharp kunai. Kid, he stood up, are you selling these kunai? Yes. Che pulled out the kunai and examined the blade and scathed. I will sell them, but not this batch, they are custom orders. For whom? A person in a black cloak with a scar on his face. Shantian's expression changed slightly. Do you know him? Che asked. Shantian said nothing, just waved his hand dismissively. I didn't hear anything. You keep busy. Then he returned to the house, closing the door tightly. Che watched his back, deep in thought. On the evening of the third day 30 kunai were neatly arranged in Chi's shabby house, each wrapped in oil paper and placed in custom wooden boxes. Che sat at the door waiting. The sun set and the moon rose. The black-clad man did not come. Che was not anxious and continued to wait. As the night deepened the streets became deserted. A gust of wind blew by and suddenly a person appeared behind Che. Where are the items? Che did not turn his head, just pointed inside the house. The black-clad man walked in, opened a wooden box and took out a kunai. He looked at it for 3 seconds. Then he picked up the second, third, and all the way to the 30th kunai. For each one he examined it for at least 3 seconds. Did you make these? Yes. 30 pieces exactly the same. Center of gravity, blade edge, feel, all without a single difference. The black-clad man turned around and looked at Che. For the first time there was something different in those eyes. Admiration. Do you know who I am? Che shook his head. No, and there's no need to know. You pay, I deliver, it's just business. The black-clad man was silent for a moment. Then he pulled out a cloth bag from his pocket and tossed it to Che. This is the payment, the extra counts as a deposit. Che opened the bag. Inside were neatly stacked gold bars. Worth at least 500,000 taels. For the next batch 100 pieces. I will come to collect in a month. The black-clad man walked to the door and suddenly paused. If anyone gives you trouble, just mention my name. What is your name? The black-clad man turned his head back. The moonlight illuminated his face and the scar looked like a split canyon. Kakuzu. Then he disappeared into the night. Che stood frozen in place. Kakuzu. Kakuzu of the Akatsuki organization. The one who had fought against the first Hokage and lived for who knows how many years, an old monster. He looked down at the gold bars in his hand, then glanced at the 30 kunai in the house. Suddenly he laughed. Damn, this business is getting bigger and bigger. At the same time, in a certain basement in Konoha, Danzo listened to his subordinates report, his brow slightly furrowed. Kakuzu. That bounty hunter. Yes. He personally sought out Shindai-che to custom order 30 kunai. Danzo remained silent for a long time. An orphan capable of improving ninja tools has caught Kakuzu's eye. Interesting. He stood up and paced back and forth under the dim light. Keep monitoring. We won't interfere with what Kakuzu wants. However. He stopped and looked at his subordinate. If Shindai-che shows any signs of threatening Konoha or being courted by other forces. He did not finish his sentence. Understood. 3 days later, a rumor began to circulate in the lower ninja circles of Konoha. A new stall opened next to the blacksmith shop at the east end of the commercial street. The stall owner was a young man selling kunai that were slightly more expensive than the standard ones but 10 times more effective. Someone witnessed a chunin using one of those kunai to shoot through a training ground's humanoid target, creating a hole in the wall behind it. As a result, more and more people began to flock there. Chi's business finally started to thrive. But he knew that the real challenge was just beginning. Because with more money came more envy. And this time the visitors might not just be 3 chunin. After his business took off, Chi's first action was to move. He rented a shop next to the blacksmith with a yard, a front store and a back workshop for a monthly rent of 3,000 taels. Old man Shantian helped him with the connection. The landlord was a chunin who was often on missions, so the place was vacant. You finally figured it out, Shantian said, puffing on his pipe as he watched Che move things into the house. Setting up a stall isn't a long-term plan, having a storefront is what those jonin would be willing to enter. What's so special about jonin? Don't they need to buy ninja tools too? Che replied, carrying a box of kunai into the house, wiping the sweat off his brow. Jonin don't buy ready-made ones. Jonin's ninja tools are either custom-made or taken from their families. Your improved kunai may be treasures for genin and chunin, but jonin look down on them. They prefer their longest tools they've had for 10 years even if they have many flaws. Che was taken aback. He hadn't thought of this. 10,000 creation analysis could determine the quality of ninja tools but could not perceive affection. Yamamoto shook his head, not necessarily. Jonin do not change weapons, but they do change equipment, armor, explosive tags and specialized tools. If you have something good that makes them willing to break the rules, then it will work. After saying this, he knocked his pipe and walked away slowly. Che stood still, pondering for a moment. He then turned and entered the room, putting away the ordinary kunai that had just been placed on the shelf. No more sales. At least no more ordinary ones. What he wanted to create were things that others could not produce. On the 3rd day of opening, the first big client arrived at the store. A boy with a thick brow, dressed in a green bodysuit and sporting a bowl cut, burst through the door shouting, "Boss! I heard you have kunai that can pierce through walls. Give me 10. Che looked at him, his mouth twitching. Might Guy. The perennial genin of Konoha, the future blue beast, and now a passionate youth. Might Guy, age 15 years old. Status Konoha genin mentor Noera Kakashi. Strength assessment taijutsu has reached jonin level, but ninjutsu is nearly 0 and genjutsu is 0. Physical condition: chakra meridians are different from ordinary people, making chakra difficult to use for ninjutsu, but his physique is extremely strong. Potential rating S, specializing in taijutsu. Current need: a throwing weapon that can match high-speed taijutsu. I have kunai, but they're not suitable for you. Guy was taken aback. Why not? Che took a regular kunai from the cabinet and tossed it to him. Give it a swing. Guy caught the kunai and casually swung it. The kunai flew out with a whoosh and embedded itself in the wall. Che walked over, pulled it out and pointed at the blade, saying, "The force you just used was 3 times that of an ordinary chunin. This kunai will break after 3 more uses." Guy scratched his head. Then what should I do? Che said nothing, turned and went into the room to retrieve an unshelved sample. This was made from leftover scraps from the batch he used for Kakuzu. The iron material was the best from the land of fire, and it had been forged twice more, giving it 50% more hardness than ordinary kunai. Try this one. Guy took the kunai, weighed it in his hand, and his eyes lit up. This is heavy. He stepped back a few paces, took a deep breath and swung it violently. Whoosh! The kunai pierced the wall directly and flew out onto the street. Guy was stunned. Che was also dumbfounded. His newly renovated wall now had a hole. Boss. Guy scratched his head as he walked over. How much? I'll pay. Che took a deep breath and told himself this is the future hero of Konoha, an important connection, cannot hit him. He forced a smile, no need to pay. That kunai is a gift for you. Come by often in the future. Guy was overjoyed. Really? That's great. Then I'll buy from you in the future. After saying this he dashed out, but just as he reached the door he turned back. By the way boss, what's your name? Shindai Che. Got it. I'm Mike Guy. If anyone bullies you in the future just mention my name. And then he hurriedly ran off. Che looked at the hole in the wall and then at the disappearing figure at the door. Suddenly he smiled. This kid might really be able to protect him in the future. In the afternoon another customer came into the store. A silver-haired boy wearing a mask leaned lazily against the door frame holding a small book with an orange cover. Are you the new shinobi tool merchant? Che looked up at him. Hatake Kakashi. The future copy ninja and now also a genius. Hatake Kakashi, age 14 years old. Status Konoha Jonin. Strength assessment elite Jonin level, proficient in 1000 ninjutsu, average chakra volume. Physical condition left eye is a Sharingan transplanted, continuously consuming chakra with hidden injuries. Potential rating S. Current need a weapon that can match lightning release chakra. Che didn't rush to greet him but instead carefully observed the flow of his chakra. 10,000 creation analysis showed that Kakashi's chakra was slowly gathering toward his left eye as if there was a small hole continuously leaking water. No wonder he always ran out of chakra later on. What do you want? Che asked. Kakashi flipped through the book without looking up. I heard you have kunai that can pierce through walls. Let me see. That thing isn't suitable for you. Kakashi lifted his eyelids and glanced at him. How do you know it's not suitable for me? Che took out a regular kunai from the cabinet and placed it on the counter. Try activating this kunai with your lightning release chakra. Kakashi raised an eyebrow but still extended a finger, summoning small arcs of lightning that struck the kunai. Crackle. The metal surface of the kunai flashed with a current and then crack. A fine crack appeared along the blade. Kakashi was taken aback. Che took out another modified kunai he had made. Try this one. Kakashi repeated the action, directing the lightning to the blade. This time there was no crack. However, the 10,000 creation analysis indicated that there were fatigue damages within the metal that were invisible to the naked eye. If he used lightning release a few more times it would still crack. Your lightning release chakra is too strong, ordinary metal cannot withstand it, Che said. What you need is a weapon made with chakra-infused metal, at least 10 infusion. Kakashi put away his small book and finally looked at Che seriously. Do you know how much chakra-infused metal costs per tale? I know. Enough for a genin to live for a year. Then why do you bring this up? Che smiled. Although I can't afford chakra-infused metal, I have other ways. He took out a blueprint from under the counter and spread it out on the counter. The blueprint depicted a kunai that looked similar to an ordinary kunai but with an additional layer of intricate patterns on the blade. What is this? Kakashi asked. Composite structure. Che pointed at the blueprint and explained, the blade is made of high-carbon steel which has high hardness and can be sharpened sharper if the body is made of low-carbon steel which has good toughness and can absorb impact. The two layers of metal are forged together, making it both hard and tough. Kakashi stared at it for a long time, not fully understanding. But one thing he grasped. This kid has something. How much for one? Ordinary ones are 1200, customized depending on your requirements. Kakashi fell silent for 2 seconds and then took out 5 kunai from his shinobi pouch, tossing them onto the counter. These are what I currently use. Can you modify them into what you just described? Che picked one up and scanned it with 10,000 creation analysis. Kakashi's special kunai material: ordinary iron, no chakra-infused metal. Signs of use: many with severe blade wear. Unique feature: minor scorch marks from lightning release on the grip, indicating the owner's habit of injecting lightning release chakra before throwing. It can be modified. Come back in 3 days. 2,000 per kunai, 10,000 for 5. Kakashi twitched his mouth. So expensive. Go ask other stores who can let these 5 kunai last 5 more years without changing your feel. Kakashi fell silent for 3 seconds. Then he took out 10,000 ryo and slammed it on the counter. I'll come back for it in 3 days. If it's not improved. If it's not improved, I'll refund you double. Kakashi glanced at him, nodded, and turned to leave. As he reached the door, he suddenly stopped and said without looking back, "Remember to patch up that hole in your wall. That kid Kai has been telling everyone how good you are here. I expect a crowd tomorrow." Then he left. Che looked at the 10,000 ryo on the counter, then at the hole in the wall. Suddenly he felt that the hole was worth it. That night after closing the shop, Che began to study Kakashi's 5 kunai. Using the infinite craft analysis, he scanned repeatedly, recording the wear and tear on each kunai, the scorch marks from lightning release, and Kakashi's gripping habits. Then he started to draw the designs. It was an ordinary composite structure, merely combining hard steel and soft steel. However, Kakashi's situation was special. His lightning chakra would conduct through the kunai, releasing at the moment of impact. This required the kunai to be not only hard but also able to withstand instant high temperatures and pressures. Che drew 5 versions of the design only to reject them all. Until late into the night he finally thought of a solution. He decided to make the edge of the kunai serrated, but not with visible teeth, rather it would have microscopic wave patterns. This way, when the lightning chakra passed through the edge, it would be dispersed by the wave patterns, preventing concentration at any single point that could cause damage. He completed the drawings overnight and then collapsed onto his bed, falling asleep. In his dreams he saw Kakashi using the modified kunai, shooting through an enemy's head. Then that enemy got up and said, "This kunai won't do, make some changes." Che woke up startled. It was already bright outside. He rubbed his eyes, got up and continued working. 3 days later the 5 kunai were neatly arranged on the counter. When Kakashi came to pick them up, he immediately tried one. He pinched the kunai between his fingers, infused it with lightning chakra, and then flung it out with force. Boom! The kunai pierced through the wall opposite him, not Chi's shop but the wall of Yamamoto's blacksmith shop. The old man Yamamoto's angry voice came from next door, "Which bastard?" Kakashi retrieved the kunai and examined the edge. It was unscathed. He looked back at Che. "What's your name?" "Shindai Che." Kakashi nodded and put away the kunai. "From now on all my weapons will be made by you." He walked to the door, then suddenly turned back. "By the way, that wall next door. Consider it mine." Then he left. Che stood there watching the new hole in the wall and the figure of old Yamamoto rushing over in anger. He suddenly smiled. This business was becoming more interesting. That night another report landed on the desk of the 3rd Hokage. The report mentioned that Hatake Kakashi and Might Guy had recently both visited Shindai Chi's shop. Kakashi even claimed that all his weapons would be made by him from now on. The 3rd Hokage sat there with his pipe, staring at the report for a long time. Then he wrote a line, "Find an opportunity for him to take on a mission. Let's see what this kid is truly capable of." The next day a member of the Umbu wearing a fox mask arrived at Chi's shop. "Shindai Che, you are summoned by the 3rd Hokage." Che was taken aback for a moment. Then he put down what he was doing, wiped his hands and followed the Umbu outside. On the way he scanned the Umbu with infinite craft analysis. Umbu unknown, codename Power Assessment Special Jonin. Physical condition: old injury on the right shoulder, chakra flow slightly obstructed. Current task: escort target to Hokage's office. A special Jonin is running errands. Che had an uneasy premonition in his heart. This trip might not be that simple. Hokage's office. Che stepped into this place for the first time. To be honest, it was a bit smaller than he had expected. A desk piled high with documents, a crystal ball, photos of past Hokages hanging on the wall, and the window was open, making the documents rustle in the wind. The 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sat behind the desk, puffing on his pipe, looking at him with a smile. Like an ordinary old man. But when Che scanned with infinite craft analysis, his mind exploded in an instant. Sarutobi Hiruzen, age 60, identity 3rd Hokage, ninjutsu instructor, power assessment, peak Kage level, power decreases with age but still far surpasses ordinary Kage level, chakra amount extremely large, all 5 elemental natures proficient in thousands of ninjutsu, physical condition lung and heart functions declining with age, old injuries on back and waist but overall still in combat condition. Danger level SS. Hidden information sealed within him is a powerful chakra suspected to be related to the first Hokage. SS level. Che had seen S level before, like Kakuzu, that old monster who had lived for who knows how long. But this old man before him was a level higher than Kakuzu. He stood up straight, not daring to harbor any small thoughts. Shindai Che, is it? The 3rd Hokage exhaled a puff of smoke. Sit. Che sat down on the chair beside him, taking only a third of it. The 3rd Hokage smiled and said nothing, just looking at him. Silence. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Sweat began to bead on Chi's back. This old fox was trying to intimidate him. He took a deep breath, steadied his mind and continued to sit there honestly. Another 5 seconds passed. The 3rd Hokage suddenly laughed. Interesting. Usually when young people are looked at like this by me, they can't sit still any longer. Che forced a smile. It's an honor to be summoned by you, Hokage-sama. An honor. The 3rd Hokage flicked off some ash from his pipe, but I didn't see you feeling very honored when you used a kunai to drive off 3 chunin at the village entrance a few days ago. Chi's heart tightened. He knew about that too. Don't be nervous. The 3rd Hokage waved his hand. There's nothing in Konoha I don't know about. He stood up, walked to the window and turned his back to Che. Shindai Che, an orphan born in Konoha Hospital 12 years ago, parentage unknown. Grew up in an orphanage until 10, then was kicked out to fend for himself. Started selling modified ninja tools at the village entrance a month ago. 3 days ago he received an order from Kakuzu to make 30 kunai. Yesterday he modified 5 specialized weapons for Hatake Kakashi. He turned around and looked at Che. Is there anything I missed? Che remained silent for 2 seconds, then honestly nodded. Just what I had for breakfast this morning. The 3rd Hokage was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. Interesting, truly interesting. He walked back behind the desk and sat down again. Do you know why I called you here? Che shook his head. The 3rd Hokage picked up a document and tossed it to him. Che caught it and opened it. It was a mission assignment. Mission: test new ninja tools for the Konoha Umbu client directly under the 3rd Hokage. Mission content: the current standard ninja tools for Umbu have several issues that need improvements and testing. Task requirements: Shindai Che is responsible for the improvements and will participate in a real combat mission with the team to test the effectiveness on site. Task level B. Task reward: 300,000 taels including material costs. Additional condition: if the task fails, the entire reward must be refunded and corresponding responsibilities must be borne. Che finished reading and lifted his head. Lord Hokage, is this a test? The 3rd Hokage, holding a pipe, remained silent, which was taken as an acknowledgement. Can I refuse? Yes, the 3rd Hokage nodded. If you refuse, you can continue your business and nobody will trouble you. But a person like Kakuzu you can do business with once but not a second time. Kakashi and Guy can take care of you for a moment but not for a lifetime. On Danzo's side, someone is already keeping an eye on you. Without the protection of Konoha you won't last 3 months. Che fell silent. He certainly knew that Danzo was watching him. That old schemer kills even his own people. What chance does an orphan merchant like him have? I accept. A glint of appreciation flashed in the 3rd Hokage's eyes. Good. Gather at the village gate at 6 tomorrow morning. An Umbu will pick you up. He waved his hand indicating that Che could leave. Che stood up and walked to the door, suddenly stopping. Lord Hokage, may I ask a question? Speak. Why are you helping me? The 3rd Hokage was silent for a moment. Then he said, because Konoha needs a ninja tool merchant who does not belong to any clan. Because that kid Kakashi never praises anyone. Because you remind me of my younger self. Che was momentarily stunned. The younger third Hokage. The legendary ninja who fought alongside the first and second Hokage. He dared not think further, bowed and stepped out. Just as the door closed, he heard the third Hokage quietly say, "Come back alive." The next morning. At the village gate. Che carried a large bag filled with the ninja tools he had rushed to make over the past 3 days: 30 improved kunai, 20 special blood-stopping talismans, 10 smoke bombs, and 5 pieces of portable armor. He did not know what kind of task he would face, but it was better to bring more. At 6 o'clock sharp, a shadow appeared out of thin air wearing a fox mask and dressed in Umbu uniform. Umbu, codename Vulture. Strength assessment Jonin. Physical condition perfect, no obvious hidden injuries. Chakra attributes wind fire. Personality traits calm taciturn, extremely strong execution ability. Follow me. Vulture turned and left, and Che quickly followed. The two ran swiftly, exiting the village and entering the forest. After running for half an hour, Vulture suddenly stopped. Ahead was a cliff. At the edge of the cliff stood 4 Umbu members. Including Vulture, there was exactly a 5-person team. The leader took off his mask, revealing a young face. Silver hair, a mask, and dead fish eyes. Kakashi. Yo. Kakashi waved at him. Didn't expect it to be you. Chi's mouth twitched. I didn't expect it to be you either. A tall Umbu next to Kakashi frowned. Kakashi, do you know him? Yes. All my current weapons were made by him. The tall one glanced at Che and fell silent. Kakashi began to assign tasks. Task objective: at the border of the land of rivers there is a rogue ninja gang led by the younger brother of the former mist ninja Chunin, codenamed Kisame. Orochimaru. The gang consists of 12 members holed up in an abandoned fortress, robbing passing merchant caravans. The third Hokage's order: annihilate them. Orochimaru. The younger brother of Kisame. Chi's mind flashed to the character from the original story, Hoshigaki Kisame. That shark-faced man who later became a member of the Akatsuki, powerful and terrifying. Although the younger brother is not as strong as the older one, he is definitely not easy to deal with. Our mission, Kakashi continued, is a frontal assault. Vulture and Tsubame will handle the left and right flanks, while Eaglet and Heron will cut off the rear. I will break through the front. He looked at Che. Your task is to follow me and record the effectiveness of every ninja tool used. If there is an opportunity, you can deliver the final blow. But don't be reckless. If you die, I won't be responsible. Che nodded. Inside, he was rapidly analyzing the task information with universal analysis. Known information: target number 12. Leader Orochimaru, former mist ninja Chunin, suspected of being skilled in water style and swordsmanship. Terrain: abandoned fortress, easy to defend, hard to attack. Umbu team: 5 members, all Jonin level including Kakashi. Our combat power comparison advantage, but the enemy has the terrain. Risk assessment: front assault, casualty probability 30. If the enemy has traps, casualty probability rises to 50. If the information is incorrect, Orochimaru's strength underestimated, casualty probability 70. Countermeasures: 1. Be ready to use special blood-stopping talismans at any time. 2. Smoke bombs for retreat cover. 3. Improve kunai to focus on dealing with the enemy's water-style ninja. He understood. Half an hour later, the abandoned fortress appeared in sight. Made of stone, 3 stories high, covered in vines. The surroundings were open with only a few paths to approach. Kakashi made a gesture. Vulture and Tsubame disappeared to the left and right. Eaglet and Heron circled to the rear. Kakashi turned to look at Che. Stay close to me. Then he dashed forward. Che took a deep breath and followed. His physical skills were not as good as those Jonin, but universal analysis allowed him to anticipate Kakashi's every move in advance. When muscles tensed, it meant to accelerate; when the center of gravity lowered, it meant to turn. He was like a shadow closely following Kakashi. 50 meters. 30 meters. 10 meters. Finally, someone in the fortress noticed them. Enemy attack. A scream abruptly stopped. Kakashi had already charged through the fortress main gate, kunai in hand, lightning flashing, and a guarding rogue ninja fell to the ground. Che followed him in. Inside was a large hall where 7 or 8 rogue ninjas were resting. Seeing them enter, chaos erupted. It's the Konoha Umbu. Kill them. Kakashi wasted no time forming hand signs. Lightning-style lightning tiger charge. A lightning-infused leopard shot out from his hand, crashing into the crowd, taking down 3 rogue ninjas on the spot. Che was not idle. He hid behind a pillar and scanned the entire battlefield with universal analysis. Battlefield situation: remaining enemies 9. Leader Orochimaru on the 3rd floor forming hand signs, preparing a large-scale water style. 3 people on the 2nd floor preparing to charge down the stairs. 5 people remaining on the 1st floor organizing a counterattack. He glanced up at the ceiling. Made of wood. Kakashi, he shouted, throwing a smoke bomb. They are coming down from the 2nd floor. Kakashi caught the smoke bomb and without thinking threw it towards the staircase. Bang! White smoke filled the air, obstructing the vision of the 3 rushing down from the 2nd floor, causing them to stumble. Kakashi took the opportunity to rush up, and 3 seconds later 3 dull thuds sounded as the 3 tumbled down the stairs. But just then Chi's universal analysis went off alarmingly. Warning! Orochimaru's water style completed. Water style water dragon bullet technique. Power B level. Coverage the entire hull. Danger level high. Water style. Kakashi reacted swiftly, rolling away, but the water dragon turned and pursued him again. Che gritted his teeth, pulled out a modified kunai from his bag, channeled all his chakra and hurled it with great force. The kunai pierced through the water dragon and embedded itself in the wall of the 3rd floor. Useless. But the universal analysis displayed. Water release weakness chakra source 3rd floor ghost crocodile. Continuous output of chakra is required to maintain the water dragon. Disrupt the source and the water dragon dissipates. Che understood. He shouted to Kakashi, hold the water dragon. In going to the 3rd floor. Kakashi was taken aback. But Che had already dashed out. He sprinted up the stairs with universal analysis fully activated, updating in real time every step's weight capacity, every corner's visibility, and every possible ambush point in his mind. 2nd floor. 3rd floor. A figure stood at the end of the corridor, hands forming a seal. Ghost crocodile. Drying Gansho strength assessment special Jonin proficient in water release swordsmanship current status maintaining water dragon technique unable to move weakness there is a window 3 meters behind him outside is a cliff. Che did not hesitate pulled out 3 kunai and threw them. Ghost crocodile did not turn around waved a short knife with one hand to block 2 of them while the 3rd grazed past his face. He turned his head to look at Che a sinister smile on his face. Little bug dare to come up. He released his sealing hand the water dragon lost its support but it no longer mattered. He approached Che with his knife. Che took a step back. Universal analysis was operating frantically. Ghost crocodile battle analysis sword technique missed hidden style powerful and swift common moves vertical/horizontal cut from the side weakness when drawing the blade his right shoulder will raise for 0.2 seconds exposing his left ribs. 0.2 seconds. Is it enough? Che did not know. But there was no retreat. Ghost crocodile charged forward. A blade came down. Che sidestepped but felt the blade's wind sting his face. Ghost crocodile immediately followed with a horizontal slash. Che rolled on the ground awkwardly evading. Ghost crocodile sneered, is this the extent of your skill? He raised his knife once more. Now's the time. Che suddenly threw the last kunai not aiming at Ghost crocodile but at the window behind him. Bang! The window shattered. Ghost crocodile instinctively glanced back. 0.2 seconds. Che rushed forward now holding a short knife and plunged it fiercely into Ghost crocodile's left rib. Ghost crocodile let out a cry of pain swinging his knife in retaliation. Che could not evade and could only block with his arm. Sizzle. The knife sliced through his arm, blood splattering everywhere. But Ghost crocodile's momentum also halted. He looked down at the short knife embedded in his rib, disbelief filling his gaze. How is this possible? He fell. Che also plopped down on the ground gasping for breath. The wound on his arm throbbed with pain, blood pooling around him. Trembling, he pulled out a special bleeding stop talisman from his bag and slapped it onto the wound. The talisman instantly heated up and the bleeding stopped. He leaned against the wall staring at Ghost Crocodile's corpse, suddenly laughing. Damn. Almost died. When Kakashi rushed in, this was the scene he saw. Che sitting on the ground covered in blood but smiling. Ghost Crocodile lay nearby, a short knife stuck in his chest. Kakashi was momentarily stunned. Then he walked over and helped Che up. Well done. Che grinned, of course. Then everything went dark and he fainted. When Che woke up, he was lying on a hospital bed in Konoha. His arm was bandaged and there was someone sitting by his bedside. Shizun. Shizun, age about 18 years, identity Tsunade's assistant, medical ninja, strength assessment special jonin, medical specialization, physical condition healthy, current mood curious, awake. Shizun stood up. You're quite lucky. If that knife had gone 2 centimeters deeper you'd be finished. Che moved his fingers, relieved that he could move. The mission completed. All 12 rogue ninjas were annihilated and you killed the leader. Kakashi carried you back. Che was silent for a moment. Then he asked about the third Hokage. Shizun smiled. The Hokage said to let you recover well. Once you're healed, go to his office. There's good news. By the way, that short knife of yours, I've seen it. The forging technique is quite special and the blade is incredibly sharp. Did you make it yourself? Yes. A glint of interest flashed in Shizun's eyes. Then. Could you make me a surgical knife? It needs to be particularly fine and sharp. I can exchange medicinal materials with you. Che was taken aback at first, then smiled. Deal. 3 days later. Che was discharged. He first went to the Hokage's office. The third Hokage was still in that posture, puffing on his pipe with a smile. I've read the mission report. You killed Ghost Crocodile. Just lucky. Luck is also a part of strength. The third Hokage tossed him a bag. Mission reward 300000 Ryo. Additionally, he threw another item over. A Konoha forehead protector. From today onward you are a registered merchant of Konoha. With this, even Danzo would have to think twice before targeting you. Che took the forehead protector, stunned for a while. Then he solemnly put it away. Thank you, Hokage-sama. The third Hokage waved his hand. Don't thank me, you earned it yourself. Now scram. Che turned to leave. Oh wait, the third Hokage called out to him. That girl named Shizun is Tsunade's apprentice. Make sure to craft that surgical knife well. Who knows, Tsunade might come looking for you one day. Che nodded and stepped back. Exiting the Hokage building, the sunlight was blinding. He clipped the Konoha forehead protector to his waist and walked towards his shop. Passing by the village gate, he paused to glance at the spot where he once sold goods. Now someone else's stall was set up there. But it didn't matter. He was no longer that orphan selling goods on the street. In the shop, old Yamada was watching over the store, and upon seeing him return he grinned. Kid, I heard you killed a rogue ninja leader. Just lucky. Luck my foot. Yamada knocked his pipe. Kakashi said that last knife of yours was calculated, anticipating the opponent would turn back. He praised your combat intelligence. Che was stunned. Kakashi praises people. Yamada handed him a letter. Someone just delivered this, saying it's a deposit. Che opened the letter. Inside was a note with just one line: 100 kunai pick up in a month. Old place. Jiaodu. Below it were 10 gold bars. Che looked at the gold bars and suddenly smiled. He tucked the gold bars away, walked out of the shop and watched the bustling crowd. Naruto was still in school. Sasuke had yet to annihilate his clan. The Akatsuki organization was still lurking in the shadows. And he Kamida Che had finally found his footing in this ninja world. Take it slow. He turned and went back inside, preparing to start drawing the schematics for the surgical knife. After all, he was very much in need of Shizun's medicinal materials. Back at the shop, Che first locked Jiao Dust's 10 gold bars in the deepest compartment of the cabinet. 100 kunai 1 month. This time it was not 30, it was 100. Moreover, a man like Jiao Du having paid a deposit in advance meant this batch was important to him. At least more important than the last one. Che sat behind the counter, took out paper and pen and began to calculate. The previous 30 took him 3 days, almost without sleep. 100 by hand would take at least 10 days. He did have a month, so time was sufficient. The problem was he could not spend all of it on this alone. The shop had to stay open, business had to be tended, and Jinjian's surgical scalpels still had to be made. Besides, although the third had given him a forehead protector, that did not mean he was safe. People like Tuanzan, when they decide to move against you, do not care whether you have an official insignia or not. He had to find ways to improve efficiency. Che opened his notebook and began to sketch and make notes. Mass Production Plan 1. Gravity Hammer design complete. Hire old Shan Tian to forge a set, it can increase forging efficiency 3-fold. 2. Molds roughly forge the kunai shape in a mold, then finish by hand to save half the time. 3. Apprentices recruit help. Simple preliminary tasks, tending the fire, grinding, oiling, can be done by others. 4. Division of labor, split the workflow into forging, quenching, sharpening, balancing and assembly, each person specializing in one task. He finished writing, looked it over and thought it feasible. But hiring was a problem. He did not know many people, and even fewer he could trust. The Gue brothers. Those 2 wandering shinobi were loyal but fit only as bodyguards, they could not handle fine work. Shuimu. That fellow was still teaching at the ninja academy and unavailable for now. He told himself to take it slow and first finish the tasks at hand. He set Jiao Du's order aside, took a bar of refined iron from the cabinet and began making the surgical scalpels for Jingyin. A few days later, Jingyin returned to the shop. As soon as she stepped inside, she saw a small wooden box on the counter, palm-sized, its lid carved with the character E for medicine. It's done. Her eyes brightened. Che nodded and pushed the box toward her. Jingyin opened it to find 5 surgical scalpels neatly arranged inside. Each was only as long as her little finger, the edge as fine as a hair, the blade casting a cold gleam. She picked one up carefully and held it to the window light. One Zhao analysis popped up in Chi's mind: special surgical scalpel, medical use. Material: high carbon steel, trace silver, antibacterial. Edge hardness HRC 62, far beyond ordinary scalpels. Edge thickness 0.1 mm. Handle design: anti-slip texture with a rearward center of gravity suitable for prolonged holding. Special function: micro blood channel etched along the blade for automatic drainage during incisions. Soon Jinjian's fingers trembled slightly. She was trained in medicine and knew the value of these 5 knives all too well. Ordinary scalpels dull after a few uses, cutting even slightly tougher tendons is arduous. But these... She flicked the blade with her fingernail and it sang with a clear, lingering hum. How were these made? Che smiled. A secret. Jingyin took a deep breath and carefully returned the knife to its box. How much? You said last time exchange with medicinal herbs. Jingyin nodded and produced a list from her bosom. This is a catalog of rare medicinal herbs my master has collected across the lands. Pick whichever you want and I'll have her send them. Che took the list and scanned it. It was densely filled with 70 or 80 herbs with strange names: Long Dan Chao Shui Jia Hua Shi Tuilingji. His Wanzhou analysis automatically provided information: Long Dan Chao, produced in Xiong country, can be refined into antidotes highly effective against certain poisons of Shayin. Shui Jia Hua grows on the sheer cliffs of Chuan country, can be refined into a hemostatic regenerative salve more effective than a hemostatic talisman. Shi Tuilingji, found near Yin Nin village in Tian country, can enhance chakra recovery speed. He selected 3. Long Dan Chao Shui Jia Hua Shi Tuilingji, 2 gene of each. Jinjian's mouth twitched. 2 gene. Do you know how hard these are to collect? Then make it 1 gene each, he said. Done. Jingyin put the list away, suddenly recalled something and lowered her voice. By the way, my master may soon return to her country. When she does, I'll bring her to meet you. Che froze for a moment. Gangzhou. Shu. Jingyin made a shushing gesture. She dislikes people knowing her whereabouts. But she treasures those herbs. Knowing I traded them for these scalpels, she will surely want to meet the maker. Che nodded, though inwardly his mind was already scheming. Gangs Ho, one of the 3 shinobi, a peerless medical artist, a gambler afflicted with a phobia of blood. She was likely still wandering, hiding from her past. If he could make a connection to her, his medicinal business would truly take off. After seeing Jingyin off, Che returned to the backyard. Old Shan Tian was squatting there studying the gravity hammer schematic Che had drawn. "Kid, this thing of yours is interesting." With a pipe in his mouth he pointed to a spot on the drawing. "Who taught you this lever ratio?" "I worked it out myself." "Worked it out?" Shan Tian snorted. "I've been forging iron for 40 years and wouldn't dare claim I'd figured this out." He stood up and patted his knee. "I can make it, but it'll take 3 days. As for payment, you name your price." Shan Tian held up a finger. 10,000 taels. Che did not blink. "Deal." Shan Tian was momentarily stunned, then laughed heartily. "Kid, you really are cut out for business." 3 days later the gravity hammer was finished. Che erected a simple shelter in the backyard and installed the hammer. Its principle was straightforward: a heavy iron head connected by a lever to a foot pedal. Step on the pedal to raise the hammer head, release the pedal and the head falls. One person could operate it and the striking force could be precisely controlled. Che tried it and his forging efficiency indeed increased 2 to 3 times. He began formal production of Jiao Dus 100 kunai. He heated the iron blanks red, used the gravity hammer for rough forging, then hand-refined the contours, followed by quenching, sharpening and balancing. The full process yielded about 15 pieces per day. At that rate he could finish in 7 days. But he did not rush, he worked while recording data, continuously optimizing every step. On the evening of the 7th day he had completed 98 pieces, 2 remaining. He was in the middle of quenching when someone knocked at the front of the shop. "We're closed," he called. The knocking continued. Frowning, Che set down his tools and walked to the front. He opened the door and a figure stood there. Wearing a conical hat and a black cloak, tall in silhouette. It was Jiao Du. "You're early." Jiao Du entered the shop, removed his hat, revealing a chiseled face, the scar on his left cheek particularly pronounced under the candlelight. "Where's the goods?" Che was taken aback for a moment. "Wasn't it agreed upon for a month? Plans have changed." Jiao Du looked at him. "Where's the goods?" Che fell silent for 2 seconds, then turned and led him into the backyard. Jiao Du surveyed the tools and materials scattered throughout the yard, then looked at the 98 kunai neatly arranged on the shelf. He picked one up and stared at it for 3 seconds. He picked up another one and examined it for 3 seconds more. He continued this for over 10 kunai. Then he set them down and looked at Che. "Did you make these ahead of time?" "It's not like I had anything else to do." Jiao Du fell silent for a moment. Then he pulled out a small cloth bag from his pocket and tossed it to Che. "The remaining deposit." Che opened it to find 10 gold bars inside, along with the previous ones that made a total of 20. "For this batch 100 kunai I've paid double." Jiao Du said, "The surplus is to buy you a promise." "What promise?" Jiao Du stepped closer, looking down at him. "From now on the Akatsuki's ninja tools will only be made by you." Che's pupils constricted slightly. The Akatsuki. He finally heard that name spoken aloud. "Why me?" Jiao Du was silent for 2 seconds before saying something that surprised Che. "Because your items are more durable than any ninja tool I've ever used." He thought for a moment and added, "I've lived for over 90 years and seen countless blacksmiths. You're the first I feel I can trust." Che remained silent for a long time. Then he nodded. "Deal." A rare smile appeared on Jiao Du's face, although it looked more like a muscle spasm. He gathered the 98 kunai into a large scroll and with a bang the scroll vanished. "The remaining 2 deliver them to the usual place once they're finished." He put on his hat and walked towards the door. As he reached it he suddenly stopped. "By the way, there's a guy named Haydn who has also been looking for a ninja tool merchant. His weapon is quite unique, a triple-bladed scythe. If you can make it, the price is negotiable." Then he vanished into the night. Che stood there staring at the 20 gold bars in his hand. Haydn. The cultist with an immortal body. His triple-bladed scythe could turn people into mincemeat in the original story, and it also complemented his curse rituals. Can the Wanzeo analysis handle such a weapon? He didn't know. But he understood that his business was now thoroughly tied to the most dangerous organization in the ninja world. Early in the morning Che continued to make the last 2 kunai. At noon an unexpected guest arrived at the shop. A little girl in a kimono stood at the door looking at him shyly. Hinata Hyuga. Shindai, brother. Che was momentarily stunned then smiled. Little Hinata. What brings you here? Hinata fidgeted with her fingers, her face slightly reddening. I came to, thank you. She mustered her courage and took out a small cloth bag from her pocket, holding it out to him with both hands. These are the dumplings I made myself, please accept them. Che took the bag, opened it to find 6 round glutinous rice dumplings wrapped in bamboo leaves smelling delightful. Self-made glutinous rice dumplings. Ingredients: glutinous rice, red bean paste, bamboo leaves. Creator Hinata Hyuga. Evaluation: made with care, sweet and fragrant, perfect for tea. Che took one and took a bite. The red bean paste was delicate, the glutinous rice soft and chewy, indeed very tasty. Delicious, he said sincerely. Hinata's face turned even redder, but her eyes were filled with happiness. That's good. She stood there as if wanting to say something but unable to find the words. Che looked at her and suddenly remembered the information displayed during the last Wanzeo analysis. Her chakra pathways were naturally a bit narrow, making it easy for her to feel dizzy when practicing physical techniques. By the way, he set down the dumpling, how's your training going lately? Still feeling dizzy? Hinata nodded, then shook her head. It's a bit better. I've been practicing the method you mentioned last time. Che thought for a moment, turned and walked into the backyard, rummaging through the tools. He brought out a palm-sized wooden board engraved with some complex patterns and embedded with a small piece of light blue stone. He walked back and handed the board to Hinata. What is this? A chakra guiding board, Che explained. Before you practice, place your hand on it and slowly channel your chakra into it. If all the patterns light up, it means your chakra is flowing smoothly. If some parts don't light up, it means there's a blockage there. He had made this a few days ago when he was bored, intending to use it himself, but now he felt it was more suitable for Hinata. Hinata took the board, looking shy as she asked, really, can it be given to me? Yes. Consider it a return gift for the dumplings. Hinata hugged the board tightly to her chest, her little face serious. I will definitely use it well. She bowed to Che, then turned and ran off. As she reached the door, she suddenly turned back. Shindai, brother. Can I come again in the future? Che smiled and nodded. You're always welcome. Hinata's smile was brighter than the sun. That night Che lay in bed contemplating the rewards of the day. Jiao Du's order was completed and he had established a long-term partnership with the Akatsuki. Tsunade might arrive soon from Shizen's side. The little girl Hinata could also provide more connections to the Hyuga clan, which was invaluable. He turned over and looked at the moon outside the window. Suddenly he recalled a saying from his past life. In business, in the end, it's not about money, it's about people. If the people are right, the money will naturally come. He closed his eyes, a hint of a smile on his lips. Slowly, it was just the beginning. Meanwhile, in a certain basement in Konoha village, Danzo looked at the report in his hands, his brows furrowed. Jiao Du went to find him again. Yes. This time he stayed longer. Danzo remained silent for a long time. An orphan who can catch the attention of the third Hokage Kakashi and Jiao Du simultaneously. He stood up and walked to the map on the wall. Keep a close watch on him. If he really gets too close to the Akatsuki. He turned back, his gaze cold. Then he cannot be allowed to remain. Knock, knock, knock. Early in the morning Che was awakened by a loud knocking at the door. He opened his eyes and the sky outside was just beginning to brighten. The knocking continued, urgent and heavy. He threw on some clothes, walked to the front of the shop and opened the door. 2 people stood outside. One had black hair, the other white. Both were in their 20s wearing tattered linen clothes carrying ninja tool bags looking travel-worn. The black-haired one smiled broadly. "Excuse me, is this the Shindai shop?" Cheese Wanzeo analysis activated automatically. Brother Ghost Black. Age 22. Identity Wandering Ninja. Former genin from Kusagakure defected due to mission failure. Strength Assessment Low Chunin. Specialties Earth Release Taijutsu. Physical condition Left shoulder has an old injury fully healed malnourished lacking stamina. Loyalty Initial value 30 can be bribed. Current emotions tense expectant. Ghost Brother's younger brother Ghost by age 21. Identity Wandering Ninja fled with his brother. Strength Assessment Lower Middle Ninja. Proficient in wind release traps. Physical condition Right leg had a fracture healed Wealth also malnourished. Loyalty Initial value 35 Brother complex Wherever the brother goes he goes. Current emotions Vigilant Observant. Che Zheng is aware. It's me. What is it? Ghost Hei rubbed his hands together. I heard you are hiring guards. Che was taken aback. When did he start hiring guards? But then he thought that it might be the old man Yamashita who spread the word. He scrutinized the two brothers and quickly calculated in his mind. He indeed needed guards. With the increasing number of orders from Jiaodu he would definitely encounter more dangerous individuals in the future. If he was alone in the shop in case of trouble there wouldn't even be anyone to send a message. The Ghost brothers were originally subordinates of Zaibu with average strength but loyal. If he could subdue them in advance. Come in. Backyard. Che poured 2 cups of water and took out a few rice balls bought in the morning. Ghost Hei and Ghost Bai exchanged glances swallowed hard but didn't dare to move. Eat up, Che said, talk while you eat. Only then did the two pick up the rice balls and start devouring them. Che waited for them to finish eating before speaking. What kind of treatment do you want? Ghost Hei put down the rice ball and wiped his mouth. We don't want money. Che raised an eyebrow. Ghost Hei gritted his teeth as if he had made a huge decision. We want an identity. He lowered his head, his voice a bit muffled. My brother and I are traitorous ninjas from Kusa. It's not that we wanted to betray but we failed our mission and will face punishment when we return. The punishment in Kusa is life-threatening. We had no choice but to run. Ghost Bai added quietly, we've been in Konoha for 3 months doing odd jobs afraid to reveal our identities. A few days ago we heard you were hiring and that you are personally looked after by Lord Hokage. Ghost Hei took over the conversation. We don't want money, just food and shelter. We only seek a place to settle down, a legitimate identity, no longer needing to hide. Che silently looked at them. Loyalty update Ghost Hei 45 due to providing food revealing true circumstances trust level increased. Ghost Bai 50 same. He was speaking the truth. Che thought for a moment and asked, what can you do? Ghost Hei perked up, I can use earth release, I can fight and withstand. My brother can use wind release and set traps. When we work together ordinary wandering middle ninjas are no match for us. Che nodded. Food and shelter 3,000 ryo per person each month. Good work will earn bonuses. Ghost Hei was stunned. 3,000 ryo. When he was in Kusa he only earned 1,500 a month. This. Is it too little? No. Ghost Hei waved his hands repeatedly, that's too much. We really only need food and shelter. Che stood up and looked at him. Working for me means following my rules. Food and shelter are basic, salary is salary. Good work earns bonuses. But there's one condition. He paused, his expression becoming serious. Everything here is confidential. If you leak information outside or betray from within. He didn't finish but the meaning was already clear. Ghost Hei and Ghost Bai exchanged glances then stood up together and bowed deeply. Boss, rest assured. We brothers will definitely be loyal. Loyalty update Ghost Hei 70 due to exceeding expectations in treatment trust. Ghost Bai 75 same. Che nodded. Alright. Starting today. First tidy up the backyard and you will stay in the room next to the storeroom. The two happily went to work. Che watched their retreating figures, calculating in his heart. Loyalty around 70 is still not enough. He needed to equip them with some exclusive gear and give them some incentives to gradually cultivate their loyalty. Once loyalty reaches above 90, they could truly be trusted as confidants. With the help of the Ghost Brothers, Chi's work became much easier. Ghost Hei strong and responsible for firewood transportation and assisting. Ghost Bai meticulous responsible for polishing, oiling and organizing tools. Che focused on technical work, forging, tempering and balancing. In 3 days the remaining 2 kunai were completed and he casually made each of the brothers a personalized weapon. Ghost Hei's was a weighted version of a machete, thick on the back, suitable for his aggressive fighting style. Ghost Bai's was a lightweight short blade, sharp-edged, suitable for quick thrusts. When the 2 received their weapons they were so excited that they nearly knelt down. "Boss! Is this really for us?" Ghost Hei touched the machete, his eyes welling up. After being a wandering ninja for so many years he had only used broken pieces of scrap metal. When had he ever used such a handy weapon? Loyalty update: Ghost Hei 88 due to exclusive equipment being recognized. Ghost Bai 90 same. Che nodded in satisfaction. Try it out, see how it feels. Ghost Hei wasted no time lifting the machete and demonstrating a set of techniques in the backyard. The wind howled and with the last slash against the scrap metal it split in 2 with a ringing sound. "Good blade," he exclaimed joyfully. Ghost Bai, being more cautious, gently ran the short blade over his finger. Not applying much force, but the blade had already sliced a fine line, drawing a bead of blood. "This is too sharp." Che handed him a bottle of hemostatic medicine. "Be careful, in the future the blade doesn't recognize its master." Ghost Bai accepted the medicine and nodded solemnly. At that moment a knocking sound came from the front shop. Ghost Hei immediately became alert. "Boss, should I take a look?" Che waved his hand. "You continue tidying up, I'll go." He walked to the front shop and opened the door. Standing outside was a stranger, a man in his 30s dressed in an elegant kimono, followed by 2 guards who appeared to be ninjas. Unknown man, strength assessment ordinary person. Identity merchant based on attire and demeanor, not a ninja. Current emotions scrutinizing, slightly arrogant. Guards behind both are middle ninjas, average strength. Loyalty average, employer relationship. Che stepped aside. "Please come in." The man entered the shop and looked around. His gaze swept over the shelves and finally landed on the few displayed improved kunai. "Are you Che Shindai?" "It's me. I've heard your ninja tools are excellent, even Konoha's Jonin Kakashi uses your items." Che didn't respond, waiting for him to continue. The man turned around, finally looking him in the eye. "I am Yamashita's owner, Yamashita Heavy Industry." He thought for a moment, the largest wholesaler of ninja tools in Konoha. Chi's heart stirred. Yamashita. He had heard of it. An old ninja tool shop in Konoha that supplied the Fire Nation's daimyo, rumored to have ties with a certain elder in Konoha. "I've long admired you," he said blandly. Yamashita Heavy Industry frowned, dissatisfied with his reaction. "I'm here to tell you that the ninja tools market in Konoha is not something anyone can meddle in." Che looked at him without speaking. Yamashita Heavy Industry took a step forward, looking down at him. "Your little operations don't concern me. But the numerous orders you've taken recently have already affected my business." He extended a finger. "Within a month you can only take individual customers and cannot accept large orders. After a month we will discuss further based on the situation." Tetsu fell silent for 3 seconds. "Mr. Yamada, are you here to lay down the rules?" Yamada Heavy Industries' expression darkened. "You object." His 2 bodyguards stepped forward. Tetsu did not move. But behind him the curtain at the doorway parted. Onikuro and Onishiro emerged, standing side by side, one to his left, one to his right. Yamada glanced at the 2 men, worn clothing yet eyes sharp with menace. Especially the black-haired one who held a heavy, well-balanced cleaver in his hand. He frowned. "What is the meaning of this?" Tetsu smiled faintly. "No particular meaning, just an introduction. These 2 are my newly hired guards. Onikuro and Onishiro, former Ronin trained in the shinobi arts with blood already on their hands." He held Yamada's gaze steadily. I am by nature law-abiding and dutiful. But there is one principle I uphold without compromise: should anyone obstruct my livelihood, I shall show no mercy. Yamada's face hardened into stone. Do you even know who stands behind me? I neither know nor wish to know. All I know is that my shop operates under the patronage of the third Hokage, and among my patrons are elite shinobi Kakashi Hitaki Jonin-ranked members of ANBU itself. I conduct my business honestly, pay my taxes faithfully, and no one, not even you, has the authority to impose your rules upon me. He extended a hand toward the door. Please leave at your leisure. I won't see you out. Yamada remained rooted to the spot, his face ashen with fury, yet he ultimately withheld his wrath, spun sharply on his heel and strode out, flanked by his two guards. The moment the door clicked shut, Onikuro exhaled deeply. Boss, that man seemed dangerous. Tetsu nodded. Indeed he is. Yamadaya, a venerable merchant house of Konoha. Their backing almost certainly lies with Elder Koharu Yudatane or Elder Hamura Mitokado. Onishiro blinked in surprise. Then why did you defy him outright? Because if I yield once, I yield forever. He turned and walked toward the rear courtyard. Stay vigilant these days, he will not let this go unpunished. Yamada's retaliation arrived sooner than expected. The next morning barely had Tetsu opened the shop when two uniformed officials stood waiting at his threshold. Konoha Tax Authority. Tetsu Kamishiro. An anonymous report accuses you of tax evasion. We must audit your books. Tetsu suppressed a cold laugh inwardly. An audit? He'd only been open for half a month, taxes hadn't even come due yet. Yet outwardly unruffled, he ushered them inside and handed over his ledgers. The inspectors pored over the records for nearly an hour, finding nothing amiss. In the end they departed empty-handed. On the third day the Fire Country Commerce Bureau sent inspectors to verify his business license. Tetsu presented the third Hokage's forehead protector and official registration. After scrutinizing both, the inspector left without further word. On the fourth day a gang of thugs stormed the shop, only to be swiftly ejected by Onikuro and Onishiro. By the fifth day, an unexpected visitor arrived. Kakashi Hitaki. He leaned lazily against the doorframe, forever engrossed copy of Ika Ika Paradise in hand. Heard things have been lively around here lately. Tetsu offered a wry smile. How did you hear? ANBU Intelligence, Kakashi replied, flipping a page. That old Yamada has been pulling strings everywhere to undermine you. He closed the book and met Tetsu's gaze. Need help? Tetsu paused, startled. Help? Kakashi nodded. I may dislike meddling in trivial matters, but your weapons are exceptional. If you're driven out of business, who'll repair my kunai? And someone asked me to deliver a message. Who? The third Hokage, Kakashi said. He stated plainly, any merchant of Konoha who abides by the law falls under Konoha's protection. Some hands reach too far, time to prune them. Tetsu fell quiet. This was the third Hokage's explicit endorsement, yet also a subtle warning: you are under my shield, but do not overstep. Please convey my deepest gratitude to the third Hokage. Kakashi nodded, and turned to leave. Wait, Tetsu called out. From beneath the counter he retrieved a small lacquered box and handed it to Kakashi. What's this? An upgraded batch of those kunai, infused with 5% chakra metal specially optimized for lightning release techniques. Kakashi opened the box. Inside rested 5 gleaming new kunai, their blades shimmering with a soft cerulean luminescence. He picked one up and channeled lightning release chakra into it. Lightning coursed along the edge, yet the blade remained unscathed. This chakra metal is prohibitively expensive, I couldn't afford much, Tetsu explained. So I melted a small quantity and electroplated the cutting edges instead. It's less potent than full infusion, but costs only 1/10 as much. Kakashi gazed at the kunai in his palm, silent for a long while, then tucked it away. Thank you. At the threshold he paused and glanced back. By the way, Yamada Heavy Industries won't be troubling you for the next few days. Why? Kakashi gave no answer, merely departed. That evening Onishiro brought news: Yamada's main warehouse had burned down the previous night. 1/3 of his inventory destroyed, losses exceeding several million ryo. The cause remained undetermined. Tetsu sat motionless for a long time, then broke into a quiet knowing smile. Kakashi claimed to disdain idle entanglements, yet his methods were ruthlessly effective. No, Kakashi alone could not have orchestrated such precision. This bore the unmistakable imprint of tacit approval from the third Hokage himself. Gazing out at the moonlit sky, Tetsu realized Konoha's waters ran deeper than he'd imagined, and warmer too. On the 6th day, no sign of Yamada. On the 7th, still nothing. On the 8th, a new customer entered the shop. A girl with fiery red hair stood hesitantly at the threshold, her wide green eyes scanning the interior. Excuse me, is this place hiring? Tetsu looked up, and met those emerald eyes. His breath caught as if struck by something profound and inevitable. Uzumaki Karen. Age 8. Status: last known survivor of the Uzumaki clan, currently in exile. Assessment: genin level, exceptional sensory perception, nascent medical aptitude. Physical condition: malnourished, bearing old wounds, extraordinary chakra reserves, Uzumaki lineage. Potential rating S, contingent upon proper cultivation. Current emotional state: fear, exhaustion, and the fragile trembling spark of hope. The Uzumaki clan. Karen. Slowly, deliberately, Tetsu rose to his feet. Come in. His voice was gentle. After a moment's hesitation, Karen stepped across the threshold. Tetsu watched her slight frame, traced the faint scars on her thin arms, held her gaze, eyes wide with terror yet fiercely, defiantly brave. A phrase from his past life surfaced unbidden. Some people are destined to cross your path. He drew a slow, steady breath. What is your name? Karen. Tetsu nodded. Karen, what can you do? I can sense other people's chakra, even from very far away. Tetsu smiled. Perfect. He turned and walked toward the rear courtyard. Follow me. First you'll eat. Then, you'll tell me who hurt you. Karen froze where she stood, staring at his retreating back. Her eyes welled, suddenly, fiercely, with tears. It had been so long, so terribly long, since anyone had spoken to her like that. Che walked into the backyard where Guehei was tidying up the tools. Seeing him enter, he called out, "Boss." He washed his hands slowly, still pondering over the earlier events. The girl with the swirling fragrance, who in the original story was a bit insane and would swoon at the sight of Sasuke. But now she was just an 80-year-old child covered in needle marks, emaciated to the bone, and her eyes were filled with fear. He hadn't planned to take her in so early. According to his plan, he intended to wait until the trading company was firmly established with enough manpower and territory before gradually scouting for talent. Xianglin, Hinata, Temari, Konan, one by one, there was no need to rush. But plans often go awry. Since fate had led him to her, he would take her in. After all, having one more person meant one more pair of chopsticks. Boss, Guehei leaned over and asked quietly, what about the child? Should we keep her? Che shook off the water from his hands. Go clean out the empty room and boil some hot water. She needs a wash. Guehei nodded and turned to leave. Che walked under the shed and continued forging his iron. Clang, clang, clang. He still had 2 orders left from Jiao Du to finish tonight. Xianglin stood in the front store, not daring to come in. She didn't know what to do. The boss said, follow along, but she stopped at the door of the backyard, watching the 3 busy inside, no one paying her any mind. She stood there unsure of where to put her hands and feet. After a while, the young man with white hair, seemed to be named Guehei, came out of a small room and waved at her. Come here, let's check out your room first. Xianglin walked over. The room was very small, with only a bed, a table, and a cabinet. The window was open and the evening sunlight streamed in, revealing the dust floating in the air. The bed was covered with new bedding smelling of camphor. It's a bit small, you'll have to make do for now, Guehei said. I'll call you when the hot water is ready. Xianglin nodded. Guehei left her alone. She slowly walked to the bedside and sat down. The bed was a bit hard, but it was better than a tree hollow, a pile of grass, or the broken temple that had seen countless sleepers. She sat there for a long time. Then she lay down curling into a ball. When she closed her eyes, tears flowed again. But she made no sound. During dinner, Guei came to call her. Xiang Lin got up, rubbed her eyes and followed him to the courtyard. In the courtyard there was a low table set with several dishes: stir-fried greens, pickled radish, a fried fish and a large bowl of rice. Guei was squatting by the table serving rice. Seeing her, he grinned and said, "You're here. Sit down." Che was already seated holding a bowl while picking up food. Xiang Lin carefully sat down across from him. "Eat up," Che said. Xiang Lin picked up her bowl and began to eat slowly. The food was delicious. The stir-fried greens had a fragrant oiliness, the pickled radish was crisp and the fried fish was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. It had been a long time since she had eaten such tasty food. As she was eating, she suddenly noticed that both Guei and Guei weren't using their chopsticks, just watching her. She froze. "What's wrong?" Guei scratched his head and smiled. "Nothing, just happy to see you enjoy your meal." Guei nodded from the side. "Yeah, eat more." Xiang Lin lowered her head, her face a bit red. Che remained silent, continuing to eat his meal. After dinner, Guei cleared the bowls while Guei went to boil water. Xiang Lin sat in the courtyard watching the sky darken. Che finished washing his face and walked over to sit down next to her on the steps. The two remained silent for a while. "Will anyone come looking for you from Kusa?" Che suddenly asked. Xiang Lin's body stiffened. I don't know." Che nodded and didn't ask further. After a long while, Xiang Lin spoke softly. They treated me like a tool. Drawing blood every day, making me sense enemies. If I disobeyed, they would hit me. Then there was an opportunity and I ran away." As she spoke, her voice grew quieter. Che didn't look at her, just gazed at the night sky in the courtyard. "You don't have to run anymore." Xiang Lin looked up at him. His profile was illuminated by the moonlight, making it hard to discern his expression. "Here you are, you. Not a tool." Xiang Lin's nose tingled and she quickly lowered her head. Thank you, boss." Che stood up and patted his clothes. "Get to bed early. We have work tomorrow." He walked into his room and closed the door. Xiang Lin sat in place staring at that door. After a long time, she finally stood up and walked back to her small room. The next morning, Xiang Lin was awakened by the sound of metal clanging. Clang, clang, clang. It had a rhythmic cadence, one after another. She got up, pushed open the window and saw Che standing in front of the oddly shaped hammer, stepping on the pedal. With each step, the heavy iron hammer lifted and then fell heavily onto a red-hot block of iron. Sparks flew. Guei was nearby helping to flip the iron while Guei was on another table polishing something. The three of them each had their roles, not speaking a word, but their cooperation was seamless. Xiang Lin was mesmerized. She had never seen ironworking like this before. Guei noticed her first and waved, "Awake. There's porridge in the kitchen, help yourself." Xiang Lin nodded, went to the kitchen, served herself a bowl of porridge, finished it with pickles and returned to the courtyard. Standing to the side, she watched them work, not daring to speak. After a while, Che stopped, wiped his sweat and saw her. "Come here." Xiang Lin walked over. Che pointed to the east. "Over there, what can you sense?" Xiang Lin paused for a moment and then closed her eyes. The sensing ability was innate but required focus. During her time in Kusa, they forced her to practice every day so she could easily enter a state of concentration when she closed her eyes. The world of chakra unfolded in her mind. First, close by, the man in front of her had stable chakra, not particularly large in quantity but very pure, like a deep pool. The two beside him had one with earth-style chakra leaning more towards stability, while the other with wind-style chakra was vibrant. Then in the distance, there are many people. On the other side of the village there are many chakras, some weak, some strong. How far can you sense? Xiang Lin thought for a moment. At most, about 2 or 3 miles. Che nodded. Try again. See if there are any particularly strong chakras nearby or anyone with malicious intent. Xiang Lin closed her eyes again. This time she focused more intently. Nearby, there was an old man in the blacksmith shop. His chakra was not strong. The street was bustling with people, most of whom were quite ordinary. Then, there's someone, she suddenly said, to the west about 200 steps away. His chakra is very special, very cold-like a knife. He's looking this way. Chi's gaze shifted slightly. 200 steps to the west. That was the two-story building across from the shop. Is his malice strong? Xiang Lin furrowed her brows, making an effort to sense. He means no harm. No, he does have ill intentions, but not towards us. It's just a habitual thing. He seems to be on alert for something. Che fell silent for a few seconds. He recalled what Kakashi had said a few days ago. The Umbu have intelligence. The building across is likely filled with Umbu members. The third Hokage is keeping an eye on him, or rather protecting him. All right. Your abilities are quite impressive. Xiang Lin opened her eyes, watching him nervously. Then. Can I stay? Haven't you already stayed? Che looked at her, the corners of his mouth twitching as if he wanted to smile. Xiang Lin was taken aback. Che turned around and continued his work at the forge. Clang, clang, clang. Xiang Lin stood still, listening to the sound. Suddenly she felt that the noise wasn't so bothersome after all. Around noon, the customer entered the shop. Xiang Lin was sitting on a small stool at the entrance when she saw a young man with silver-white hair approaching, holding a small orange-covered book, reading as he walked. She instinctively closed her eyes to sense. The chakra was strong, very strong. There was a void in his left eye, constantly consuming chakra, yet his overall chakra was still overwhelmingly abundant. Feeling a bit anxious, she hurried into the backyard. Boss, someone has come. Che set down his work, wiped his hands, and walked to the front of the shop. Kakashi was already leaning against the counter. Back again? Che asked. Kakashi lifted his eyelids to glance at him without speaking, pulling out a few shuriken from his ninja tool pouch and placing them on the counter. These need maintenance. Che picked them up for inspection. 10,000 creation analysis. Kakashi's exclusive shuriken usage assessment. Usage count approximately 15 times where condition slightly worn, edge plating intact. Maintenance suggestion: sharpen the edge oil to prevent rust. Come pick them up in the afternoon. Kakashi nodded and turned to leave. Wait a moment, Che called out. Any news on Yamada Heavy Industries lately? Kakashi turned back. Haven't heard anything. But the warehouse burned down, so he should be busy for a while. Che nodded. Kakashi looked at him and suddenly asked, who is that child at the door? A new recruit, a sensory type. Kakashi glanced through the door curtain towards the yard. Is she from the Uzumaki clan? Che was taken aback. How did Kakashi know? The hair, Kakashi said. There used to be a member of the Uzumaki clan in Konoha with red hair as well. Take good care of her and don't let Danzo's people keep an eye on her. Then he left. Che stood at the spot, watching his figure vanish around the corner. Danzo. He certainly knew that Danzo would be interested in Xiang Lin. The Uzumaki clan's physique, their sensory abilities, what isn't a treasure? But that was a matter for the future. For now Xiang Lin was in his shop, which meant she was under his protection. No one could take her away. Soon another customer arrived. This time it was a little girl dressed in a kimono with her hair cut neatly, her eyes pure white. Hinata Hyuga. She stood at the entrance, nervously peeking inside. Xiang Lin sat on the small stool at the door, also looking at her. The two little girls exchanged glances. Hinata's face turned red as she softly asked, Is Kamidanias in here? Xiang Lin was momentarily stunned, then shouted towards the backyard, Boss, someone is looking for you. Che walked out, saw Hinata and smiled. Little Hinata. Come in. Hinata entered holding a small box. This is the dango I made. For you. Che accepted it, opened the box and took a bite of one. Delicious. Hinata's face turned even redder. That's good. She stood there as if wanting to say something but couldn't find the words. Che looked at her and suddenly asked, Did you still feel dizzy after practicing that method last time? Hinata shook her head. No, not really. Dad said my chakra flows much smoother than before. Che nodded. That's good. He thought for a moment, turned and walked into the backyard, rummaging through a cupboard for something. It was a palm-sized old scroll, its edges worn. He returned and handed the scroll to Hinata. What is this? Hinata asked. A beginner's practice method for chakra control. It's not ninjutsu, just some small techniques. Practice it according to the instructions, it will be beneficial for you. He had received it a few days ago from a wandering ninja who had traded it for a shuriken. Che had seen it through 10,000 creation analysis, and it was indeed useful, though too basic for him to use. But it would be beneficial for Hinata. Hinata carefully accepted the scroll, cradling it as if it were a precious treasure. Thank you, Kamidani-san. Che waved his hand. All right, head back, but be careful on the way. Hinata nodded, carefully putting away the scroll and turning to leave. As she reached the door, she suddenly turned back and glanced at Xianglin. The two little girls exchanged glances again. Hinata smiled at her and then ran off. Xianglin stood there stunned, unable to respond for a long time. The young lady from the Hyuga clan smiled at her. After dinner, Xianglin sat in the courtyard, lost in thought. Guei-bai was tidying up tools nearby while Guei-hei sat under the pavilion cleaning his cleaver. Che was also sitting on the steps holding a piece of iron, lost in thought. The yard was very quiet, only the sound of insects chirping. Xianglin looked at Chi's back and suddenly spoke. Boss. Why did that young lady from the Hyuga family come today? Che didn't turn around. To deliver dango. Just to deliver dango. Xianglin fell silent for a moment. She seems not afraid of you, boss. Che smiled slightly. Why should she be afraid of me? Xianglin thought for a moment and quietly said, the people I've seen before, the children are all afraid of them. Adults are fierce, children are afraid. But that young lady, she isn't afraid of you. Che didn't speak. After a long while he finally said, because she knows I won't harm her. Then I don't know if you will harm me or not. Are you afraid of me? Xianglin thought for a moment. She shook her head. Not afraid. Why? Xianglin thought for a long time before finally saying one sentence. Because you let me eat first. Che turned back to look at her. The moonlight illuminated her face, and those emerald green eyes were gazing at him, filled with seriousness, confusion, and something hard to describe. He suddenly recalled a saying he had heard in his past life: a child's intuition is often the most accurate. He turned back and continued to gaze at the night scene in the yard. Get to bed early. We have work tomorrow. Xianglin nodded, stood up and walked towards her room. As she reached the door, she suddenly turned back. Boss. My name is Xianglin. Che did not turn around. I know. Xianglin pushed the door open and closed it. Lying in bed staring at the ceiling, she suddenly smiled. This was the first time she smiled since coming to this shop. A few days later, a person arrived at the shop. Xianglin was in the yard helping Guei-bai tidy up the tools when she suddenly froze. A terrifying chakra manifested in the yard, not approaching but appearing out of thin air as if it had sprouted from the night itself. Wearing a black cloak, the figure was tall, with a scar slashing from his left eyebrow to his chin. Guei-hei almost instantaneously discarded the knife in his hand, standing protectively in front of Xianglin. Guei-bai rushed over from the other side, and the two of them shielded her behind them. However, their hands trembled. Che stepped out from the house, looking at the person with an unchanged expression. Jiao Du. The man nodded. Where's the goods? Che took out a scroll from his pocket and tossed it to him. Jiao Du caught it, glanced at it, and then put it away. Not bad. He turned to leave. Wait. Che called out to him. Jiao Du looked back. Che pointed at Xianglin. This child sensed you just now. Jiao Du's gaze fell on Xianglin. She felt a chill rise up her spine, as if she were being targeted by an ancient beast. The Uzumaki clan. Jiao Du's brows twitched. Yes. Now she is my person. Jiao Du fell silent for 2 seconds. Then he nodded. Take good care of her. He vanished into the night. After Jiao Du left, Che stood in the yard for a while. The moonlight was bright, illuminating the ground. Guihei and Guibai remained in their previous positions, gripping their weapons, staring motionless in the direction where Jiao Du had disappeared. All right, Che said, he's gone. Guihei finally let out a sigh, the knife in his hand dropping. Boss, who exactly was that guy? That chakra. I've never seen it before. It's from the Akatsuki organization. Hell, come again, just get used to it. Guibai swallowed and remained silent. Che turned to walk into the house, stopped after a few steps. Don't talk about tonight's events outside. Understood, Guihei nodded. Che entered the house and closed the door. Lying on the bed, he stared at the ceiling, his mind still revolving around what had just happened. Jiao Du personally came to collect the goods, which was unusual in itself. Given that guy's character, he usually avoids trouble and would typically send someone else to do errands. His personal appearance indicated that this batch of goods was either very important to him or to the Akatsuki organization. 100 modified kunai, neither too many nor too few. How many members does the Akatsuki have? Do they really need 100? Unless it was meant for outer members. Does the Akatsuki have outer members? It seems not mentioned in the original story. But this is the real world, not a manga. Many things might be different. Che turned over. And then there was Xiang Lin. When that child had been targeted by Jiao Du today, although she turned pale with fear, she didn't cry or hide. Later, when asked if she was scared, she surprisingly said that Jiao Du meant her no harm. Such perceptive ability is indeed rare. More remarkable is that she knows who her own people are. Early in the morning, Che got up as usual to work. As he stepped into the yard, he saw Xiang Lin already sitting on a small stool at the door, facing away from him, seemingly lost in thought. Up so early? He walked over. Xiang Lin turned her head to glance at him and then turned back. I couldn't sleep. Che squatted down beside her, following her line of sight. The street was empty, with only a few early-rising vendors setting up their stalls. You'll get used to it. It's like this at the beginning. Xiang Lin remained silent. After a while, she suddenly spoke up. Boss, that person in the building across is still there. Can you sense him? Che asked, looking in the direction she pointed. The two-story small building had its doors and windows tightly closed with no sign of anyone. He's been there since last night and hasn't moved. Che fell silent for a few seconds. It was normal for the Umbu to take shifts watching. But not even changing shifts was a bit interesting. Is he still watching us? Xiang Lin closed her eyes and opened them after a while. He's watching. His chakra has been circulating this way. Che stood up. Got it. Keep watching, let me know if there's any change. He turned to walk back. Xiang Lin watched his back and suddenly asked, Boss, aren't you afraid? Che turned his head back. Afraid of what? That person. He has been watching you. Che smiled slightly. Let him watch. In the morning, Guihei returned from outside looking rather troubled. Boss, I just went over to the business street and heard some news. Che put down the work in his hands and wiped his hands. Speak. At Yamada's place, although the warehouse burned down, their boss hasn't been idle. Guihei lowered his voice. Someone is spreading word that it was our shop's doing. Us. We've barely left the house these days. I know, Guihei said, but it can't stop people from talking. I overheard a few vendors discussing that our shop has someone backing us, otherwise how would we dare to confront Yamada? Some said our goods are so cheap we must be cutting corners. Che remained silent. Guihei, listening nearby, couldn't help but interject, what does that even mean? Those who have used our goods know the quality. Knowing is one thing, Che said, but those passing the word aren't speaking to those who have used it. He thought for a moment and looked at Guihei. Did you see who was spreading these words? Guihei shook his head. Just some small vendors, we can't get anything from them. Che nodded. As expected. That old fox from Yamada Heavy Industries, after the warehouse burned down, dares not confront us openly and is resorting to underhanded tactics. Rumors can kill without bloodshed. As long as the rumors last long enough, someone will eventually believe them. Don't worry about it. Guehei was taken aback. Not worry. Yeah. Che continued picking up the iron block. Rumors stop with the wise. Those who have used our goods naturally know their quality. Those who haven't won't believe no matter what you say. In the afternoon a few people came to the shop. They weren't there to buy goods but to return them. The leader was a middle-aged man dressed elegantly, clearly a butler from a wealthy family. Two servants followed behind him carrying a box. Mr. Shindai. The middle-aged man stood at the door, not entering, looking down at him. Che stood up from behind the counter. That's me. Our young master bought a few kunai from you a few days ago, and upon using them they turned out to be dulled. The middle-aged man waved his hand behind him. Open it. The two servants placed the box down and opened the lid. Inside lay 3 kunai, and indeed the blades were somewhat dulled. Che walked over and picked one up to take a look. 1 Zhao analysis: standard kunai source not produced by this shop, material inferior, iron purity below 60, craftsmanship rough not tempered, reason for dullness poor, material damaged after 1 impact. Che finished reading and looked up. This is not from my shop. The middle-aged man's expression darkened. What do you mean? Are you trying to shirk responsibility? I'm not shirking responsibility. Che placed the kunai back in the box, but this isn't made by me. The kunai I make have a blade hardness of HRC 58 and would only start to wear after 30 uses. These few you have are below HRC 40, clearly cheap knockoffs. He pointed at the 3 kunai in the box. If you don't believe me, you can take one of my shop's kunai to a blacksmith and have them test the hardness. The comparison will be clear. The middle-aged man was taken aback. Before he arrived he thought this matter would be simple, just throw the goods at the door, shout a few words, and the other party would surely compensate for the sake of reputation. He had done this many times before and it always worked. But he never expected the other party to say it was fake without even looking. You. How can you say it's not yours? Che smiled faintly. Every one of my items has a mark. He picked up a kunai from the counter, turned it over and pointed at the base of the handle. Do you see this? The character Che. Every kunai I produce has this character. If it doesn't, it's not mine. The middle-aged man leaned in to take a look, then turned back to glance at the few kunai in the box. Indeed, there were none. His expression changed slightly but quickly hardened again. Who knows if you deliberately left it unmarked? So you can shirk responsibility later. Che looked at him, his smile unchanged. This steward, go back and ask your young master where he bought these kunai from. If he bought them from me, let him come himself and I'll verify it with him face to face. If they were bought from someone else, then don't come here to make a scene. I have no time for that. The middle-aged man opened his mouth wanting to say something but ultimately said nothing. He flicked his sleeve and left with 2 servants. The box was left behind. Wait a moment, Che called out to him. The middle-aged man turned back. Take the box with you, Che pointed out, it's useless to leave it here. The middle-aged man's face turned bright red as he had the servants lift the box and left in disgrace. Guehei watched the entire process from the side, unable to suppress a laugh. Boss, you're amazing. With just a few words you sent him away. Che shook his head. Just sending him away doesn't mean the matter is over. What do you mean? That person is just a messenger. The one behind him hasn't shown up yet. In the evening Xiang Lin suddenly ran into the front store. Boss, someone has come. Che was forging the last batch of kunai, not looking up. Who is it? The one from last time. The silver-haired one. Kakashi. Che set down his work, wiped his hands and walked to the front store. Kakashi was leaning against the counter holding that never-ending little book. I heard someone came to return goods today. Che was taken aback. How did you know? The Umbu has intel. Kakashi flipped through the book. Someone wants to set you up, gathering a few people to cause trouble at various stores. Yours is the first. Che was silent for a few seconds. Yamato Heavy Industries. No evidence. Kakashi closed the book, but it's highly likely. That person is named Mukimura, a steward for a merchant from the land of fire. That merchant does business with Yamato and recently just received a batch of low-priced goods. I see, Che understood. Yamato Heavy Industries didn't want to appear directly, so they sent a partner to annoy him. Even if it doesn't lead to anything major, it could still damage his reputation. Thank you, Kakashi waved his hand. Don't thank me, I'm just passing through. The third Hokage asked me to tell you someone is watching you, don't act rashly. By the way, that red-haired girl, you better keep her from staying outside too much. Then he left. Che stood in place watching his figure disappear into the dusk. Danzo. Again it's Danzo. He turned around and shouted towards the backyard, Xiang Lin. Xiang Lin ran out. Boss. Starting tomorrow you stay in the store, don't sit at the door anymore. Why? Someone is keeping an eye on you. It's safer in the store. Xiang Lin looked at him but said nothing. After a few seconds she nodded. Okay. After dinner Che called Gue Hei and Gue Bai to the courtyard. For the next while there may be trouble coming. You two take turns guarding the front store during the day and take turns keeping watch at night. Gue Hei nodded. Understood. Gue Bai thought for a moment and asked, Boss, is it that person who came to return goods today? Not just that. That one today is merely an appetizer. There's a full meal to follow. You may encounter danger while following me. Are you afraid? Gue Hei grinned. Boss, my brother and I have been wandering for so many years, what dangers haven't we seen? In the past we had no food and no place to stay. Now we are well warm and still have money to spare. What is there to fear? Gue Bai nodded from the side. Exactly. Boss, don't worry. If anyone dares to cause trouble, I will be the first to block them. Che looked at them and nodded. All right, go get some rest. I'll guard tonight. The two responded and returned to their rooms. Che sat on the steps gazing at the night in the courtyard. The moon had not yet risen and the sky was very dark. Only the oil lamp under the shed was still lit, casting a small patch of light. He recalled Kakashi's words. Those from Danzo have sharp eyes. Xiang Lin's matter won't stay hidden for long. If Danzo finds out there's a child from the Uzumaki clan in his store, he will surely have thoughts. That old fellow loves to collect children with special abilities, training them into tools for the route. He needs to prepare in advance. Just as he was thinking, light footsteps came from behind. Xiang Lin walked over and sat down beside him. Why aren't you sleeping? Che asked. I can't sleep. The two remained silent for a while. Boss, Xiang Lin suddenly spoke, is that person who came to return goods today a bad person? Che thought for a moment. Not a bad person. Just someone used by others. What does it mean to be used? It means being exploited, doing things for others without even knowing it. Xiang Lin lowered her head, looking at her hands. In the past, I was also used by others. In the grass village they made me sense enemies, so I did it. They made me report, so I reported. I thought that was my job. Later I realized once they were done with me they just tossed me aside. If I hadn't run fast I would have been taken back by now. Che remained silent. After a long while Xiang Lin raised her head, looking at him. Boss, you won't throw me away, right? Moonlight broke through the clouds, illuminating her face. Those emerald green eyes were staring at him. Che was silent for a few seconds. I won't. Xiang Lin stared at him for a long time as if confirming something. Then, in going back to sleep, she stood up and walked towards her room. When she reached the door she suddenly turned back. Boss, you should sleep early too. Then she pushed the door and went in. Che sat in place watching the door that had closed. The moonlight grew brighter, covering the courtyard in silver. The next morning as Che opened the store door he saw someone standing outside. A middle-aged man dressed in a black kimono followed by 4 bodyguards. Those 4 bodyguards looked like extraordinary individuals, their stance, gaze and breathing all spoke of trained fighters. The middle-aged man saw him and smiled slightly. Shindai, boss. I've heard much about you. Che looked at him silent. Wanzu Analysis Automatic Activation. Yamato Heavy Industries age 45 identity owner of Yamato a long-established ninja tool merchant in Konoha strength assessment ordinary person current emotion calm confident determined to succeed bodyguards behind 4 all chunin above average strength 1 is a special jonin skilled in swordsmanship loyalty employment relationship can be bought off Yamato Heavy Industries. Has come in person. Chase stepped aside. Come in. Yamamoto Heavy Industries entered the shop surveying the surroundings. His gaze swept across the shelves and lingered on the samples hanging on the wall for a few seconds finally settling on Che behind the counter. The place isn't big. But it's quite tidy. Che remained silent simply watching him. Yamamoto Heavy Industries chuckled and walked a few steps around the shop picking up a kunai to inspect it before putting it down. I've heard that your products are quite good. Even Kakashi the Jonin uses your items. Speak plainly, Che interjected. Yamamoto Heavy Industries turned to face him. Alright straightforward. I came to discuss a business proposition with you. Che raised an eyebrow. A business proposition? Yes, Yamamoto Heavy Industries replied, I've observed your small shop. The craftsmanship is decent but the scale is too small. You alone with 2 bodyguards and that little girl with red hair at the entrance how large can you grow? I'm different. Yamamoto's has been operating in Konoha for 30 years supplying to the daimyo of the Land of Fire collaborating with every ninja tool shop. If you partner with me your products can be sold through my channels doubling your prices and increasing your sales tenfold. Che looked at him in silence. Yamamoto Heavy Industries thought he was intrigued and leaned in closer. The conditions are simple. You close your shop and bring your people to Yamamoto's. I'll provide you with an independent workshop dedicated to your enhanced ninja tools. I'll supply the materials and channels you just need to craft. The profit will be split 3070 in my favor. He took a step back waiting for Chi's response. Che was silent for a few seconds. Then he smiled. Mr. Yamamoto a few days ago you sent someone to collect my stall fee had someone check my taxes and hired thugs to cause trouble. Now you say you want to partner with me. Yamamoto Heavy Industries' expression remained unchanged. That was due to my subordinates' lack of understanding. When I found out I already dealt with them. Is that so? And the warehouse fire incident was that also due to your subordinates' lack of understanding? Yamamoto Heavy Industries' smile faltered. What do you mean by that? Nothing much. I just find it quite coincidental. Your warehouse caught fire right when someone was targeting me. Yamamoto Heavy Industries stared at him his gaze sharpening. Mr. Kamishiro some things shouldn't be said lightly. I didn't say anything lightly, Che replied leaning against the counter looking at him. I just mentioned it casually. Mr. Yamamoto don't take it to heart. The 2 locked eyes and neither spoke. The atmosphere in the shop grew tense. The 4 bodyguards behind Yamamoto Heavy Industries stepped forward. Guehei and Guei also rushed out from the back standing behind Che. Xiang Lin huddled in the corner nervously watching the scene unfold. After a while Yamamoto Heavy Industries suddenly laughed. Interesting. I haven't seen such an interesting young man in a long time. He took a step back waving his hand for the bodyguards to stand down. Mr. Kamishiro you can consider the conditions I just mentioned. No need to rush your answer. He pulled out a business card from his pocket and placed it on the counter. Once you've made up your mind have someone send a message. The doors of Yamamoto's are always open for you. He turned to leave. Wait a moment, Che called out. Yamamoto Heavy Industries turned back. Che picked up the business card glanced at it and then placed it back on the counter. You mentioned a profit split of 3070. Yamamoto Heavy Industries nodded. Yes. I have a better proposal. Yamamoto Heavy Industries raised an eyebrow. Go on. Your channels combined with my goods. A 50-50 profit split. You provide the channels I provide the goods. It's not about me coming to your Yamamoto's but rather we collaborate. Your shop sells your goods my shop sells mine. No interference each profiting separately. Yamamoto Heavy Industries was taken aback. You want to be on equal footing with me. Not equal footing. It's about each doing their own thing. Your channels you reap the rewards. My craftsmanship I benefit from. We won't step on each other's toes. Yamamoto Heavy Industries stared at him for a long time. Interesting, truly interesting. He shook his head. Young man, do you know who stands behind me? I don't know, nor do I wish to know. Elder Torin Koharu, Yamamoto Heavy Industries said. She is part of the Elder Council of Konoha. Partnering with me means partnering with the Elder Council. Opposing me means opposing the Elder Council. He paused, looking into Chi's eyes. Do you still stand by your proposal? Che looked at him, silent for a few seconds. Then he spoke. Elder Torin Koharu is an elder of Konoha, not a shareholder of Yamamoto's. I respect her standing, but business is business. Elders won't interfere in business matters. Yamamoto Heavy Industries' smile faded. You're quite clear-headed. In business one must understand these matters, Che said. Consider my proposal. Once you've made up your mind, have someone send a message. He pushed the business card back. You keep this. I won't be needing it. Yamamoto Heavy Industries looked down at the business card, then back at Che. After a while he reached out, took the business card and tucked it into his pocket. All right. I'll remember this. He turned and walked out. As he reached the door he suddenly stopped, not turning back, as he said, that little girl with red hair is from the Uzumaki clan, isn't she? Chi's eyes shifted slightly. Yamamoto Heavy Industries didn't wait for his reply and walked away with his 4 bodyguards. The shop fell silent. Guehei exhaled a sigh, collapsing into a chair. Damn, you scared me. When that old man smiled I thought he was about to make a move. Guehei wiped his sweat. Boss, what did he mean by that last statement? Che remained silent, walking up to Xiang Lin. She was huddled in the corner, her face pale. It's fine. Stay in the back, don't come out. Xiang Lin nodded and hurried into the back. Che turned around, looking at the entrance of the shop. The street was bustling with people and Yamamoto Heavy Industries had already disappeared. Guehei leaned in closer and whispered, Boss, does he really know about that girl? Yes. What should we do? Che was silent for a few seconds. Just carry on as usual. His visit today wasn't about that girl. That remark was merely a casual comment to gauge my reaction. Guehei was stunned for a moment. So. We have nothing to worry about. Nothing today. But who knows about the future? He walked back behind the counter and sat down. His mind raced. Elder Torin Koharu. The members of the Konoha Elder Council, like Danzo, are all cunning foxes. But Elder Torin Koharu is slightly better than Danzo. She only desires profit, not power. As long as she isn't obstructed in her financial pursuits, she won't move against you. Yamamoto Heavy Industries' visit today on the surface was to discuss collaboration, but in reality it was to probe. He wanted to know just how capable this suddenly emerged young man was and who stood behind him. Now he knew. The third Hokage supporting Che was undoubtedly already discovered by him. Kakashi using Chi's weapons was also something he was aware of. His visit today was to see whether Che would dare to confront him head-on. In the end Che did confront him. And even proposed a 5,050 profit split. Boss, Guehei asked from the side, will he come again? He will. But not in the next few days. Then shall we prepare? No need to prepare. Just do what we need to do. He stood up and walked towards the backyard. Watch the shop, I'm going to check on that girl. In the backyard Xiang Lin sat on the steps of her door, hugging her knees. Che walked over and sat down beside her. Are you scared? Xiang Lin nodded and then shook her head. A little. But not too scared. Why? Xiang Lin thought for a moment. Because the boss is here. Che remained silent. After a while Xiang Lin quietly asked, Boss, what does the person mean by the Uzumaki clan? Che looked at her. You don't know. Xiang Lin shook her head. I only know that I escaped from Kusa Shinobi. They called me the red-haired monster and a sensing tool. No one has ever told me about the Uzumaki clan. Che was silent for a few seconds. The Uzumaki clan is a very powerful family. Once there was a woman from the Uzumaki clan who was the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails in Konoha and also the wife of the first Hokage. Later their country was destroyed and the clan members were scattered. You must be one of those scattered descendants. People from the Uzumaki clan have a large amount of chakra, strong vitality and special sensing abilities. That's why people from Kusa Shinobi are targeting you. Xiang Lin lowered her head and looked at her hands. So am I. A monster. No. You are a gifted person. Talent is not a monster. Xiang Lin looked up at him. Then. Will you drive me away because of this, boss? Che looked at her. In her emerald green eyes there was fear, expectation and something indescribable. No. I told you you are you. Not a tool nor a member of the Uzumaki clan. You are a censor in my shop. Xiang Lin stared at him for a long time. Then she smiled. This time her smile was very evident, her eyes curving up. Thank you, boss. Che stood up and brushed himself off. Alright, stop overthinking. Go help Goei tidy up the tools, we have work to do today. Xiang Lin nodded, stood up and ran off. Che stood in place watching her figure. That girl will become someone important in the future. Not long after, another customer entered the shop. This time it was a man wearing a tattered cloak and a hat, making it hard to see his face. He walked into the shop without saying a word, just standing there. Goei approached him. What would you like to buy? The man raised his head, revealing a weathered face, around 30 years old with a scruffy beard and tired eyes. I'm looking for Boss Shindai. Goei was taken aback and called back. Che came out from the backyard and upon seeing the man raised his eyebrows slightly. Wandering ninja, nameless, strength assessment, Chunin, physical condition, multiple hidden injuries, malnutrition, chakra, exhaustion, current emotion, hesitant, anxious, desperate, origin, suspected, rogue ninja but not on any wanted list. What do you want from me? The man looked at him and suddenly knelt down. Boss, please take me in. Che was stunned. Goei was also taken aback. What are you doing? Get up and talk. The man did not get up, remaining on his knees. My name is Saburo. I was originally a ninja from Konoha, but I was expelled for committing a crime. I've been wandering for 3 years and can't survive anymore. I heard you were hiring, please give me a chance. Che looked at him. Manzo analysis restarting. Saburo, former identity Chunin of Konoha, dismissed for disobeying orders during a mission. Reason for disobedience: protecting civilians leading to mission failure. Wandering experience: survived by doing odd jobs for 3 years, not joining any factions. Current status: desperate but not lost his principles. Potential: average among Chunin, can be trained. Initial loyalty value 60 due to desperation. Heard of the boss kindness. Che was silent for a few seconds. How do you know I'm hiring? Saburo raised his head. People in the commercial street are spreading the word that Boss Shindai is kind and treats his subordinates well. I'm at my wit's end, so I can only give it a try. Che looked at him. Kindness. He never thought of himself as kind. He just gives enough money and manages things well. And yet it has somehow turned into kindness. What skills do you have? I can use earth release and have some sword skills. I spent 2 years in the Umbu and know a bit about reconnaissance. Che raised an eyebrow. Having been in the Umbu. That's somewhat interesting. Get up. Saburo was startled and did not move. I said get up, and kneeling like that isn't proper. Only then did Saburo stand up, looking at him nervously. Che looked him up and down. 1 month trial period, meals and lodging provided, 2,000 Ryo. If you do well you'll be promoted to 3,000 Ryo with bonuses. If you don't do well you're out. Are you in? Saburo's eyes lit up instantly. I'm in. I'll do it. Che nodded. Goei, take him to the backyard and arrange for a place to stay. Goei responded and led Saburo to the backyard. As Saburo reached the door he suddenly turned back and deeply bowed to Che. Thank you, boss. Then he followed Goei inside. That night after dinner Che called the newly arrived Saburo to the yard. Saburo had already taken a shower and changed into clean clothes, looking much more spirited than in the afternoon. "You said you were in the Umbu?" Che asked. "Yes," Saburo nodded, "for 2 years." "Why were you expelled?" Saburo was silent for a few seconds. "There was a mission to hunt down a rogue ninja. We tracked him to a small village where the rogue ninja mixed in with the crowd. The captain ordered indiscriminate attacks, but I refused and let the rogue ninja go. The mission failed and I was expelled." Che looked at him. Manzo analysis indicated he was not lying. "Do you regret it?" Saburo shook his head. "I don't regret it. Those villagers were innocent." Che nodded. "All right. Starting tomorrow you and Guehei will take turns keeping watch. Don't waste the skills you learned in Umbu." Saburo was taken aback. "Boss, aren't you afraid that I—" "Afraid of what?" Che said, "Afraid you are an undercover agent. If you were an undercover you wouldn't choose this time to come. Yamada Heavy Industries just left, Kakashi just arrived, everyone knows my shop is being watched. Coming as an undercover now would be foolish." Saburo opened his mouth wanting to say something but couldn't find the words. Che stood up and patted his shoulder. "Work hard. As long as you don't betray me, we are family here." He turned and walked towards his room. Saburo stood there watching his figure. His eyes suddenly felt a bit warm. He hadn't heard the words, family, in 3 years. The night grew deep. Che lay in bed still thinking about the events of the day. Yamada Heavy Industries left, but they wouldn't just let it go. He knew that what he said today would definitely be reported back to Tanshin Kokoro. How that old lady would react was still uncertain. The matter of Xianlin has come to the attention of Shantian Heavy Industries. Once this news spreads, Danzo will inevitably find out. Preparations must be made in advance. And there's the new arrival Saburo. Coming from the Umbu, he will be useful. In the future the intelligence work can be entrusted to him. He turned over. The moonlight streamed in from the window and the yard was silent. Suddenly soft footsteps were heard outside. Then came the voice of Kurwa, "Saburo, you should sleep. I'll keep watch tonight." Saburo replied, "I can't sleep, I'll sit with you for a while." "All right." Je closed his eyes. With these people keeping watch he could sleep soundly. The next morning Je was awakened by a commotion. He got up and walked to the front shop, seeing Kurwa blocking someone. The person wore a green tight-fitting outfit topped with a bowl-shaped hairstyle and had an excited expression. "Boss. Boss. I'm here." It was Mike Guy. Je rubbed his eyes. "Guy. What are you doing here so early?" Guy rushed in, pulling out a shuriken from behind. "Look. The one you gave me last time, I've thrown it 3,000 times and it hasn't broken at all." Je looked at the shuriken and then at Guy. 3,000 times. Is this kid a monster? So, he asked. Guy exclaimed, "So I want to ask you to make me 10 more. No, make it 20. He pulled out a cloth bag and placed it on the counter. "I've brought the money." Joe opened the bag and took a look. It was filled with coins totaling only about 2,000 or 3,000 ryo. "What is this?" Guy scratched his head and chuckled. "I usually have no expenses, so I've saved up." Joe looked at him and suddenly laughed. "Fine. 20 shurikens, I'll give you a discount. But you'll have to wait a few days, I have work on my hands." Guy was overjoyed, nodding repeatedly. Great, however long it takes." He turned and ran, then stopped at the door and turned back. "By the way, boss, yesterday someone was being sneaky at my training spot asking if I bought weapons from you." I ignored him. Joe's eyes moved. "What kind of person?" "I don't know, dressed in black, didn't look like a good person." Guy said, "Be careful, boss. Call me if anything happens." Then he ran off. Joe stood in place watching his back. Black-clad individuals. Who else could it be? After Guy left, Joe stood behind the counter for a while. The black-clad individuals were inquiring about news at the training ground. Such individuals usually have one of two origins: either they are from Shantian Heavy Industries trying to get a red on him, or they are from Danzo eyeing his goods or people. Regardless of which, it's not a good thing. Kurwa, he called out. Kurwa ran out from the backyard. Boss. Go get Saburo. Kurwa was stunned for a moment but nodded and ran back. Soon Saburo followed him out, standing in front of Zhe. Boss, you called for me. Zhe looked at him. You were in Umbu, do you understand tracking and counter-tracking? Saburo nodded. I do. I have a task for you. Over the next few days, go out and see if anyone is inquiring about our shop, especially those in black clothing who seem suspicious. If you find anything, don't alert them, come back and tell me. Saburo's expression changed slightly, but he didn't ask why, he simply nodded. Understood. He turned to leave. Wait. Zhe called out to him. Saburo turned back. Zhe took out a small cloth bag from under the counter and tossed it to him. Take this. Buy some food and change your clothes. Your outfit is too conspicuous. Saburo caught the bag, opened it, and saw it contained dozens of ryo. He was momentarily stunned, wanting to say something, but his throat felt blocked. Go. Saburo nodded and turned to leave. Kurwa, watching from the side, couldn't help but ask, Boss, do you trust him? Not really. But it's worth a try. It's just right to see if he truly intends to stay. Around noon, Saburo returned. He had changed into ordinary coarse clothes, and indeed it was not easy to recognize him among the crowd. Boss. He walked up to Zhe, lowering his voice. I saw those kinds of people you mentioned. Zhe's eyes moved. Where? At the eastern end of the shopping street there's a tea stall. 2 people in black clothes have been sitting there all afternoon, keeping an eye on the street in trance. I pretended to buy tea and got closer to listen. They were inquiring about our shop. Zhe fell silent for a few seconds. What do they look like? One is tall and thin with a scar on his face. The other is short and chubby with a round face. They don't look like Konoha people, and their accents are a bit strange. A thought flashed through Zhe's mind. Tall and thin, short and chubby with a scar. Those 3 Chunin. No, those 3 are Konoha's patrolling ninjas, not the ones in black clothing. What else did they say? Saburo thought for a moment. I couldn't hear clearly. I only caught one phrase, something about the shop. Red hair. Red hair. Coming for Xianlin. Got it. Keep watching. Let me know if there's any movement. Saburo nodded and went out again. Zhe stood behind the counter, thinking rapidly. If they are really coming for Xianlin, that could be troublesome. People from Kusagakure. Not likely. Kusagakure is so far from Konoha, it's not worth sending people for a runaway child. It must be Danzo's people. That old man has indeed set his sights on Xianlin. In the evening an unexpected visitor arrived at the shop. It was Shizun. She was dressed casually, carrying a large bundle, and peered inside from the doorway. Boss Shindai. Zhe stood up from behind the counter, surprised to see her. Shizun. What brings you here? Shizun stepped in, placing the bundle on the counter, and sighed in relief. I finally found it. Your shop is really hard to locate. She opened the bundle, revealing packages of medicinal herbs. Here are the dragon gall blood flower and snake shedding spirit mushroom, each 1 gene. My master had someone bring them back from the land of fire. Zhe picked up a package and examined it. Wanzu analysis: dragon gall origin, bear country, age 3 years, quality superior, effects detoxification, particularly effective against certain poisons from Suna. Truly good items. How much do you want for them? He asked. Shizun waved her hand. No need for money. We agreed on an exchange. Those 5 surgical knives you provided are worth this amount. Zhe nodded, putting the herbs away. Is your master doing well? Shizun's smile faded slightly. Same old, same old. Always wandering around, always gambling, borrowing money from me when she loses. But recently it's been better. With your surgical knives she can perform surgeries more easily. Zhe looked at her. Wanzu analysis confirmed that she was speaking the truth. That's good to hear. Shizun looked around the shop and suddenly asked, are you taking in new people? Zhe was taken aback. What do you mean? I have a friend, Shizen said, also a medical ninja who has nowhere to go recently. She wants to find work. Joe looked at her. Wanzu analysis showed she wasn't lying, but this came a bit sudden. Your friend? What kind of person? Her name is Yano. She used to be from Sunagakure but left due to some issues. Now she's wandering around Konoha and I want to help her find a place to stay. Shizen looked at him, her eyes carrying a hint of pleading. She's very skilled in medical ninjutsu and can create poisons and antidotes. You sell medicinal items here, right? She would definitely be useful. Ja fell silent for a few seconds. A medical ninja from Sunagakure who can create poisons and antidotes. Sounds promising. But he already has 3 people here. Where would she stay if he took in another? Have her come by tomorrow, he said. I'll take a look at her. Shizen's eyes lit up. Great. I'll bring her tomorrow. She slung the empty bag over her shoulder and headed out. As she reached the door, she suddenly turned back. By the way, be careful of those 2 people watching from the tea stall. They kept looking this way while I was coming in. Then she left. Just stood in place watching her figure disappear into the twilight. Even Shizen noticed. What do those 2 black-clad individuals want? She called everyone to the yard. Kurwa, Kuroha, Saburo, and Xianglin. Today someone was watching us from outside. 2 individuals in black clothing watching from the afternoon until evening. Kurwa expression changed. Are they from Shantian Heavy Industries? Not sure, she replied. It could be or it might not be. He looked at Saburo. You continue to keep an eye tomorrow and see if they have any accomplices. Saburo nodded. Kurwa, Kuroha, you 2 will keep watch tonight. One for the first half of the night, the other for the second half. The 2 nodded. Xianglin, he looked at her, from tomorrow stay inside the house and don't come out. If you need to sense anything, do it from inside. Xianglin was taken aback but didn't ask why. She nodded. All right. She swept a glance over everyone. Everyone should stay alert these days. Report any unusual situations immediately. They all acknowledged and dispersed. She sat on the steps watching the night sky in the yard. The moon had not yet risen and it was very dark. He recalled a saying he had heard in his past life. Before the storm comes it is always the quietest. The next morning Shizen arrived with a woman named Yano. Yano appeared to be around 25 or 6, looking quite ordinary, dressed in an old kimono with her hair casually tied up. But her pair of eyes were very bright, carrying a scrutinizing gaze. Yano, original identity medical ninja from Sunagakure Chunin, reason for departure expelled for refusing to participate in human experiments, expertise medical ninjutsu toxicology antidote preparation, current status cautious alert but with no way out, potential special jonin medical specialty, initial loyalty value 50 due to Shizen's recommendation being at a dead end. You understood after reading this. What can you do? Yano looked at him, neither servile nor overbearing. Medical ninjutsu, creating poisons and antidotes, treating external injuries. I can neutralize most of Suna's poisons. She nodded. I have a condition here. Speak. 1 month trial period, includes meals and accommodations, 2,000 Ryo. If you perform well you'll be promoted to regular status, 3,000 Ryo plus bonuses. If you don't perform well you're out. Yano was silent for a few seconds. I heard there are a few strays here. Aren't you afraid I'm an undercover agent? Joe looked at her. Are you? Yano was taken aback for a moment and then shook her head. No. Then it's fine. You can stay. Yano looked at him, her expression somewhat complex. Aren't you going to ask me about my past in Sunagakure? Not asking. What happened in your past has nothing to do with me. In my place I only care about the present. Yano was silent for a long time. Then she nodded. All right. I will stay. Shizen, watching from the side, let out a breath of relief. That's great. You 2 chat, I'll leave first. She waved at Je and walked out. Je handed Yano over to Kuroha to arrange accommodation for her. Then he walked back to the front shop and sat behind the counter. Another one. He suddenly felt that this small shop was becoming more and more like a shelter. Around noon Saburo returned. He looked unwell. "Boss, those two black-clad individuals have disappeared." Chi's eyes moved. "Disappeared?" "Yes. They were still there in the morning. I was watching them and they sat at the tea stall all the time. Later I went to buy a bun and when I turned back they were gone." Chi fell silent for a few seconds. "Did you look around?" "I did. I scoured several nearby streets but didn't see them." Chi stood up and walked to the door looking outside. The street was bustling with people. Everything seemed normal. But he knew it wasn't normal. Those two had been watching all afternoon and the morning. They couldn't just disappear into thin air. Unless they discovered they were being followed. "Saburo, don't go out for the next few days. Stay in the shop." Saburo was taken aback. "But they've spotted you. It's dangerous if you go out again." Saburo's expression changed. "I'm sorry boss, I—" Chi interrupted him. "The Umbu tactics are enough to deal with ordinary people. But those two are not ordinary." He turned and walked back into the shop. "Everyone stay alert. There might be trouble tonight." That night Chi didn't sleep. He sat in the yard slowly polishing a shuriken in his hand. The moon had risen. Konoha was guarding the front shop. Konoha was on the roof and Saburo was in the corner of the backyard. The three of them guarded different places waiting for possible trouble. Xianglin was ordered to stay inside and not to come out. Time passed slowly. The moon climbed higher and higher. In the middle of the night suddenly a person appeared in the yard. He didn't walk in, he appeared out of thin air. Dressed in a black cloak, a tall figure with a scar running diagonally from his left eyebrow to his chin. It was Kakuzu. Chi didn't move, just watched him. "What brings you here so late?" Kakuzu walked up to him looking down. "Someone has set their sights on you." Chi's eyes shifted. "I know." "You don't know," Kakuzu said, "those two are from Danzo." Chi's hand paused. Indeed it was Danzo. "How do you know?" "I've lived for decades, I can tell what root members look like at a glance." Kakuzu paused for a moment. "They've set their sights on your little girl with red hair. The Uzumaki clan has been wanted by Danzo for a long time." Chi fell silent for a few seconds. "You came just to tell me this?" Kakuzu looked at him. "I came to remind you. Danzo's people are not to be trifled with. If you can't protect that girl, I can take her away. The Akatsuki organization needs sensing types." Chi raised his head and looked at him. "She is mine." Kakuzu stared at him for a long time. Then he nodded. "As you wish." He turned to leave. "Wait." Chi called out to him. Kakuzu turned back. Chi took out a small scroll from his pocket and threw it to him. "New stock. 50 shurikens with a chakra metal coating. For Haiden." Kakuzu caught it and took a look. "How much?" "No charge. Consider it a thank you for the reminder." Kakuzu was taken aback for a moment. Then he laughed and that scarred face actually showed a smile. "Interesting." He put the scroll away. "Next time you have trouble you can use this to exchange for my help." Then he vanished into the night. Chi sat in place looking at the empty yard. Danzo. He has finally come. Jing-in looked at him with a hint of pleading in her eyes. She is skilled in medicine and can create poisons and antidotes. Don't you sell medicine here? She must be useful. Che fell silent for a few seconds. A medical ninja from Sunagakure who can create poisons and antidotes. Sounds promising. But he already had 3 people here, where would he put another? Let her come tomorrow, he said. I want to see her. Jing-in's eyes brightened. Great. I'll bring her tomorrow. She slung her empty bag over her shoulder and walked out. Just as she reached the door she suddenly turned back. By the way, be careful of those 2 who are watching from the tea stall. They kept looking this way when I came in. Then she left. Che stood there watching her figure vanish into the dusk. Even Jing-in noticed. What did those 2 men in black want? Che called everyone to the courtyard. Gue Hei Gue by San Lang and Xiang Lin were all present. Someone has been watching us from outside today. 2 men in black watching from the afternoon until nightfall. Gue Hei's expression changed. Are they from Yamada Heavy Industries? Not sure, Che said, it could be or it might not be. He looked at San Lang. Keep an eye on them tomorrow, see if they have any accomplices. San Lang nodded. Gue Hei Gue by you two keep watch at night. One for the first half of the night, one for the second half. The two nodded. Xiang Lin, he looked at her, starting tomorrow stay inside and don't come out. When you need to sense anything, do it from inside the house. Xiang Lin was taken aback but didn't ask why, just nodded. All right. Che scanned everyone. Stay alert these days. Report any developments immediately. The group acknowledged and dispersed. Che sat on the steps looking at the nightfall in the courtyard. The moon had not risen yet and it was very dark. He recalled a saying from his past life. It is always the calm before the storm. The next day early in the morning, Jing Yin brought the woman named Jina. Yina appeared to be around 25 or 26, looking quite ordinary, dressed in an old kimono with her hair casually tied up. Yet her eyes were bright, carrying a scrutinizing gaze. Yina, former identity medical ninja from Sunigakure Chunin. Reason for departure: expelled for refusing to participate in human experimentation. Expertise: medical ninjutsu, toxicology, antidote preparation. Current status: cautious alert but at a dead end. Potential: special jonin medical specialization. Initial loyalty value 50 due to Jing Yin's recommendation being at a dead end. Che understood her situation after reading. What can you do? Yina looked at him, neither servile nor arrogant. Medical ninjutsu, poison creation and antidotes, treatment of external injuries. I can resolve most poisons from Sunigakure. Che nodded. I have a condition. What is it? A 1-month trial period, room and board included, 2,000 Ryo. If you perform well you will be promoted to 3,000 Ryo plus bonuses. If not, you leave. Yina fell silent for a few seconds. I heard that you have a few strays here. Are you not afraid I am an undercover agent? Che looked at her. Are you? Yina paused for a moment, then shook her head. No. Then it's settled, you can stay. Yina looked at him, her gaze somewhat complex. Aren't you going to ask me about my past in Sunigakure? I won't ask. Your past has nothing to do with me. Here I only care about the present. Yina remained silent for a long time. Then she nodded. All right. I will stay. Jing Yin watched from the side, relieved. Great. You two can talk, I'll take my leave now. She waved at Che and walked out. Che handed Yina over to Gue Bai to arrange her accommodation. Then he returned to the front shop and sat behind the counter. Another one. He suddenly felt that this little shop was increasingly resembling a shelter. At noon, San Lang returned. His expression was not good. Boss, those 2 men in black have disappeared. Chi's eyes flickered. Disappeared? Yes. They were there in the morning, I was watching them and they kept sitting at the tea stall. Then I went to buy a bun and when I turned around they were gone. Che fell silent for a few seconds. Did you search the surroundings? I did. I checked several streets nearby but didn't see them. Che stood up and walked to the door to look outside. The street was bustling with people, everything seemed normal. But he knew it wasn't. Those two had been watching all afternoon and through the morning, they couldn't just vanish into thin air. Unless they realized they were being followed. San Lang, don't go out these days, stay in the store. San Lang was taken aback. But they've spotted you. Going out again is dangerous. San Lang's expression changed. I'm sorry boss, It's not your fault. Che interrupted him, the techniques from the Umbu are sufficient to deal with ordinary people. But those two are not ordinary. He turned and walked back into the store. Everyone stay alert. There might be issues tonight. In the evening Che didn't sleep. He sat in the courtyard slowly polishing a kunai. The moon rose. Guehei was guarding the front shop. Guehei on the roof. San Lang in the corner of the back courtyard. The three watched their respective areas, waiting for any trouble that might come. Xiang Lin was ordered to remain in the house and not come out. Time passed slowly. The moon rose higher and higher. In the middle of the night suddenly a person appeared in the courtyard. He didn't walk in, he appeared out of thin air. Dressed in a black cloak, a tall figure with a scar that slashed from his left eyebrow to his chin. Orochimaru. Che did not move, he merely watched him. What brings you here so late? Orochimaru approached him looking down. Someone has set their sights on you. Chi's gaze shifted. I know. You don't, Orochimaru said. Those two are from Danzo. Chi's hand paused. So it was Danzo. How do you know? I've lived for decades, I can recognize root members at a glance. Orochimaru paused, they have their sights set on that little girl with red hair. The Uzumaki clan has been wanted by Danzo for a long time. Che fell silent for a few seconds. You came just to tell me this. Orochimaru looked at him. I came to warn you. People from Danzo are not to be trifled with. If you can't protect that girl, I can take her away. The Akatsuki organization needs sensing types. Che raised his head and looked at him. She is mine. Orochimaru stared at him for a long time. Then he nodded. Suit yourself. He turned to leave. Wait. Che called out to him. Orochimaru turned back. Che pulled out a small scroll from his robe and threw it to him. New stock. 50 kunai coated with chakra metal. For Haiden. Orochimaru caught it and took a quick look. How much? No charge. Consider it a token of thanks for your warning. Orochimaru was taken aback for a moment. Then he smiled as surprisingly a grin appeared on his scarred face. Interesting. He put away the scroll. Next time there's trouble you can use this to call me for help. Then he vanished into the night. Che sat in place staring at the empty courtyard. Danzo. He finally took action. The corner has left. The courtyard fell silent again with only the sound of insects chirping. Che sat on the steps still gripping the kunai that he had half polished. Moonlight glimmered on the blade casting a cold light. Tuanzo. He had known this day would come. From the moment Xianglin stepped into this shop he was aware. The bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, their perceptive talents, these things were treasures in the eyes of others but tools in Tuanzo's. The old man loved nothing more than to take gifted children into the root, brainwash them, train them and turn them into emotionless killing machines. Che lowered his head to look at the kunai in his hand. The blade was very shiny as he had polished it himself for half an hour. Suddenly he recalled how Xianglin had stood at the door hesitant to enter on her first day. She was so thin she looked like skin over bones covered in needle marks, her eyes filled with fear. Later she asked him, "Boss, you won't throw me away, right?" "No, I won't." This was not an empty promise. Soft footsteps approached from behind. Che did not turn around. "Can't sleep." Xianglin sat down beside him, hugging her knees. Ahem. She gazed at the night in the courtyard and softly said, "That person just now, he came again. Did you sense him?" Ahem. "I woke up as soon as he entered. His chakra is terrifying, but this time it wasn't as cold as last time." Che said nothing. Xianglin fell silent for a moment before suddenly asking, "Boss, what is he here for?" "To remind me. Someone has their eyes on you." Xianglin's body stiffened. "Is it someone from the grass village?" "No," Che said, "it's more troublesome than that." Xianglin lowered her head, looking at her hands. "Then will I drag everyone down?" Che turned his head to look at her. Moonlight illuminated her face, those emerald green eyes gazing at him filled with fear, unease and a hint of guilt. "No." Xianglin was taken aback. "But..." "No buts," Che interrupted her, "you are mine and no one can touch you." Xianglin opened her mouth wanting to say something, but her throat felt blocked. After a long time she finally whispered, "Thank you, boss." Che turned back to gaze at the courtyard. "Go back to sleep. There are things to do tomorrow. Xianglin stood up, walked a few steps and then turned back. Boss. You should sleep early too. Then she ran back to her room and shut the door. Che sat still looking at that door. After a while he stood up, walked under the shed, picked up a piece of iron material and placed it in the fire. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of hammering was particularly clear in the quiet night. Guei peeked his head out from the rooftop and looked down. Boss still working this late? Che didn't lift his head. Can't sleep. Guei didn't ask again, retreating to continue watching. Che hammered the iron piece, sparks flying. He was lost in thought. Tuanzo had his eyes on Xianglin. That was the first thing. Yamada Heavy Industries had not given up yet. That was the second. The two men in black had vanished inexplicably. That was the third. The three matters combined did not seem like a coincidence. He set down the hammer and flipped the iron block over. If he were Tuanzo wanting to target a shop under the protection of the third Hokage, how would he do it? He wouldn't act personally. The old man excelled at using others as tools. Yamada Heavy Industries was that tool. The two men in black did not disappear because they were discovered, but because their task was complete. They had already sent out information about Xianglin. Next they would just wait. Waiting for an opportunity, waiting for an excuse, waiting for a moment when the third Hokage could not intervene. Che put the iron block back into the fire. Preparation needed to be made in advance. Early in the morning Sanlang got up. He walked into the courtyard and saw Che still hammering iron under the shed and was taken aback. Boss, you didn't sleep all night. Che put down the hammer and wiped the sweat off his brow. I slept, just got up early. Sanlang looked at him, remaining silent. Che walked to the water tank, scooped up some water to wash his face, and after finishing he dried his face and looked at Sanlang. Did you know anyone from the route when you were in the Umbu? Sanlang's expression changed slightly. I knew a few, but we weren't close. What are they like? Sanlang thought for a moment. Troublesome. He said the root people do not follow rules. The Umbu at least has a process and a bottom line. The root has none. They take what they want directly. Anyone who dares to obstruct them is dealt with together. Che nodded. If they want to move against my people here, how would they proceed? Sanlang was silent for a few seconds. They won't come directly. That Tuanzo is best at using others as tools. He would first find an excuse, making you make a mistake or let someone else make a mistake for you. When your backing can no longer protect you, he would then act. Che looked at him. What kind of excuse do you think they would find? Sanlang shook his head. I don't know. But it definitely has to do with that red-haired girl. The Uzumaki clan has been on Tuanzo's radar for a long time. Che said nothing and turned to walk into the house. Let's eat. There is work to do after eating. After finishing the meal, a customer arrived at the shop. Not to buy something but to deliver a message. A young man in gray clothes stood at the door calling inside. Is Shindai Che here? Che walked out. It's me. The young man took out a letter from his pocket and handed it to him. Someone asked me to deliver this. Che took the letter and opened it to take a look. The letter contained only a single line. 3 p.m. Let's meet at the tea stall. Yamada. Yamada Heavy Industries. Che put the letter away. What about the messenger? He left. The young man said he just asked me to deliver the letter, nothing else. Che nodded, took a few coins from the counter and handed them to the young man. Thanks for your trouble. The young man waved his hand, not accepting it, and turned to leave. Guei leaned closer. Boss, what does that old man Yamada want to do again? Che looked at the letter in his hand. I don't know. Well, find out by checking. I'll go with you, Guei said. Che shook his head. No need. You stay and watch the shop. Let Sanlang come with me. Guei was taken aback but said nothing. Tea stall. This was a small roadside tea stall with a few tables and long benches selling coarse tea and snacks. There weren't many customers, just a few scattered people sitting around. By the time Che arrived, Yamada Heavy Industries was already seated at a corner table with a pot of tea and 2 cups in front of him. He saw Che and smiled, pointing to the bench opposite. Sit. Che sat down. Sanlang stood beside him, not sitting. Yamada Heavy Industries glanced at him, said nothing, and poured a cup of tea for Che. Drink tea. Che did not move. Get to the point. Yamada Heavy Industries put down the teapot, looking at him. All right. I'm here to tell you something. Speak. Someone has approached me. Yamada Heavy Industries lowered his voice. They want me to help get that red-haired girl of yours out. Chi's expression shifted. Who? Yamada Heavy Industries shook his head. I can't say. I can only tell you that the person has a significant background and offered high conditions. But I didn't agree. Che stared in silence for a few seconds. Why? Yamada Heavy Industries lifted his teacup and took a sip. Because while I want to swallow your business, I don't want to become someone else's blade. He set down the teacup. You know well how my warehouse is, and so do I. The third generation is protecting you, and I don't want to go against him. He looked at Che. But I can block it once, I cannot block it a second time. That person's reach is long, and sooner or later he will act himself. Che remained silent. Yamada Heavy Industries stood up, took something out of his pocket and placed it on the table. It was a business card. This is my last opportunity for you. If you want to cooperate, feel free to come to me. If you don't, just pretend I was never here. He turned and left. Che sat at the table staring at the business card. Sanlang quietly asked, Boss, the person he mentioned. Danzo. Sanlang's expression changed slightly. What should we do? Che picked up the business card, glanced at it and tucked it into his pocket. We'll discuss it later. Upon returning to the shop, Che called everyone to the backyard. Kurwa, Shiroi, Sanlang, Yano and Korin were all present. We're in trouble. Danzo has set his sights on Korin. The expressions of everyone changed. Kurwa instinctively tightened his grip on the machete. Boss, should we fight them? Che shook his head. We can't win. The roots are not something you can handle. He looked at everyone. But not fighting does not mean we won't defend ourselves. He turned to Yano. Can you make a poison that temporarily incapacitates people? Yano thought for a moment. I can. But I need materials. Write it down. I'll get it. He then looked at Sanlang. You're familiar with the roots' tactics. Think of a few counter plans over the next few days. Just in case they come hard, we need to be prepared. Sanlang nodded. Finally he looked at Korin. Korin's face was pale, but she bit her lip and held back tears. Che walked over, squatted down and looked at her. Are you scared? Korin shook her head, then nodded. A little. It's good to be scared. But remember, no matter what happens, don't run around, don't act alone. Stick with me, understand? Korin nodded vigorously. Understood. Che stood up and glanced around at everyone. From today on we will take turns keeping watch. Be doubly vigilant. When going out for tasks, at least 2 people should go together. If anyone notices anything unusual, report it immediately. Everyone replied in unison, yes. The night deepened. Che sat in the yard holding the business card, turning it over and over in his hands. It was hard to say whether Yamada Heavy Industries' visit today was sincere or feigned. But the information he provided was true. Danzo had indeed made a move. Next it would depend on how the other side played their cards. Footsteps approached from behind. Yano came over and sat down beside him. The material list is ready. She handed him a piece of paper. Che took it and glanced at it. There were 7 or 8 types of medicinal materials listed, some of which he recognized, others he had never heard of. Can these be obtained? Yano asked. Che nodded. Yes. I'll go find Shizen tomorrow. Yano looked at him and suddenly asked, Boss, why do you care about this matter? Che looked up. What do you mean? That little girl, Yano said, she's not related to you. Keeping her around will only bring trouble. If you send her away, Danzo won't have his eyes on you anymore. Che fell silent for a few seconds. And you, he asked, you're not related to me either. Why are you still here? Yano was taken aback. I am useful. She is useful too. And she came earlier than you. Yano looked at him silent. Che stood up and brushed himself off. In my place there's no such thing as useful or useless. If you're here you're my person. If my person gets into trouble I have to bear it. He turned and walked towards the house. Get to bed early. We have work to do tomorrow. Yano sat there watching his retreating figure. She suddenly remembered the look in the eyes of those people when she left Sunigakure. Like looking at garbage, like looking at a traitor, like looking at someone useless. But this person looked at her differently. She lowered her head gazing at the list in her hands. Then she stood up and went back inside. After waking up early, Che went to Shizun's place. Shizun lived in a small house near Konoha Hospital with medicinal materials drying outside and a smell of herbs in the air. When Che knocked on the door she was drying herbs in the yard. Kaminari boss, she said in surprise, what brings you here? Che handed her the list written by Yano. Can you obtain these medicinal materials? Shizun took a look and frowned. Most of these are materials for making poisons. What do you need them for? They are useful. Can you obtain them? Shizun was silent for a few seconds. Yes. But it will take time. How long? 3 days. Che nodded. How much will it cost? Shizun waved her hand. No charge. I haven't thanked you for finding Yano a place to stay last time. How is that girl doing here? Pretty well. She doesn't talk much but she works well. Shizun smiled. That's good. She's had a hard life. Meeting you is a blessing for her. Che did not respond. Shizun put away the list. Come back in 3 days to pick it up. Che nodded and turned to leave. Wait. Shizun called out to him. Che turned back. Shizun looked at him hesitating to speak. I've heard some things. She said softly, people from Danzo's side have been inquiring about you recently. Chi's eyes flickered. How do you know? There are Root's informants in the hospital, Shizun said, I heard it by chance. Be careful. Che was silent for a few seconds. Thank you. He turned and left. Shizun stood in the yard watching his figure disappear around the corner. Upon returning to the shop, Che had just walked in when Korin ran out from the backyard. Boss, that person is back again. Che was taken aback. Who? That. The one with the scar on his face. Kakuzu. Che walked into the backyard and saw Kakuzu standing under the shed looking at the blacksmithing tools. Back again. Kakuzu turned his head. Just passing by. Che looked at him and said nothing. Kakuzu walked up to him. I found out about those black-clothed people for you. You found out for me. Che was taken aback. Yeah, Kakuzu said, consider it a repayment for the last time. They are from the Root, specifically responsible for collecting gifted children. The red-haired little girl has already been registered. Within 10 days Danzo will make his move. Chi's expression darkened. 10 days. No more than 10 days, Kakuzu said, they work quickly. He glanced at Che. What do you plan to do? Che remained silent for a long time. Then he looked up and stared at Kakuzu. Help me send a message to Haiden. Kakuzu raised an eyebrow. What message? Ask him if he wants a batch of specially made weapons tailored for his evil god ritual. Kakuzu looked at him, surprise flashing in his eyes. What are you planning? Che did not answer. He merely gazed at the old tree in the yard, watching the sunlight filtering through the leaves. 10 days. That's enough. Jiaodu has left. Che stood in the courtyard gazing at the old tree motionless. Sunlight seeped through the gaps in the leaves, scattering a ground of fragmented gold. In the distance the sounds of the bustling street reached him, vendors shouting, children chasing and playing. Everything was as usual. But he knew it was different now. 10 days. At most 10 days. The people from Tuanzo would take action. Boss, the cautious voice of Guihei came from behind, that person just now. Jiaodu. Guihei swallowed hard. It was not the first time he heard this name, but every time he did his heart would still shudder. What does he want? To help. Che turned around looking at him. To help us. Guihei was stunned. Help us. That guy owes me a favor. Che walked towards the shed. That favor is being used up now. He reached the water vat, scooping some water to wash his face. The cold water splashed on his face, waking up his mind a bit. 10 days, not too long, not too short. Enough to do many things and enough to do nothing at all. He wiped his face and turned to look at Guihei. Gather everyone here. In the backyard, Guihei by San Lang and Yina stood in a line while Xiang Lin huddled in the corner on the steps, hugging her knees. Che stood before them. 10 days. At most 10 days the people from Tuanzhou will come. No one spoke. Guihei tightened his grip on the cleaver. Guihei's face turned pale. San Lang bowed his head, lost in thought, while Yina remained expressionless. Are you afraid? Che asked. Silence ensued for a few seconds. Guihei spoke first. Afraid. But what good is fear? Guihei nodded. Boss, you decide what to do. San Lang raised his head. I know some of the rules from the roots. They will scout before taking action, learning everyone's patterns of activity. We can use this. Yina looked at him. The medicine you had me prepare will be ready in 3 days. But it can only temporarily incapacitate someone, not enough to deal with a jonin. Che nodded, mentally processing this information. San Lang, keep an eye on the outside these days. See if there are any unfamiliar faces wandering nearby. If you spot them, do not raise alarm, just note their activity patterns. San Lang nodded. Yina, continue preparing the medicine. Let me know how to use it once it's ready. Guihei keep the shop open during the day and take turns keeping watch at night. When on duty, one person guards the first half of the night and the other takes the second half. San Lang will scout during the day and rest at night. Guihei and Guihei nodded. Finally Che looked at Xiang Lin. Xiang Lin, huddled on the steps, had a pale face. You. Come with me. Che led Xiang Lin into his room and closed the door. The room was small, with a bed, a desk and a cabinet. On the cabinet lay several pieces of iron materials and half-finished shuriken. Xiang Lin stood at the door, too afraid to step inside. Sit. Che pointed to the edge of the bed. Xiang Lin cautiously walked over and sat down. Che sat down opposite her, looking at her. Are you afraid? Xiang Lin nodded, then shook her head. Afraid. But not that afraid. Why? Xiang Lin thought for a moment and softly said, because the boss is here. Che looked at her, remaining silent. After a while he spoke, the people from Tuanzhou want you not to kill you but to capture you and turn you into their tool. Just like in Kyuzugaku. Xiang Lin's body trembled slightly. But I'm different. I won't let them take you away. Xiang Lin, for the next few days follow my instructions. First, do not go out alone. Second, be alert when sleeping at night and shout if anything happens. Third. He thought for a moment. If someone breaks in, no matter what happens, hide behind me. Do you understand? Xiang Lin nodded vigorously. I understand. Che stood up, walked to the cabinet, opened the door and took out something. It was a palm-sized old scroll with frayed edges. He returned and handed the scroll to Xiang Lin. What is this? A ninja technique scroll. It records a simple sealing technique. With the physique of the Uzumaki clan, learning this shouldn't be difficult. Xiang Lin took the scroll and opened it. It was densely packed with words and symbols, but most of it was incomprehensible. Can I learn this? You can. 10 days is enough for you to learn the basics. I don't ask you to use this against enemies, just hope it can save your life at a crucial moment. Xiang Lin held the scroll tightly in her arms, her eyes glistening with tears. Thank you, boss. Che waved his hand. Go ahead. If you don't understand anything, ask Yina, she knows some sealing techniques too. Xiang Lin nodded, stood up, walked to the door and suddenly turned back. Boss. You. Be careful too. Then she ran out. Che stood in place watching the door close. After a while he walked to the cabinet, opened the bottom drawer and took out an iron box. Opening the box revealed a stack of blueprints. These were sketches he had drawn over the past few days, including shuriken explosive tags and some more complex items. Portable armor, chakra conduction devices, specially designed traps. Originally he planned to make them slowly one by one. But there was no time left now. He pulled out the top blueprint and glanced at it. It was a design for arm guards that could be strapped to the arms, concealing 3 specially crafted shuriken that could be launched with the press of a mechanism. The shuriken were coated with the tranquilizing poison prepared by Hinata. Those hit would immediately lose their ability to move. He spread the blueprint on the table, took up the charcoal pencil and began to modify it. Outside the sound of metal clanging resumed. Guehei and Guehei exchanged glances but said nothing, continuing their work. Boss, there are 2 unfamiliar faces at the street corner. Che was hammering away under the shed when he heard this and set down his hammer. What kind of people? One is in his 30s wearing gray clothes, looking like an ordinary vendor, but his shoes. Those are standard ninja boots worn down at the soles. The other is in his 20s carrying a pole to sell vegetables, but his fingers have short nails and his palms have calluses from long-term knife handling. Che nodded. Keep watching. See if they change shifts, and when they do. San Lang responded and left again. Guehei leaned closer. Boss, are they from the roots? Spies. Scouts. He picked up the hammer again and continued to forge. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew. Soon silence came. She carried a large bundle which she placed on the counter as soon as she entered. The items you wanted. Che opened the bundle to find it filled with packages of medicinal materials. He picked up a package and Wanzeo Jia. She automatically displayed information. Paralysis herb, origin deep mountains of the fire country, effect contact with skin causes local paralysis, sufficient dosage can incapacitate the entire body. Shelf life 3 months. Sleep mushroom, origin land of rice. Effect ground into powder inhaled to induce sleep. Note the antidote is mint leaf boiled in water. There were 7 or 8 other medicinal materials all listed on Yina's list. Put away the burden completely. How much? Jing-Yin waved her hand. No money. As I said last time, it's a token of gratitude. She glanced around the store and lowered her voice. I heard someone has their eyes on you. Che looked at her. How do you know? It's been circulating in the hospital, Jing-Yin said. The informants at the root have been very active lately, as if they are looking into something. My master asked me to pass on a message. If you need anything you can find her. Che was taken aback. Kansho Ji. Yes, Jing-Yin nodded. Even though she doesn't like to meddle in others' affairs, she remembers you for helping me. Che fell silent for a few seconds. Please thank her for me. Jing-Yin nodded and turned to leave. Wait a moment, Che called out to her. Jing-Yin turned her head. Che took out a small box from the cabinet and handed it to her. The surgical knife from last time. This is the matching set. A set of 5 various sizes. Jing-Yin took it, opened it, and her eyes lit up. This. Take it and use it. If it breaks, come back. Jing-Yin hugged the box and looked at him. You are really strange. What's so strange about it? Helping others without asking for anything in return. But people like that often receive the most in the end. Then she left. Che stood in place watching her figure disappear around the corner. No asking for anything in return. He smiled slightly. It's just that the time has not yet come. In the evening Yinai brought over the prepared medicine. 3 small bottles, one with a clear liquid, one with white powder and one with black ointment. The clear one is a paralysis drug, just apply it to the weapons. It takes effect when it draws blood and paralyzes the entire body within 3 hours. Yinai explained as she pointed to each bottle. The white one is a sleeping powder which can be sprinkled in the air for people to inhale. The black one is an antidote that can resist the sleeping powder when applied under the nose. Che took the bottle and stored it. How long can it last? The paralysis drug is enough to coat 30 kunai, the sleeping powder can be used 5 times and the antidote is enough for 10 people. Che nodded. Thank you for your hard work. Yinai looked at him hesitating to speak. What do you want to say? Yinai was silent for a few seconds before speaking. Boss, you can actually hand me over. I'm not from Konoha and I can't go back to Sunigakure. If you hand me over, Danzo might not keep an eye on you anymore. Che looked at her. Do you think I'm that kind of person? Yinai said nothing. You were introduced by Jing Yin. You've worked here for a few days without stealing or robbing nor betraying anyone. With just these points you are mine. My people no one can touch. Yinai lowered her head. After a while she said softly, thank you boss. Then she turned and left. Che stood in place watching her figure. Another one. The fifth day San Lang brought more detailed information. 3 people. 2 tailing during the day, 1 at night. The 2 during the day are disguised as vendors and porters. The 1 at night is disguised as a night watchman making rounds every hour. Che nodded. What about the shift schedule? They change shifts at 7 in the morning and 7 in the evening. There is a 3-minute gap during the handover with both present and 1 not there. Che pondered. Can we figure out where they live? San Lang shook his head. We tried but lost them. They are very cautious and circled several times before returning. Che remained silent. San Lang looked at him and quietly asked, Boss, what should we do? Che stood up, walked under the shed and picked up a freshly made kunai. The blade was very shiny, he had sharpened it himself. Wait. Wait for them to make the first move. San Lang was taken aback. Wait. But. They are scouting, which means they are not ready yet. Once they are prepared they will naturally take action. At that time it will be our opportunity. He put down the kunai. For these few days just do what you need to do. Don't let them see that we have discovered them. San Lang nodded. Understood. Half an hour later an unexpected person came into the shop. He swaggered in carrying a 3-section scythe on his back, his silver hair glaring in the sunlight. Yo boss, long time no see. Che looked at him, his brows slightly furrowing. What brings you here? Kakuzu sent word that you are going to make me a special weapon. Haydn grinned widely. As soon as I heard I came right over. He walked to the counter and placed the scythe on it. First take a look at this, it worked well after the last repair but it's getting a bit loose again. Che picked up the scythe and examined it. 1 Zhao analysis. Haydn's 3-section scythe usage evaluation. Usage count about 50 times where status slight, where the joint needs oiling, rune status intact, maintenance suggestion clean, blood stains and oil to prevent rust. It's a small matter, half an hour. Haydn nodded, looking around the shop. Where's that red-haired girl? Chi's eyes shifted slightly. In the backyard. Call her out so I can take a look, Haydn said. Kakuzu said her sensing ability is quite good and I want to see if I can use her. Che looked at him and did not move. Haydn was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. Don't worry, I won't steal your people. Just want to take a look. Che shouted towards the backyard, Xiang Lin. After a while Xiang Lin peeked her head out from the backyard and upon seeing Haydn her face paled. Come here. Xiang Lin walked over cautiously, standing behind Che. Haydn sized her up. Are you from the Uzumaki clan? Your hair is quite red. Xiang Lin said nothing, just looked at him. Haydn observed for a while and nodded. Not bad. You've got guts to stand in front of me. He turned back to the counter and no longer looked at her. Xiang Lin sighed in relief and quietly retreated to the backyard. Che picked up the scythe and began to disassemble it. Haydn leaned against the counter watching his craftsmanship. Kakuzu said you wanted my help. Chi's hands did not stop. Yes. What is it? You'll know when the time comes. Just make the weapon. Haydn pouted. Fine, I guess I'm just sitting around anyway. He paused and lowered his voice. I heard someone is keeping an eye on you. Chi's hand paused for a moment. Did Kakuzu tell you? Yes, Haydn said. He said someone is trying to move against your people. Is that why you are looking for my help? Che said nothing. Haydn stared at him for a few seconds and suddenly laughed. Interesting. I could guess even if you didn't say it. That old coot from Konoha Danzo, right? Che raised his head and looked at him. Haydn grinned widely. Alright, I'll wait. When the time comes you just point and I'll cut whoever you want. For free. Half an hour later the scythe was repaired. Haydn took it, tried it out and nodded in satisfaction. When will the weapon be ready? In a few days. Alright. Haydn slung the scythe over his shoulder. I'll come to pick it up in a couple of days. I'll also check out what that old guy's people look like. He walked toward the door and suddenly turned back at the entrance. Take good care of that little girl. People from the Uzumaki clan have tough lives. Che stood still watching his figure disappear around the corner. Xiang Lin peeked out from the backyard. Boss, that person. He has left. It's fine now. Xiang Lin sighed in relief. Che turned around and looked at her. How is your sealing technique coming along? Xiang Lin hesitated for a moment and then softly said, I've learned a little. Show me. Xiang Lin nodded, walking to the center of the yard and forming hand seals. Chakra surged from her, forming a faint red circle in front of her. One Zhao analysis information automatically popped up. Basic sealing technique preliminary mastery. User Uzumaki Xiang Lin mastery level 60, able to perform basic sealing. Chakra consumption low, effect can seal small items, ineffective against people. After several days she reached this level. The physique of the Uzumaki clan is indeed extraordinary. Alright. Keep practicing. Xiang Lin nodded and withdrew her chakra. She looked at Che and suddenly asked, Boss, that person just now. Did you ask him for help? Che thought for a moment. Yes. Why? Che gazed at her. Because it might be necessary. Xiang Lin was taken aback and did not ask further. Che turned and walked toward the shed. Keep practicing. I will check tomorrow. On the night of the 7th day San Lang brought a message. Boss, they have moved. Che was forging metal and put down his hammer upon hearing this. Speak. The one on watch tonight changed shifts an hour early today. During the handover the two exchanged a few words and their expressions were off. Che fell silent for a few seconds. Have they discovered us? I don't know. San Lang said, but there is definitely a change. Che walked into the yard and looked up at the moon. The moon was full and bright. He turned and looked at San Lang. Starting tonight no one sleeps. Take turns keeping watch and wake everyone immediately if there is any movement. San Lang nodded. Go inform the others. San Lang disappeared into the night. Che stood in the yard looking up at the old tree. It was the 7th day. 3 days left. He lowered his head looking at his hands. These hands had forged metal, created shuriken and had taken lives. The last time in that abandoned fortress when the blood of the ghost crocodile splattered it was warm. He turned and walked back to the shed. The forge was still burning, casting a red glow around. He picked up a piece of iron and placed it into the fire, watching it slowly turn red. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of forging was exceptionally clear in the quiet night. Guei peeked his head over the roof looking down. Boss still not asleep? Che did not raise his head. You all keep watch, I will work. Guei did not say anything further and withdrew to continue watching the street. Che hammered the iron piece, sparks flying and landing on the back of his hand, burning small red spots. He did not flinch or stop. He was deep in thought. The arrangements with Fadewan had been made. In 3 days they would obtain weapons and then. He had not yet figured out what would happen then. But having someone useful was better than having no one. That guy Fadewan was crazy, but he kept his promises. He said he would help and he would help. The medicine from Jena was also ready. The paralysis medicine was applied to the weapons and sleeping powder was scattered in the air, all designed to incapacitate. While ineffective against Jonin, it was sufficient against Chunin and below. San Lang's surveillance continued. The activity patterns of the 3 scouts had been figured out, including shift times, handover locations and patrol routes, all noted down. Guei and Guei took turns keeping watch, operating normally during the day while rotating watch at night. Xiang Lin had already grasped the basics of the sealing technique. Though ineffective against people sealing a scroll or ninja tools was no problem. Everything was ready. But he knew it was not enough. Danzo would not send just a few chunin. If he acted, it would be at least a jonin leading the team, possibly even with Umbu support. Those people were not the kind that could be compared to ghost crocodiles if they were seasoned killers. He put down the hammer and picked up the piece of iron that had taken shape, examining it. One Zhao analysis, half-finished kunai material, high carbon steel, current status needs tempering and sharpening, suggestion local tempering can increase blade hardness to HRC 60. He placed the iron back in the fire and continued to heat it. Footsteps approached from behind. Yena walked over and stood beside him. Can't sleep? Che did not turn around. Aren't you also unable to sleep? I heard the sound of forging, so I came out. She looked at the forge, the flames casting flickering light on her face. Boss, when do you think Danzo's people will arrive? Che thought for a moment. Within 3 days. Why? Because they have already been probing for 7 days. Che said, all the information that could be gathered has been gathered. Waiting any longer will only increase the risk of exposure. Yena nodded. So what should we do? Che looked at her. Are you afraid? Yena shook her head. I'm not afraid. I've seen worse things in Sunigakure. Che did not ask her what those things were. Yena spoke up. There was an elder in Sunigakure who liked to experiment on people. He gathered a group of wandering ninjas and locked them in a basement, testing poisons, medicines, and various things. I refused to help him and was kicked out. What happened to those people later I don't know. But I do know that if they fell into Danzo's hands, their fate would not be better than theirs. Che looked at her. One Zhao analysis showed she was not lying. So you won't fall into Danzo's hands? Yena was taken aback. Che turned back and continued forging. My people, no one can touch them. Yena stood in place watching his figure. After a long while she turned and left. In the morning, as Che opened the shop door, he saw a person standing at the entrance. Kakashi. He leaned against the door frame, lazily flipping through that book that never seemed to end. So early. Kakashi lifted his eyelids and glanced at him, closing the book. Just passing by. Che looked at him and said nothing. Kakashi walked into the shop and looked around. How's business lately? It's fine. Kakashi nodded, walked to the counter and took out a few kunai from his ninja tool bag, placing them on the counter. These need maintenance. Che picked them up to examine. One Zhao analysis, Kakashi's dedicated kunai post-use evaluation, usage count approximately 20 times, where condition slight, wear on the blade coating intact, special marks, one of them has dried blood stains. Come pick them up in the afternoon. Kakashi nodded but did not leave. He leaned against the counter watching Che. I heard you have been preparing something lately. Che's hand paused for a moment. Who told you that? Kakashi did not answer. Someone asked me to pass on a message. No matter what you plan to do, don't go too far. The third Hokage may protect you, but he cannot protect everything you do. Che fell silent for a few seconds. I understand. Kakashi looked at him and suddenly lowered his voice. And there's one more thing which I added myself. Che raised his head. Kakashi's eyes peeked out from beneath his mask, locking onto his gaze. If something goes wrong, don't force yourself. Call for help if you need to and run if you have to. Life is more important than pride. He then turned and walked away. Che stood there watching his figure disappear around the corner. Life is more important than pride. He smiled slightly. This truth was something he understood even in his past life. Boss, that person has come again. Xianlin ran over. Che was taken aback. Which one? The one with silver-white hair. Kakashi. Wasn't he just here? Che walked to the door and glanced outside. Sure enough, Kakashi was standing across the street talking to a person dressed in gray. That person. Sanlang had described him, one of the spies disguised as a merchant. Chi's gaze shifted. Kakashi exchanged a few words with that person, then turned to leave. The person stood still watching Kakashi's retreating figure, his expression unreadable. After a while that person also walked away. Che stood at the door watching the scene. Xianglin leaned closer. Boss, is that person a bad guy? Che did not answer. Go back. Don't come out. Xianglin nodded, running back to the backyard. Che remained there for a moment longer before turning back into the shop. Before long Sanlang returned. His expression was not good. Boss, something has happened. Che put down what he was working on. Speak. The spy disguised as a merchant just spoke with a silver-haired person. Later I checked. That silver-haired person is Kakashi. Che nodded. I know. Sanlang was taken aback. You know. I saw it, Che said. What did they talk about? Sanlang shook his head. I didn't hear. But I felt something was off. After that spy spoke with Kakashi, his expression changed. It seemed like. He breathed a sigh of relief. Che fell silent for a few seconds. Kakashi talking to a root member. Impossible. Though lazy, Kakashi wasn't that kind of person. If he really wanted to harm himself, he wouldn't go through so much trouble. Unless. That person is not from root. Sanlang froze. Not. Kakashi wouldn't speak with a root member. That person is either from the Umbu or a spy of the third Hokage. Sanlang's expression changed. What should we? It's fine. Keep an eye on them. Let's see if they change shifts tonight. Sanlang nodded, turning to leave. Che stood in the courtyard looking at the old tree. If it's a spy of the third Hokage, then it gets interesting. What does that old man want to do? That night the moon was dimmer than the night before. Che sat in the courtyard slowly polishing a short knife he had just made. The blade was bright, glinting coldly. This was one of the 3 short knives made for Haiden. The size, weight and rune placement were all crafted according to his specifications. It was coated with a tranquilizer that would incapacitate anyone it drew blood from. Of course Haiden wouldn't need this. What he wanted was something that could draw blood, not a tranquilizer. But Che applied it anyway. Just in case. Footsteps approached from behind. Xianglin came over and sat beside him. Can't sleep. Xianglin shook her head. It's not that I can't sleep. I just wanted to sit with you for a while, boss. Che looked at her. The moonlight illuminated her face and her emerald green eyes were fixed on him. How is your sealing technique practice going? Xianglin thought for a moment. It's a little better than a few days ago. Sister Yano said that in a few days I will be able to seal the little thing. Che nodded. Keep practicing. Xianglin responded and didn't leave. She gazed into the night of the courtyard and suddenly asked, Boss, when do you think Danzo's people will come? Che fell silent for a few seconds. Soon. Xianglin lowered her head, looking at her hands. Will I drag everyone down? Che turned his head to look at her. No. Xianglin raised her head. But. No buts. I told you you are mine. No one can change that. Xianglin looked at him, her eyes slightly red. Boss. Enough, Che interrupted her. Go back to sleep. We have things to do tomorrow. Xianglin nodded and stood up. After taking a few steps she suddenly turned back. Boss. Be careful too. Then she ran back to her room and closed the door. Che sat there watching that door. After a while he lowered his head and continued polishing the short knife. The blade was bright. In the early hours of the 9th day Sanlang woke Che. Boss, they have arrived. Che instantly became alert. How many people? 4, Sanlang whispered, 1 Jonin and 3 Chunin. They are at the tea stall at the street corner waiting for something. Che got up, dressed and went to the courtyard. Guebai and Guehong were already there, armed. Yano also came out holding several vials of medicine. Che glanced at them. Are you afraid? Guebai grinned. Afraid of what? We've been waiting for them for several days. Guehong nodded. Boss, you decide what to do. Che looked at Sanlang. When did they arrive? About an incense stick ago, Sanlang said. They haven't moved since they came, just sitting at the tea stall. Che thought for a moment. Wait. Goeibai was startled. Wait. Che said. They are waiting for someone. Once that person arrives, we strike together. He walked under the awning, picking up the few short knives he had just made. Hayden's weapons were not yet delivered. But tonight they might need to be used first. He turned and looked at everyone. Everyone hide well. When they come and watch for my signal. The others nodded, each finding a place to hide. Che tucked the short knives into his waistband and moved to the front of the shop, standing behind the counter. The shop was dark without any lights. Only the moonlight streamed in through the door, casting a silver path on the ground. He stood there waiting. Time passed slowly. The street was quiet with only the sound of insects chirping. Suddenly footsteps came from the street corner. More than one person. Chi's hand rested on the short knife at his waist. The footsteps grew closer. Then a figure appeared at the shop's door. The moonlight illuminated him, revealing a familiar face. Silver hair masked dead fish eyes. Kakashi. Che was stunned. Kakashi looked at him and sighed. I knew you wouldn't be sleeping. He walked into the shop and glanced around. Are you all hidden? Come out, we're not here to cause trouble. Che remained still. Kakashi gazed at him. The third Hokage sent me. The few root members have already been sent away by me. Chi's expression shifted slightly. Sent away? Kakashi said. The old lady from the Uzumaki clan came forward. She talked with the third Hokage for an entire afternoon, and in the end it was decided that root members will not come here anymore. Che fell silent for a few seconds. Why? Kakashi looked at him. Because of your little girl with red hair. The third Hokage said that the remnants of the Uzumaki clan should be protected by Konoha. If Danzo wants to move against her, he must first pass through him. Che stood still, silent. Kakashi walked up to him and patted his shoulder. All right, don't be so tense. It's all over now. He turned and walked outside. As he reached the door, he suddenly turned back. By the way, the third Hokage knows about your request for Hayden's help. Chi's body stiffened for a moment. Kakashi looked at him, a hint of a smile in his eyes. He said, next time you need outside help, give a heads up first. There are still people from Konoha alive. With that he left. Che stood there gazing at the empty doorway. The moonlight streamed in, casting a silvery glow on the ground. Behind him there came the rustling of footsteps. Kurwa, Shiroi, Saburo, Yano and Karen emerged one by one from their hiding spots, standing behind him. No one spoke. After a long while, Karen quietly asked, Boss. Is it really over? Che turned to look at her. The moonlight shone on her face, revealing the fear, unease and disbelief in her bright green eyes. It's over now. Karen stared at him in daze. Then she cried silently, tears streaming down her face. Che said nothing, simply standing there watching her. Kurwa and Shiroi exchanged glances and quietly stepped aside. Saburo lowered his head, lost in thought. Yano walked over and embraced Karen. The yard was quiet, only the sound of insects buzzing. Kakashi had left. Che stood in the shop gazing at the street illuminated by the moonlight. The street was empty, not a single shadow in sight. The root members had indeed vanished, and the tea stall had closed, leaving only a few empty tables and long benches by the roadside. Behind him came the muffled sounds of crying. Karen, held by Yano, was shaking her shoulders but remained silent. She dared not make a sound, fearing to disturb others and cause trouble for the boss. Che turned around to look at her. The moonlight filtered through the window, falling on her, that small figure curled up in Yano's embrace. Don't cry anymore. Karen looked up, her eyes red and tears still on her face. Boss. I told you it's over. Che walked over, squatting down in front of her. Crying doesn't suit you. Karen was momentarily stunned. Doesn't suit what? Doesn't suit someone from my shop. People from my shop don't cry. Karen looked at him, blinking her eyes. Then she raised her sleeve and vigorously wiped her face. "Two won't cry anymore." Che nodded and stood up. "Go to sleep. We have work to do tomorrow." Karen nodded, stood up and walked towards her room. After taking 2 steps she suddenly turned back. "Boss." "Thank you." Then she ran into her room and closed the door. Che stood still watching the door. Yano walked over and stood beside him. "Boss, is it really over?" Che said nothing. After a moment he spoke, "Do you believe it?" Yano was taken aback. "What?" "What Kakashi said. The root has retreated, Danzo won't come anymore." Yano looked at him, her eyes filled with uncertainty. "You mean? If he really feared the third Hokage, there wouldn't be a root in the first place." He turned and walked into the courtyard. "Keep watch tonight. Kurwa, Shiroi, Saburo take turns." The 3 responded affirmatively. Che entered his room and closed the door. The next morning as Che opened the shop door he saw a figure standing outside. It wasn't Kakashi nor anyone from the root but a middle-aged man he had never seen before. Dressed in a fine kimono, wearing round-framed glasses and holding a folding fan. Upon seeing Che he smiled slightly. "Godai, boss. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance." Che looked at him. Unknown man, identity Danzo's personal secretary, root desk worker, power assessment, Chunin, current mood calm, confident with a hint of condescension, purpose to convey a message from Danzo, a person from Danzo. Che remained still. "What is it?" The middle-aged man smiled, pulling out a note from his pocket and handing it over. "Lord Danzo asked me to convey a message. What happened last night was a misunderstanding. Those subordinates acted without permission and have already been dealt with. This is an apology." Che took the note and glanced at it. Inside was a silver note worth 500,000 ryo. He closed the note and looked at the middle-aged man. "Is that all?" The middle-aged man nodded. "That's all. Lord Danzo hopes that Godai boss won't take it to heart. We all make a living in Konoha and harmony brings wealth." Che fell silent for a few seconds. "Harmony brings wealth." He returned the note. "You can take this back." The middle-aged man's smile froze. "Godai boss, what does this mean?" "It means nothing. Just telling you that I don't need this little money." He looked into the middle-aged man's eyes. "Go back and tell Danzo whether his people come or not, I don't care. But anyone from my shop, whoever touches them will die." The middle-aged man's expression changed. "Godai boss, are you threatening Lord Danzo?" "Not a threat. Just a reminder." He took a step back, leaning against the doorframe. "Those few from last night were the subordinates who acted without understanding, you mentioned right. They came to scout for 7 days, figured out everyone's activity patterns in my shop and then prepared to act. Is this called acting without understanding?" The middle-aged man was silent. Che continued, "Now that they have retreated, you come with 500,000 ryo claiming it's an apology. But let me ask you, what if they hadn't retreated? What if they really acted last night? At that time would you have brought 500,000 ryo as compensation?" The middle-aged man's expression darkened completely. "Godai boss, you need to watch your words." "Watch my words?" Che looked at him. "You come to my doorstep to tell me to watch my words." He turned his body straight and took a step forward. "Go back and tell Danzo if he wants something, just come take it. Don't send some lackeys to scout, and don't bring 500,000 ryo to pretend to be a good person. I won't fall for that." The middle-aged man stared at him for a long time. Then he put the note away and turned to leave. Che stood there watching his figure disappear around the corner. Kurwa peeked his head out from the back courtyard. "Boss, that person. From Danzo. Come to deliver a gift." Kurwa was taken aback. "Deliver a gift? Then you sent it back." Che turned to walk back. "Tell the others to keep watch tonight." Kurwa expression changed. "Are you saying?" "Yes. It's not over. Boss, something's happened." Saburo returned from outside. Che, who was forging, put down his hammer upon hearing this. "What is it?" That bespectacled man after leaving here went to the root's contact point in Konoha. He stayed for a short while. Che nodded. And then he went to the Hokage building. Saburo lowered his voice. He stayed inside for half an hour. Chi's eyes flickered. The Hokage building. Going to see the third Hokage. Did you see his expression when he came out? Sanlang pondered for a moment. I can't tell. But after he came out he walked very quickly as if he were pressed for time. Che fell silent for a few seconds. Keep watching. Report if anything happens. Sanlang nodded and turned to leave. Che stood in place watching the flames beneath the shed. The flames flickered, casting a red glow around. What did Danzo send someone to find the third Hokage for? To complain? Impossible. That old man never engages in such useless matters. Pressuring him? Possible. But what could he use to apply pressure? Those people from last night were his subordinates. If this escalates it wouldn't look good for him. Unless he has some leverage that could make the third Hokage yield. Che thought for a long time but couldn't come up with anything. However, he knew one thing. Today was just the beginning. In the evening an unexpected visitor arrived at the shop. It was Shizune. Her face looked unwell as she immediately pulled Che towards the backyard. Something has happened. Che followed her to the backyard and stood still. What happened? Shizune lowered her voice. Danzo came to see my master. Che was taken aback. Tsunade. Yes, Shizune nodded. He sent a message saying that Konoha needs medical talent and wants to invite my master back. The condition is that he can help her resolve some troubles. Che looked at her. What troubles? Shizune fell silent for a few seconds. My master owes a lot of gambling debts. Some of those creditors are spies from the root. Che understood. Danzo was using the gambling debts to blackmail Tsunade. If he could settle those creditors, Tsunade would owe him a favor. If Tsunade owed him a favor, she wouldn't help Che anymore. What did your master say? Shizune shook her head. She didn't agree, but she didn't refuse either. She said she would think about it. Che fell silent for a few seconds. Thank you for coming to tell me. Shizune looked at him. What do you plan to do? Che didn't say anything. After a while he spoke. You should go back for now. If something comes up I will find you. Shizune nodded and left. Che stood in the yard looking at the old tree. That old fox Danzo was indeed not so easily let go. On the surface he withdrew his people, but secretly he was doing these small maneuvers. The 500,000 Ryo was fake, but seeking Tsunade was real. He turned and went back under the shed to continue blacksmithing. Clang clang clang. In the evening after dinner Che called Sanlang over. There's something I need you to do. Sanlang nodded. What do you need? Investigate what industries Danzo has under his control, Che said. Business houses, land, trade channels, anything will do. The more detailed the better. Sanlang was taken aback. What do you want this for? Che looked at him. If he wants to move against my people, then I will move against his money. Sanlang's expression changed slightly. Understood. He turned and left. Che sat in the yard gazing at the moon. Tonight's moon was dimmer than last night's, its edges somewhat blurred. Guihei walked over and sat down beside him. Boss, do you think we can win? Che did not answer. After a while he spoke. Do you know what is the most important thing in business? Guihei thought for a moment. Good goods. No. It's knowing when to enter and when to retreat. Danzo wants to move against me because he thinks I'm easy to bully. Once he realizes I'm not easy to deal with, he will retreat. Guihei looked at him. So when will we let him know? Che smiled. Soon. The next morning Sanlang returned. He was holding a stack of papers filled with writing. Boss, I found out. Che took the papers and flipped through them page by page. One Zhao analysis automatically activated, recording the information on each page. Industries under Danzo's name: 3 shops on the commercial street, 2 herbal medicine shops, 1 ninja tool shop. A manor on the outskirts of Konoha covering 20 acres with farmland and forest. 2 commercial houses in the capital of the fire country dealing in grain and cloth. A mine on the border of the river country producing iron ore. 3 underground banks providing loans and money laundering. Several intelligence networks not included as formal industries but with fixed funding. Che finished reading and set the stack of papers down. Well done. Sanlang sighed in relief. Boss, how do we proceed? Che thought for a moment. Let's start with those 3 shops on the commercial street. He looked at Sanlang. How's business in those 3 shops? Sanlang flipped through his records. The herbal medicine shop is doing okay, but recently it's lost quite a bit of business to the hospital where Shizun is. The ninja tool shop is average, their goods aren't as good as ours. Che nodded. All right. I understand. Sanlang looked at him wanting to ask something but refrained. You should go rest. We have more to do tonight. Sanlang nodded and turned to leave. Che sat behind the counter looking at the stack of papers. Danzo, that old fox, has quite a few industries. But just because he has many industries doesn't mean they're stable. Some industries rely on the influence of the root. Some industries are maintained through underhanded means. Once these things are exposed, they are finished. He picked up a charcoal pencil and circled a few places on the stack of papers. Then he stood up and walked to the backyard. Guehei, come with me for a bit. Guehei put down his work and followed. Where to? To the commercial street. On the commercial street people came and went. Che took Guehei and strolled in front of the 3 shops. The first shop was a herbal medicine shop. The storefront was decent, but there weren't many customers. A few staff members stood behind the counter yawning out of boredom. The second shop was also a herbal medicine shop. It was slightly smaller than the first but well located at the street corner. A few customers were inside picking herbs. The third shop was a ninja tool shop. The store was quite large with shelves piled high with goods. Che walked in and took a look. The shuriken and kunai were all ordinary items, none of which caught his eye. A chubby shopkeeper approached. What can I help you with? Che looked around. Just browsing. He walked around the shop, picked up a kunai and examined it. Wanzhou analysis automatically displayed information: standard kunai material, low quality iron, insufficient purity. Craftsmanship, cast not forged. Price listed at 800 ryo. Estimated cost about 300 ryo. Che put down the kunai and turned to leave. The shopkeeper shouted from behind, aren't you buying something? Che ignored him. As he walked out of the shop, Guehei came over. Boss, how was it? Che thought for a moment. Where do those 2 herbal medicine shops get their supplies? Guehei shook his head. I don't know. We'll have to investigate. Che nodded. Have Sanlang check when we get back. He turned and headed back. Halfway he suddenly stopped. Across the street a person was standing. Wearing glasses, dressed in a kimono, holding a folding fan. It was Danzo's secretary. He also saw Che, smiled slightly and turned to disappear into the crowd. Guehei's expression changed. Boss, that guy. He knows we're here. Guehei tightened his grip on the machete. Should we take action? Che shook his head. No need. Let him see. He continued walking forward. It's better to see it first. Later that evening, Che called Sanlang over. Have you found out about the supply sources of those 2 herbal shops? Sanlang nodded. Yes, I found out. It's a business called Qian Chaotang located in the capital of the Fire Nation. They monopolize most of the herbal materials in the northern part of the Fire Nation. Che pondered. Who's backing Qian Chaotang? Sanlang shook his head. I can't find out. That business is very mysterious and only collaborates with a few major clients. Che was silent for a few seconds. Fine. I understand now. Sanlang looked at him. Boss, what should we do? Che did not answer. He walked under the shed and picked up a freshly made short knife. The blade was bright and the runes were deep. For Fidoin's weapon only 2 more were needed. Early in the morning as Che opened the shop door he saw someone standing outside. It was not Danzo's secretary nor Kakashi but a man wearing a tattered cloak and a straw hat obscuring his face. He stood motionless at the entrance. Che looked at him. Wanzhou analysis automatically activated. Unknown man power assessment unable to fully analyze chakra concealed identity suspected member of root current emotion calm waiting purpose unclear Che remained still. The man raised his head revealing an aged face. It was Danzo. Che's pupils constricted sharply. Danzo looked at him and smiled faintly. Boss Shindai. Long time no see. He walked into the shop glancing around. It's not a big place but it's quite tidy. Che stood in place unmoving. Danzo walked to the counter picked up a kunai inspected it and then set it down. I heard that you refused my goodwill. Che looked at him. Are you referring to the 500,000 Rio? Danzo nodded. That was my goodwill. I am disappointed that you did not accept it. Che remained silent for a few seconds. You came personally just to say this. Danzo turned to look at him. I came to see what kind of young man could earn Kakashi and the third Hokage's respect. He scrutinized Che his gaze lingering on him for a few seconds. Not bad. You have courage and wit. Unfortunately. You are unaware of the current situation. Che looked at him silent. Danzo stepped closer standing before him the 2 men facing each other less than 3 steps apart. I know you are investigating my enterprises. That herbal shop Qian Caotong and the mine. You have found them all. Chi's eyes flickered. How do you know? Danzo chuckled. There is nothing about Konoha that I am unaware of. He stepped forward slightly. Young man, you want to touch my money, right? Che said nothing. Danzo looked at him, a hint of admiration in his eyes. Good. Knowing how to approach money is far better than those fools who only know how to fight. But you have forgotten one thing. What thing? Danzo leaned in closer, lowering his voice. My money is not so easy to touch. Those 2 herbal shops are backed by the daimyo of the Fire Nation. Qian Caotang is a business owned by Tsunade's relative. That mine has shares from Sunagakure. He took a step back looking into Chi's eyes. Why don't you give it a try? Che remained silent for a long time. Then he smiled. Danzo was momentarily taken aback. What are you laughing at? Che looked at him. Danzo, did you come today just to tell me this? Danzo did not reply. Che took a step forward. You are telling me this because you are afraid. Danzo's expression shifted slightly. Afraid? Yes, Che said, you are afraid I will really touch your money. You are afraid that what I have found is not just this. You are afraid I will expose those unsightly matters to the third Hokage. He looked into Danzo's eyes. So you came personally to try to intimidate me. Danzo stared at him silent. Che continued, but you forgot one thing. What thing? Che smiled. I am not afraid of you. The shop fell silent for a few seconds. Danzo looked at him, his gaze changing repeatedly. Interesting. Truly interesting. He turned to leave. As he reached the door he suddenly stopped. Shindai Che, I remember you now. Today's matter ends here. I won't touch your people, but do not touch my things either. This is the last time. Then he left. Che stood in place watching his figure disappear at the street corner. Guihei rushed out from the backyard. Boss. Are you alright? Che shook his head. I'm fine. Guihei sighed in relief. That person just now. Danzo. Danzo. What did he come for? Che looked outside. To concede defeat. Guihei was stunned. Concede defeat. Yes, Che said, he is afraid I will really touch his money, so he came personally to negotiate terms. He turned and walked back inside. From today on we are safe. Guihei stood there in a daze, unable to respond for a long time. Yano peeked her head out from the backyard. Boss, really? Che nodded. Really? He walked under the shed and picked up the unfinished short knife. Faiduan's weapon still needed to be completed. But now there was no rush. Xianglin ran out from the house standing in the yard and looking at him. Boss. Che turned his head. Xianglin looked at him, her eyes red again. Thank you, boss. Che smiled. Get back to work. In the afternoon Faiduan arrived. He swaggered into the shop and tossed a scythe onto the counter. Where's the goods? Che brought out the 3 short knives from the backyard and placed them on the counter. Faiduan picked them up, examining each one. The blades were bright, the runes deep, and the sizes just right. He tried them out, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad. He put the short knives away and looked at Che. I heard Danzo came by. How do you know? Che's gaze shifted slightly. Faiduan grinned. Kakuzu told me. He said that old man came to find you and left in disgrace. He patted Che on the shoulder. Well, you are the first to make Danzo concede defeat. Che said nothing. Faiduan looked at him and suddenly lowered his voice. That batch of weapons is your payment for me, right? Che looked at him. Faiduan laughed. I knew it. You asked me for help but didn't use it. Is this weapon a compensation? Che shook his head. Not compensation. It's a deposit. Faiduan was taken aback. Deposit? Yes, Che said, next time I need your help don't refuse. Faiduan looked at him, suddenly bursting into laughter. Interesting. So interesting. He tucked the short knives away, slung his scythe over his back and walked to the door. Just as he reached the door he suddenly turned back. If anything comes up next time just say it directly. It's free. Then he left. Che stood still watching his figure. Xianglin peeked her head out from the backyard. Boss, did that person come again? Yes, Che said, he came to pick up the goods. Xianglin looked at him. Boss, are we safe now? Che thought for a moment. For now we are safe. Xianglin nodded. That's good. She ran back to the backyard to continue practicing her sealing technique. Che stood in the shop looking outside. People were coming and going on the street, everything was as usual. He suddenly recalled Danzo's parting words. This is the last time. Is it? He smiled. Whatever. If he comes, he comes. He turned and walked to the backyard. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of hammering began again. Xianglin crouched in the yard staring at the stone before her. The stone was the size of a fist, gray and unremarkable, much like any random stone one might pick up from the roadside. However, she had been staring at it for a whole incense stick's worth of time, not blinking once. Yinai passed by and stopped to glance at her. Still not getting anywhere. Xianglin shook her head, remaining silent. Yinai crouched beside her looking at the stone. You need to concentrate your chakra, don't let it disperse. Try placing your hand on it first and feel the texture of the stone. Xianglin placed her hand on it and closed her eyes. Chakra surged from her palm, slowly enveloping the stone. Don't rush, Yinai said. Take it slow, bit by bit. Xianglin frowned, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. The stone shifted slightly in her palm. Then with a loud crack a seam appeared in the middle. Xianglin opened her eyes, looking at the fissure, feeling somewhat disheartened. It cracked again. Yinai chuckled. Better than yesterday. Yesterday it shattered at a touch, today it only cracked open a seam. She stood up and patted Xianglin on the head. Take your time. Sealing techniques cannot be rushed. Xianglin nodded, switched to another stone and continued practicing. Yinai walked back under the shed to gather herbs and continue her potion making. In the yard only the sound of metal clanging remained. Guehei sat at the front door basking in the sun. People passed by on the street, everything as usual. The spies disguised as vendors were no longer present. The tea stall's owner had changed to a new face and the windows of the two-story building at the street corner were closed. He stretched lazily and yawned. Guehei poked his head out from inside the shop. Bro, if you're tired just go sleep. I'll keep watch. Goei waved his hand. Not tired. It's nice to soak in the sun. Goei walked out and sat beside him. Bro, do you think that old man Danzo really won't come? Goei pondered for a moment. The boss said it's safe for now, so it must be safe for now. Goei looked at him. What about later? Goei did not respond. After a while he spoke, we'll talk about future matters later. As long as the boss is around, what is there to be afraid of? Goei nodded. The two sat at the door soaking in the sun. San Lang stood at the street corner watching the two-story building. The windows were closed, the door locked, and no one was at the entrance. He had already stood there for an incense stick's worth of time unmoving. A vendor selling candied hawthorns passed by him and glanced at him. Brother, waiting for someone? San Lang shook his head. Not waiting for anyone. Just taking a break. The vendor nodded and continued on. San Lang's gaze followed him for a few seconds before he withdrew it. The vendor's hands bore calluses at the base of his thumb, not from gripping candied hawthorn sticks but from wielding a knife. Are they back again? He stood in place, continuing to stare at the building. Yinai put away the prepared herbs into the cabinet and wiped her hands. She walked into the yard, seeing Xiang Lin still practicing with the stone. She had already switched out 3 stones, each one cracked. Xiang Lin's hair was damp with sweat clinging to her face, yet she did not stop. Yinai approached and sat beside her. Take a break. Xiang Lin shook her head. Just a little longer. Yinai watched her. Why are you pushing yourself so hard? Xiang Lin thought for a moment. I don't want to be a burden to everyone. Yinai remained silent for a few seconds. You're no longer a burden. Xiang Lin looked up at her. Yinai smiled. Do you know why the boss took you in? Xiang Lin shook her head. Yinai said, it's not because you can sense chakra. It's because you are a child. Xiang Lin was taken aback. A child? Yes. Children should be protected. It is only right for adults to protect children. Xiang Lin lowered her head, looking at the stone in her hand. After a long while she quietly said, but I want to protect everyone. Yinai looked at her, saying nothing. Xiang Lin lifted her head. Once I master the sealing technique, I will be able to protect everyone. Yinai smiled. Then continue practicing. She stood up and started to walk back. After taking a few steps, she suddenly turned around. Xiang Lin. You are already one of us. Xiang Lin was stunned. Yinai smiled and turned to leave. Xiang Lin stood there watching her figure. Then she lowered her head and continued practicing with the stone. By evening, Che emerged from under the shed, wiping off his sweat. Goei dashed in from the front. Boss, someone sent a letter. He handed over an envelope. Che took it and opened it. The letter contained only one line. Tomorrow afternoon, let's meet at the tea stall. Yamato. Che put the letter away. Goei leaned in. Yamato Heavy Industries. What does that old man want again? Che thought for a moment. I don't know. We'll find out when we go. Goei looked at him. I'll go with you. Che shook his head. No need. You stay here and watch the shop. He pondered for a bit. Let San Lang come with me. The next afternoon at the tea stall. It was still the same roadside tea stall, still the same corner. When Che arrived, Yamato Heavy Industries was already seated there, a pot of tea and 2 teacups before him. He saw Che and smiled, pointing to the stool across from him. Sit. Che sat down. San Lang stood beside him, not sitting. Yamato Heavy Industries glanced at him but said nothing, pouring a cup of tea for Che. Drink tea. Che picked up the teacup and took a sip. Speak your mind. Yamato Heavy Industries set down the teapot and looked at him. I've heard about the situation with Danzo. Che remained silent. Yamato Heavy Industries continued, it's not easy to come out of his grasp unscathed. I underestimated you. Che looked at him. You came today just to say this. Yamato Heavy Industries shook his head. I came to discuss cooperation. He pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket and placed it on the table. This is 30% of Yamato's shares. You take this and from now on you'll have the final say on Yamato's goods. Che glanced at the paper but did not move. What do you mean? Yamato Heavy Industries looked at him. It means I admit defeat. He leaned back in his chair. Your skills, your courage, your connections, I cannot compare to any of it. Rather than wait for you to swallow me whole, I might as well take the initiative to step back. From now on Yamato and your shop will operate in cooperation. Profits will be split 50-50. Your goods will go through my channels and my shop will sell your items. What do you think? Che remained silent for a few seconds. Then he picked up the paper and took a look. 10,000 crafts analysis. Share transfer agreement. Transferor Yamato Heavy Industries. Transferee Kamishiro Che. Transfer share 30% of Yamato. Additional conditions none. Authenticity real and valid. He set the paper down looking at Yamato Heavy Industries. Have you made up your mind? Yamato Heavy Industries nodded. Yes, I've made up my mind. Che smiled. All right. I accept. Yamato Heavy Industries was taken aback for a moment, then smiled as well. He extended his hand. To a pleasant cooperation. Che shook his hand. To a pleasant cooperation. Returning to the shop, Che placed the paper in the cabinet. Guehei leaned in. Boss, did that old man really admit defeat? MHM. From now on Yamato will cooperate with us. Guehei was taken aback. Cooperation? Yes. A 50-50 profit split. His channels, my goods. Guehei opened his mouth, speechless for a long time. Guehei ran out from the backyard. Brother, what happened? Guehei looked at him and smiled foolishly. Are we going to get rich? Che ignored them and walked into the yard. Xiang Lin was still practicing with that stone. The stone floated slowly in her palm, suspended in midair. She opened her eyes, looked at the stone and suddenly exclaimed, Boss. I succeeded. Che looked at her. The stone hovered in the air, spun around and then gently returned to her hand. 1 Zao Analysis Simple Sealing Technique Minor Success Spellcaster Xian was Xiang Lin Mastery Level 75 Conceal Small Items Chakra Consumption Low Effect Conceal Items the size of a fist. Not bad. Xiang Lin's eyes narrowed with a smile. I can protect everyone now. Che looked at her, a slight smile on his lips. Continue practicing. He turned and walked towards the shed. Behind him came the laughter of Xiang Lin along with the bickering of Guehei and Guehai. Yina came out of the house, standing at the door watching everything. She suddenly remembered the day she left Sunagakure standing alone at the village entrance, unsure of where to go. Now she knew where to go. Soon Kakashi arrived again. He leaned against the door frame holding that little book that seemed never-ending. I heard Yamata Heavy Industries has given you shares. Che nodded. The news travels fast. Kakashi flipped through the book. The third Hokage wanted me to pass on a message. Che looked at him. What did he say? He said well done. Che was taken aback. Kakashi closed the book and looked at him. You managed to make Danzo concede defeat and Yamata Heavy Industries willingly offer shares. You're unique in Konoha. In the future, if there's anything, you can go directly to the third Hokage. No need for roundabout ways. Then he left. Che stood there watching his figure disappear into the night. Guehei peeked out from the backyard. Boss, what did he say? Che thought for a moment. Nothing. He turned and walked back. Get to bed early. We have work to do tomorrow. The night deepened. Che sat in the yard looking at the old tree. There was no sound coming from Xiang Lin's room, she was already asleep. There was also no sound from Guehei and Guehbei's room nor from Yina and San Lang. Only he sat alone. He suddenly recalled a saying he heard in his past life. Once you've won, someone will come to seek cooperation with you. Yamata Heavy Industries had come. Danzo temporarily retreated. Who would be next? He didn't know. But he understood this was just the beginning. He stood up, walked to the shed and picked up a kunai he had just finished making. The blade was shiny, polished by his own hands. He returned the kunai, turned around and went back inside. Tomorrow there were many things to do. Meanwhile, in a basement somewhere in Konoha, Danzo sat under dim lighting with a person kneeling in front of him. Did you find out? The kneeling person lowered his head. I found out. That Shindai indeed came from an orphan background with no connections. But his abilities were quite unique. He could see the flaws in any ninja tool and even improve them. Danzo was silent for a few seconds. He has taken in several wandering ninjas and a little girl from the Uzumaki clan. That little girl has strong sensing abilities. Danzo nodded. Got it. You may leave. The kneeling person exited. Danzo sat there alone, staring at the shadow on the wall. Shindai. An orphan without a background, daring to oppose him and managed to retreat unscathed. Interesting. He stood up, walked to the wall and looked at the map hanging there. Konoha was vast, but few names stuck in his mind. Shindai was one of them. He turned back to his desk, picked up a pen and wrote a few words on a piece of paper. Then he folded the paper and placed it in the drawer. There was no rush. But one day, early in the morning, just as the sky brightened and the streets were still empty, Che was already beneath the shed. The furnace fire was blazing, casting a red glow all around. He stepped on the pedal and the gravity hammer rose and fell, the clanging sound echoing far into the morning air. Xiang Lin squatted beside him, staring at the stone in front of her. The stone was the size of a fist, grayish, not much different from herself. Chakra surged from her palm, slowly wrapping around the stone. The stone moved slightly, then wobbled and floated in midair. She did not open her eyes, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. The stone spun in the air once, twice, then landed steadily back in her hand. She opened her eyes, looking at the stone with a mix of surprise and joy. Che did not stop his work, but the corner of his mouth twitched. It's more stable than yesterday. Xiang Lin smiled, placing the stone back on the ground, and continued practicing with the next piece. Guei was sweeping the yard, the broom sweeping over the ground with a rustling sound. Yina came out of the house carrying a dustpan filled with freshly cut medicinal herbs. She walked to the shed, spreading out the herbs to dry. Has that girl been practicing all morning? She asked. Che nodded. Yina glanced at Xiang Lin but said nothing and turned back into the house. Guei came in through the door, yawning. No one is on the street yet. I'll switch with Guei for a nap. Che nodded. Guei walked to the yard and patted Guei's shoulder. Guei put down the broom and returned to the house. Guei took the broom and continued sweeping. Everything was as usual. But today felt a bit different. Because the people from Yamada had come. Two middle-aged men stood at the door. One had a round face, smiling, dressed in an exquisite kimono. The other had a long face, serious, dressed in dark robes. The round-faced man glanced inside and raised his voice. Is Boss Shindai here? Che walked out from the backyard. Yes. The round-faced man smiled and cupped his hands. I am Lin, the manager of Yamada. This is Gao, in charge of accounts. Boss Yamada sent us to discuss the cooperation. Che nodded, letting them in. Manager Lin looked around the store, nodding while observing. The place isn't big, but it's tidy. These goods. He picked up a kunai and looked at it, somewhat incredulous. Did you make this? Che confirmed. Manager Lin clicked his tongue. Good stuff, really good stuff. No wonder Boss Yamada is willing to offer shares. The serious-faced manager stood beside him, keeping a stern face, but his gaze kept moving over Che, up and down as if appraising something valuable. Che ignored him. Manager Lin set the kunai down, smiling. Boss Shindai, we are here today mainly to finalize the details of our cooperation. Boss Yamada's intention is that your goods will go through our channels and our store will also sell your products. The first batch of orders includes military supplies for the capital of the Fire Country, 500 kunai, 300 explosive tags to be delivered in a month. After he finished speaking, he looked at Che. After some thought, Che said 500 kunai, 300 explosive talismans in 1 month. At this moment the shopkeeper Gao interjected coldly, Lin, your question is unnecessary. How many people are there in this shop? How much can be produced in a month? 500 kunai. Can he do it alone in a year? He looked at Che with a condescending gaze. Boss Shindai, I'm not looking down on you, but business must be grounded in reality. If you can't handle it, just say so and we'll find someone else. Che stared at him, remaining silent. Lin the shopkeeper tried to mediate. Gao speaks bluntly, don't take it to heart, Boss Shindai. He's only looking out for Shantian House. Che nodded, I understand. He looked at the shopkeeper. Gao, I can handle 500 kunai. Gao scoffed, handle it? What will you use to do that? That's my concern. Gao's expression darkened. Boss Shindai, we are here to discuss cooperation, not to play riddles. If you say you can handle it, there must be an explanation. If you fail to deliver on time and it affects Shantian House's business, who will bear the loss? Add a clause when we sign the contract. What? If I fail to deliver, threefold compensation. Gao was momentarily taken aback. Che continued, if I can deliver when you come to connect, please speak more politely. Gao's face turned red. Lin quickly held him back. Enough. Since Boss Shindai dares to make a promise, he must have confidence. Gao, we are here to cooperate, not to pick fights. Gao shoved Lin's hand away, glaring at Che for several seconds before turning and leaving. Lin sighed and cupped his hands at Che. Don't take it to heart, Boss Shindai. That's just his temperament, he doesn't submit to anyone. I'll talk to him when I get back. Che said it was fine. Lin exchanged a few more pleasantries before taking his leave. As soon as they left, Guehei poked his head out from the backyard. Boss, what's that Gao character? His nose is almost in the sky. Don't mind him. Guehei also came out. Boss, 500 kunai, 300 explosive talismans in 1 month. Can we really finish it? Che replied that they couldn't finish it. Guehei was stunned. Then what did you just? We can't finish it, but someone will help us. Che took out a silver note from under the counter. Where's Sanlang? Guehei said he's sleeping in the backyard, he kept watch all night. Che told him to wake him up. Sanlang quickly came out, rubbing his eyes. Boss. Che handed him the silver note. Take this and find a few reliable blacksmith shops. Let them handle the rough work, we'll do the core components ourselves. Tell them there will be long-term work in the future and the price is negotiable. Sanlang stared at the silver note, dumbfounded for several seconds. Boss, are you trying to bring the blacksmiths of the entire my here? Che affirmed. What if they learn from us? They won't be able to steal it. The core stuff is in my head. Sanlang looked at him and smiled. Alright, I'll go right now. He turned and left. Guehei scratched his head. Boss, if we subcontract, how much can we earn? Half. Guehei's eyes widened. Guehei beside him counted on his fingers 500 kunai with a profit of 500 liang each. Half is. He couldn't calculate it. Guehei slapped his head. Stop calculating, it's a lot anyway. Just as Sanlang left, more people entered the shop. It was Shizun. When she entered, Xianglin was practicing sealing techniques in the courtyard. Shizun glanced at her, pausing her steps. This girl is progressing quite quickly. Che asked what brought her here. Shizun lowered her voice, I have something important. She approached the counter, looked around to ensure no one was there, and then spoke. There are people from Sunagakure asking me to convey a message. Chi's eyes shifted slightly. Who? Temari Shizun said, the daughter of the Kazakage. Che remained silent. Shizun continued, she wants to order a batch of specialized items, mechanical parts for puppets and containers for poison. They are short on this in Sunagakure and want to find someone outside to do it. She is at the border of the Land of Fire and said if you are interested she would like to meet. Che thought for a moment. When? No rush. She is waiting for your response. I have her contact information, once you set a time I'll help you convey it. Che nodded. Understood. Before Shizun left, she glanced at Xianglin again. This girl could be trained by me in the future. Medical ninjutsu cannot be neglected. Xianglin looked up, her eyes lighting up. Shizun smiled and left. In the afternoon, Xianglin sat at the door, eyes closed. This was her daily work, sensing the chakra around her. People came and went on the street, various chakras swept past her mind. Most were quite ordinary, a small portion had some interest but none stood out significantly. Then she opened her eyes. Che happened to come out from the backyard and saw her expression. "What's wrong?" Xianglin said. "The building at the street corner has someone living in it again." Che paused his steps. "Can you sense who it is?" Xianglin shook her head. "Too far. I can only tell it's one person. Their chakra is very cold, but it's not the same as the last one. He seems to be asleep." Che walked to the door and glanced down the street. The two-story small building had its doors and windows tightly shut, making it impossible to tell if anyone was inside. "Can you sense his strength?" Xianglin thought for a moment. "Stronger than Guihei, weaker than Kakashi." "Probably. Similar to the last cold person." Che nodded. It was someone from Danzo. They had come again. But he said nothing, only stating keep an eye on him. Xianglin nodded and closed her eyes again. After a while she secretly opened her eyes and glanced at Chi's back. The boss hadn't told her to hide. He only said keep an eye on him. Suddenly she felt that she was no longer that child who needed protection. She lowered her head, smiled slightly and continued to sense. In the evening Mizuki arrived. He stood at the door smiling amiably. "Boss Shindai, is it convenient to talk?" Che let him in. Mizuki entered the shop, looked around and then focused on Che. "I want to work here." Che looked at him saying nothing. Mizuki smiled wryly. "I know this sounds abrupt. But I really have no other choice. My position at the ninja school is about to collapse. Someone is watching me because a few of my students have caught the attention of the root. After I intervened once I made enemies. So you came here to hide?" Mizuki shook his head. "Not to hide. I want to find a place to stay. You have Kakashi and the third Hokage backing you. Danzo wouldn't dare act. If I work here they wouldn't dare to openly cause trouble for me." He looked into Chi's eyes. "I know you don't trust me. But I can prove myself." Che was silent for a few seconds. "A 3-month probation period. If you do well you stay, if not you leave." Shueimu was taken aback for a moment, then deeply bowed. "Thank you, boss." After he left, Xianglin peeked out from the backyard. "Boss, that person." Che looked at her. "His chakra is a bit chaotic," Xianglin said. "It seems like there are two voices fighting within him. One speaks the truth and the other speaks lies." Che nodded. Understood. He had a grasp of the situation. As the sun was setting, Che sat in the courtyard. Guihei was guarding the entrance. Guibai was tidying up tools. Sanlang had not returned yet and Yena was inside teaching Xianglin to identify herbs. He leaned against the wall watching the old tree, replaying the events of the day in his mind. On the Yamadaya side, the manager with the surname Gao would definitely report back, but Manager Lin would suppress it. An order for 500 kunai subcontracted out would allow him to earn half and bind the blacksmith shop in Konoha to his ship. The news brought by Jingyin indicated that Sunagakure was not in a hurry and could wait a few days for a response. The fact that Handoru came personally showed that this matter was significant. Whether they would meet and how to discuss it needed careful thought. On Shuaima's side, they would first use him, letting Xianglin keep an eye on him. That guy had ambition but also ability. If used well he could be a weapon, if not he could cause harm. Tuan Zhang's people came again, but this time they were just watching and did not take action. This indicated that the old man had not given up yet but also did not dare to act recklessly. He stood up and walked to the shed. Xianglin peeked out from the house saying, "Boss, it's time to eat." The aroma of food wafted through the courtyard. Che said he was coming. He turned around to walk back. At the same moment, in a basement somewhere in Konoha, Tuan Zong sat under dim light with a figure in black standing before him. "Has that building been occupied again?" "Yes. As per your instructions, we are only observing and not engaging." Tuan Zong nodded. "That Shueimu went to find Kamizukasa Che today. Did he go by himself?" "Yes. He mentioned he wanted to work in a different place." Tuan Zong fell silent for a few seconds. "Keep an eye on him. If he gets too close to Kamizuka-Che. He did not finish his sentence. The man in black understood. Understood. The man in black exited. Tuanzong sat alone watching the shadows on the wall. Kamizuka-Che. When Che woke up, the sky was not yet fully bright. He lay in bed staring at the ceiling for a few seconds, mentally reviewing the tasks for the day. He needed to keep an eye on the subcontracting with Yamadaya, and since it was Shuima's first day, he had to come up with a response regarding Sunagakure as well as the new occupants in that building at the street corner. He turned over, got dressed and pushed open the door. The courtyard was quiet. The fire in the shed was still burning, a flame he had sealed before sleeping last night, and it was now flickering robustly. He walked over, added a few pieces of coal and placed the iron materials inside. Light footsteps were heard behind him. Xianglin emerged from her room, rubbing her eyes. "Boss, you're up so early." Che didn't turn around, saying, "Can't sleep." Xianglin shook her head, squatting beside him watching the fire. "I woke up." She did not speak further, just squatted there. Che also remained silent, waiting for the iron materials to heat up. After a while Xianglin suddenly spoke, "Boss, about that person yesterday." "Shuimu." Xianglin nodded. "Will he come today?" Che said he would. Xianglin fell silent for a few seconds, then quietly said, "His chakra is really chaotic. I don't mean to say anything bad about him, it's just he is quite different from others." Che looked at the fire. "How is it different?" Xianglin thought for a moment. "Normal people have one voice, he has two. One speaks the truth and the other speaks lies. Both are speaking, making it hard to tell which is real." Che nodded. "Understood. Just continue to watch him." Xianglin acknowledged. The iron materials had turned red. Che used tongs to pull them out, placing them on the anvil and stepping on the pedal. The heavy hammer lifted and fell, clanging, sending sparks flying. Xianglin took a step back but did not leave, squatting beside and watching. When the sun rose, Sanlang returned. He looked good and headed straight to the backyard. "Boss, it's done." Che put down the hammer and wiped his sweat. "How many?" "4." Sanlang took out a piece of paper from his pocket. "The old blacksmith shop on East Street, Wang's on West Street, Glin's in the south, and that small shop at the village entrance. All have been negotiated. They will take the rough work and we provide the materials, paying per piece." Che took the paper and looked at it. 1 Zao analysis. Old Chen's blacksmith shop on East Street, experienced 30 years as a blacksmith, equipment old forge, manual hammer, production capacity 20 kunai blanks, daily reputation good, an old shop used by the third generation. Wang's on West Street, experience 15 years, equipment new forge, hydraulic hammer, production capacity 30 blanks, daily reputation average, reasonable prices. The other two shops are similar. Che put the paper away. "What were the prices negotiated?" "As you suggested, it's 20% higher than the market price," Sanlang said. Once they heard about the long-term cooperation, they were all willing. Che nodded. "Well done." Sanlang grinned, suddenly recalling something, lowering his voice. "By the way, boss, when I was outside I saw that guy with the surname Gao." Chi's gaze shifted. "The one from Yamadaya?" "Yes," Sanlang said. "He was talking to a few people and it didn't seem like business. I watched him a bit longer and he didn't notice me." Che thought for a moment. "What kind of people were they?" "Dressed in gray, 2 of them, both quite burly. They looked like thugs." Che remained silent. Sanlang looked at him. "Boss, should I investigate further?" Che shook his head. "No need. He won't stir up any trouble." When Shuimu came, it was just around noon. He had changed into plain clothes and his hair was tied back, looking more refreshed than yesterday. Standing at the door, he did not enter directly but glanced inside first. Xianglin was sitting on a small stool at the door, eyes closed. Hearing footsteps, she opened her eyes and looked at him. Shuimu smiled at her. Xianglin did not smile, just stared at him. Shuimu did not mind stepping in. "Boss." Che was organizing the accounts behind the counter and glanced up at him. "You're here." Shuimu nodded. Che set down the account book and walked to the courtyard, calling out, "Everyone come over." Gue by Sanlang and Yena quickly gathered. Xianglin also ran in from the door standing behind Che. Che pointed at Shuemu. This is the new guy Shuemu. He has been to the ninja school and will help with external affairs and business negotiations from now on. He looked at Shuemu. These are the ones you should get to know. Guihei and Guibai the guards. Sanlang handling external tasks. Yena medical. Xianglin sensing. Shuemu clasped his fists smiling amiably. Thank you all for your guidance. Guihei looked him up and down but did not speak. Guibai smiled and nodded. Sanlang stared at him, his gaze lingering on his face for 2 seconds before moving away. Yena remained expressionless, merely responding with an mm. Xianglin stood behind Che silent, but her eyes were fixed on him. Shuemu sensed it and glanced back at her. Xianglin did not dodge, just looking at him. Shuemu smiled and turned back. Let's familiarize ourselves with the environment today. Sanlang, take him around and explain the rules. Sanlang nodded. Follow me. The two walked to the backyard. Upon reaching the door, Shuemu suddenly turned back. Boss, there's something I don't know whether to say or not. Che looked at him. Shuemu lowered his voice. I saw someone watching from that building at the street corner. I saw it when I came in. Che remained silent. Shuemu nodded and followed Sanlang inside. In the evening, Jingyin came again. This time she wasn't empty-handed. She carried a large bundle and placed it on the counter. I brought you some good stuff. Che opened the bundle, revealing packets of medicinal herbs and several scrolls. Analysis by Wanzhao. Special poison sample from Sand Hidden. Source: Jingyin obtained it through special channels. Types 3. Effects: paralysis, sleep, lethal poison. Note: lethal poisons require special storage. Fragment of puppetry mechanism blueprint from Sand Hidden. Source: same as above. Completeness 40. Value can be referenced but needs to be completed. Che raised his head and looked at Jingyin. Where did this come from? Jingyin lowered her voice. It was brought by a person from Shoju. They said it's a gesture of goodwill. Che fell silent for a few seconds. What does she want? She hasn't said yet. Jingyin shook her head. She said we would talk when we meet. Che put the items away. When will we meet? She is at the border of the land of fire and can come at any time. You set the time. Che thought for a moment. 3 days later. Jingyin nodded. All right, I'll have someone relay the message. She turned to leave but suddenly remembered something and turned back. By the way, where's that girl? Che shouted towards the backyard. Xianglin. Xianglin ran out. Jingyin looked her up and down. Starting tomorrow, come to the hospital every morning to find me. I will teach you some basic medical ninjutsu. Xianglin was taken aback and looked at Che. Che nodded. Xianglin's eyes lit up and she bowed to Jingyin. Thank you, Sister Jingyin. Jingyin waved her hand and left. In the evening after dinner, Che called Shuemu to the yard. After a day of wandering, how do you feel? Shuemu smiled. It's more interesting than school. Che looked at him. Did Sanlang explain the rules to you? Shuemu nodded. He did. Don't ask what you shouldn't, don't look at what you shouldn't, and don't say what you shouldn't. There's one more thing. Shuemu looked at him. I won't ask what you've done before. But once you're here, don't engage in those past activities. Shuima's smile faded slightly. Boss, your words. I didn't say what you've done before, Che said, just a reminder. He looked into Shuima's eyes. As long as you don't betray me while you're here, you're one of us. Shuemu remained silent for a few seconds. Then he nodded. Understood. After he left, Xianglin poked her head out from her room. Boss. Che walked over. His chakra is still chaotic. Xianglin said softly, it's more chaotic than yesterday. Che nodded. Got it. He turned and walked back. After taking a couple of steps, he suddenly stopped. Can you sense when he is the most chaotic? Xianglin thought for a moment. When he talks. When he speaks with others, it's the most chaotic. Che nodded and returned to the house. The night deepened. Che sat in the yard gazing at the old tree. Moonlight poured down, casting mottled shadows of leaves on the ground. He replayed the events of the day in his mind. The package deal was settled and the 4 blacksmith shops were tied to the ship. On the Yamada side, the Gao family was up to some small tricks, but they couldn't stir up much. On Shuima's side, Xianglin's sensing was accurate. That guy had something on his mind, but it was hard to tell if he was friend or foe for now. From Sand Hidden Shoju would arrive in 3 days and he needed to figure out how to negotiate. And that building at the street corner. He raised his head and glanced in that direction. The windows were dark and nothing was visible. But Xianglin said someone was inside. He stared at that window for a long time. Then he stood up and went back to sleep. Meanwhile, in that building at the street corner, a figure in black stood by the window watching the shop across the street. The shop's door was closed, the yard was pitch black and nothing could be seen. But he knew that person was inside. Kamizai Che. He remembered this name. Soft footsteps approached from behind. Did you see clearly? The figure in black did not turn around. I saw clearly. A young man, a few drifters, and a little girl with red hair. The voice fell silent for a few seconds. What did Lord Danzo say? The figure in black turned around, looking at the person in the darkness. Keep watching. Wait for an opportunity. The person in the dark nodded. Then he vanished into the night. The figure in black turned back and continued to watch the closed shop door. The next day, Xianglin stood at the door of the Konoha hospital looking at the door. It was open and there were people moving inside with the smell of medicine wafting out. She had been here once before, accompanied by Jingyin. At that time she had nothing to think about, with Jingyin guiding her. Now Jingyin was inside and she was outside. Taking a deep breath, she walked inside. The corridor was bustling with people, patients in hospital gowns, nurses carrying trays, hurried doctors. She sidled and trying not to bump into anyone. Xianglin. Jingyin poked her head out from one of the rooms and waved at her. Xianglin quickly walked over. Jinjian's room was small, with a table, a few chairs and various medical tools hanging on the wall. On the table were several scrolls and some bottles. Sit. Jingyin pointed to a chair. Xianglin sat down. Jingyin looked at her and smiled. Nervous? Xianglin nodded and then shook her head. Jingyin did not ask further. She picked up a scroll from the table and handed it to her. This is the basics of medical ninjutsu. Take a look, and if you have questions, ask me. Xianglin took the scroll and opened it. It was densely packed with text and some diagrams of human meridians. She found it challenging but read it word by word. Jingyin was organizing the herbs nearby, occasionally glancing at her. After a while, Xianglin looked up. Sister Jingyin, this chakra is focused at the fingertips, and then. She gestured. Jingyin walked over and looked at the place she was pointing. Correct. But don't rush, first sense your own chakra and slowly guide it to your fingertips. No need to reach it all at once, break it down into segments. Xianglin nodded and closed her eyes. Jingyin watched her without saying a word. After a while, Xianglin opened her eyes, feeling a bit frustrated. It seems like it's not working. Jingyin shook her head. It's like this the first time. You've never practiced medical ninjutsu before and your meridians haven't adapted yet. Take your time. By the way, I have a few patients here, need to sense their chakra conditions. Can you help me check? Xianglin was taken aback. Can I? Jingyin smiled. Your boss said you can, so you can. Xianglin followed Jingyin into the ward. Inside there were 3 individuals lying down, all of them injured. Jingyin pointed to the first one, a middle-aged man whose leg was wrapped in bandages. He has a leg injury and his chakra is not flowing smoothly. You should sense it and see where it is blocked. Xianglin closed her eyes. The world of chakra unfolded in her mind. The middle-aged man's chakra was generally weak, particularly in the leg area, resembling a river that had been blocked in large part. She opened her eyes and pointed at the man's calf. It's blocked here. Jingyin nodded. Can you sense the extent of the blockage? Xianglin pondered for a moment. 70%. Jingyin smiled. Alright, let's go out now. Xiang Lin followed her outside feeling a bit pleased. Jing Yin said, you have a good sense. Come every day and help me check on these patients. You can practice your skills and learn some medical knowledge as well. Xiang Lin nodded. Thank you, Sister Jing Yin. Jing Yin waved her hand and walked back. After taking a few steps she suddenly stopped. By the way, I'll take you out for lunch. There's a noodle shop near the hospital that serves good food. At noon Jing Yin took Xiang Lin out of the hospital. The streets were crowded and the sun was a bit hot. Xiang Lin walked behind Jing Yin at a steady pace. The noodle shop was on the street corner, small, with a few tables set up outside. Jing Yin found a spot to sit and Xiang Lin sat across from her. While waiting for the noodles, Xiang Lin looked around. People were bustling about on the street, some selling vegetables, some carrying loads, and others with children in tow. She watched those children and suddenly recalled her own childhood. Since she could remember, she had been in the grass concealment, locked in that room, drawing blood every day, sensing and getting beaten. The noodles are here. Jing Yin's voice pulled her back. Xiang Lin lowered her head, looking at the bowl of noodles. It was steaming, topped with a fried egg and a few slices of greens. She picked up her chopsticks and started to eat slowly. As she ate, she heard someone speaking nearby. Did you see that red-haired one? Yeah, looks like a monster. I heard she's from the Uzumaki clan. Bad luck. Xiang Lin's hand paused for a moment. She didn't look up, continuing to eat her noodles. Jing Yin also didn't look up, continuing to eat. After finishing their noodles, Jing Yin paid the bill and stood up. Let's go. Xiang Lin followed her back. As they reached the hospital entrance, Jing Yin suddenly stopped. Do you know why your boss took you in? Xiang Lin was taken aback. Jing Yin looked at her. Because he knows you are not a monster. You are a capable person. Xiang Lin opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but her throat felt blocked. Jing Yin patted her shoulder. Go inside. There's still work to do this afternoon. Che was hammering iron beneath the shed. San Lang returned from outside looking somewhat troubled. Boss, there's something going on. Che put down his hammer. Speak. That guy surnamed Gao from Yamada House is up to something. San Lang lowered his voice. He's secretly contacting those 4 blacksmith shops, trying to offer a higher price so they only supply to Yamada House. Che didn't respond. San Lang looked at him. Boss, what should we do? Che thought for a moment. Invite the owners of those 4 shops over. In the evening I'll treat them to dinner. San Lang was taken aback. Dinner? Yeah, Che said, just tell them I have something to discuss with them. San Lang nodded and turned to leave. In the evening the owners of the 4 blacksmith shops all arrived. Old Chen was the first to arrive, walking straight to the backyard upon entering. He was in his 60s with graying hair, walking briskly, clearly a person who had worked hard all his life. Boss Shindai, what's the urgency? Che motioned for him to sit. The other 3 arrived one after another. Boss Wang from Wang's shop was in his 40s, chubby with a friendly face. Boss Lin from Lin's shop was in his 50s, tall and thin, not very talkative. Little Zhou from the village shop was only in his 20s, following in his father's footsteps. Once everyone had gathered, Che sent Ghostby to the street corner to buy some vegetables, poured a pot of wine and set up a table in the courtyard. He poured wine for everyone, then raised his own bowl. Gentlemen, I invited you here today to ask you something. The several men looked at him. Someone has approached you, right? Offering a higher price, wanting you to only supply to Yamada House and not do business with me. The men exchanged glances. Old Chen was the first to speak. Boss Shindai, your information is quite sharp. In this line of work you have to be well informed. He set down his bowl and looked at the others. I won't stop you. If you want to go, you can leave right now. As for the advance payment that should be made, I won't take a single cent. The men fell silent. Old Chen picked up his wine and took a sip. Boss Shindai, I have done business with Yamada House for 30 years. I know their character better than you do. He set down his bowl. That guy surnamed Gao has approached me before, asking me to lower my prices and cut corners. I didn't do it. Later when his goods had issues he blamed me and I lost some money. He looked at Che. Although you are just starting out you are reliable. Just for the fact that you came to my shop that day and personally showed me the craftsmanship of those kunai I trust you. Boss Wong nodded in agreement. I agree. Old Chen told me that you are a sincere person. A sincere person does business and it can't go wrong. Boss Lin, who was usually quiet, also nodded. Little Zhou scratched his head feeling a bit embarrassed. My father said Boss Shindai offers a high share and is willing to cooperate long-term. Such people are rare. He encouraged me to work with you. Che looked at them, remaining silent for a few seconds. Then he raised his bowl. Gentlemen, I will remember what you said today. He took a sip of wine. In the future I will add 10% profit to each batch of goods. It's not that I am unwilling to let you go but rather to thank you for trusting me. The men were taken aback for a moment. Old Chen was the first to laugh. Boss Shindai, you are quite an interesting person. After sending off the several bosses the sky had already darkened. Che stood in the courtyard looking at the old tree. San Lang walked over from the side. Boss, are we just letting that guy surnamed Gao go? Che shook his head. We won't let it go. But we don't need to take action ourselves. San Lang looked at him. Yamada Heavy Industry will naturally handle this matter. If their people are making small moves outside, it's his face that gets lost. San Lang thought for a moment and nodded. Understood. He turned to leave. Wait a moment. Che called out to him. San Lang turned back. How's Mizuki doing today? San Lang's expression changed. He is quite proactive. Out doing outreach, negotiating business, more capable than I expected. Che looked at him. But San Lang was silent for a few seconds. But he's inquiring about the situation in the shop. Not just casual questions but serious ones. He asked me how long I've been with you, the backgrounds of Gue Hei and Gue Bai, and where Yano is from. Che didn't say anything. San Lang said, should I keep an eye on him? Che thought for a moment. No need. Someone is watching him. San Lang was taken aback but didn't ask who. He turned to leave. When Xiang Lin returned it was already completely dark. She walked into the courtyard and saw Che sitting on the steps. You're back. Xiang Lin nodded slightly and walked over to sit beside him. The two remained silent for a while. How was your day? Che asked. Xiang Lin pondered for a moment. Sister Jingyin taught me medical ninjutsu and let me help some patients sense their chakra. Che nodded. Xiang Lin lowered her head looking at her hands. After a while she murmured, someone called me a monster. Che said nothing. Xiang Lin continued, during dinner someone said it. They called my red hair a sign of misfortune for the Uzumaki clan. She looked up at Che. Boss, am I a monster? Che looked at her. The moonlight illuminated her face, revealing a hint of unease, grievance and a touch of stubbornness in her bright green eyes. No. Xiang Lin was taken aback. Che turned his gaze back to the night outside in the courtyard. You are a capable person. Capable people are not called monsters. Xiang Lin looked at him, her eyes slightly reddened. After a while she suddenly remembered something. By the way, boss, that person. Which one? Shuemu, Xiang Lin said, his chakra is different from this morning. Chi's gaze flickered. How is it different? The voice that spoke lies has become softer. Softer than yesterday. Che was silent for a few seconds. Understood. He stood up. Go to sleep. Xiang Lin nodded, stood up and walked towards her room. When she reached the door she suddenly turned around. Boss. The person who called me a monster, his chakra is black. Then she pushed the door and went inside. Che stood still watching the closed door. Black. He smiled slightly. The night was deep. Che remained seated in the courtyard. He replayed the events of the day in his mind. Xiang Lin was called a monster but she didn't cry, she continued to sense and even noticed Shuaima's changes. This girl is stronger than he thought. At the blacksmith's shop the four bosses expressed their stance if from now on they would be bound. The matter of manager Gao would soon come to the attention of Shantian Heavy Industries. What does the change in Shuima's chakra signify? Is it a genuine transformation or just an act? He didn't know. But it was enough that someone was keeping watch. He stood up preparing to return to his room. Just as he turned around he suddenly heard footsteps. They weren't coming from inside the house, they were from the entrance. He looked over. A figure stood at the shop entrance backlit by the moonlight, making it impossible to see their face. But the fan was visible. A 3-star fan. Che was momentarily stunned. The figure stepped inside and the moonlight illuminated her face. Golden hair, piercing eyes, and a hint of exhaustion. Temari. Kamizuki Che, she spoke, her voice slightly hoarse. Che nodded. Temari entered the courtyard and scanned her surroundings. Smaller than I imagined. Wasn't it said 3 days later? Che asked. Temari shook her head. The situation has changed. I need to return quickly. She walked up to Che and stopped. The two were less than 3 steps apart. Let's get straight to the point, Temari said. I need a batch of specialized puppet mechanism parts as well as containers for poison. The puppet master from Sunagakure said the traditional craftsmanship wasn't precise enough, affecting the puppet's agility. I've heard you can create kunai that are 3 times better than standard weapons, so I wanted to give it a try. Che looked at her. Wanzu analysis, automatic activation. Temari, age approximately 14 years, identity eldest daughter of the Kazekage of Sunagakure, strength assessment Jonin, specializing in wind release, 3-star fan, current status exhausted but alert, intent genuine, no malice, potential rating S. Che said, I can do it. Temari's eyes lit up. But it will take time, requires sample references, and I need to know your specific needs. Temari pulled out a scroll from her pocket and handed it to him. This is a sample. A blueprint for a small puppet and several commonly used mechanism parts. Che took it, opened it. Wanzu analysis, Sunagakure puppet fragment structure complex, multiple joints require precise coordination, material special wood metal, current defect joints wear out quickly, lacking agility, improvement direction, use bearing design at the joints to improve agility by 30 and reduce wear by 50. After reading, Che raised his head. I can do it. But on one condition. Temari looked at him. Speak. From now on all such orders from Sunagakure will come to me exclusively. Temari paused for a moment. Then she smiled. You, my friend, have quite the audacity. A businessman can't afford to be timid. Temari studied him, looking for several seconds. Then she extended her hand. Deal. Che shook her hand. In 3 days I'll provide you with a batch of samples. Temari nodded and turned, disappearing into the night. 3 days later. Che was working in the backyard. As the hammer fell, sparks flew. He focused on the piece of iron on the anvil, which had turned red and was slowly deforming under the hammer. After 3 days of making samples for Temari, this was the 4th item, a bushing for a puppet joint not much larger than a fingernail. 2 out of the first 3 had been wasted. If this one failed as well, he would have to start all over again. The yard was very quiet. Goeibai squatted in the corner staring at a pile of old tools. He dug out a rusty pair of pliers, examined it for a while, then tossed it back. He found a saw, did the same and tossed it back. A medicinal scent wafted from Yeno's room. It was the batch of sleeping powder she had just made. It had been drying for days and the scent was becoming fainter each day, almost ready. Xiang Lin sat on a small stool at the front door of the shop, her eyes closed. Sunlight streamed in from outside, landing on her, making her red hair glimmer brightly. Footsteps approached on the street, coming closer and then moving away. Just as Sanlang entered, Che was finishing up the bushing and was about to quench it in water. With a hissing sound, white steam rose, obscuring half of his face. Sanlang said nothing and just stood nearby waiting. As the steam dissipated, Che pulled the bushing out, inspected it in the light, set it down and wiped his hands. Speak. Sanlang leaned forward, lowering his voice. That guy with the surname Gao went to Old Chen's place again today. Old Chen didn't let him in. He stood at the door for a long time before leaving. Sanlang paused. But before he left he said something. What? He said, "Do you think that guy with the surname Kamizuki can hold on for long? Lord Danzo will take care of him sooner or later." Chi's hand paused on the shelf. The courtyard remained as quiet as ever. Guei-bai was still rummaging through the pile of tools, pulling out a hammer, weighing it in his hand and then setting it down. There was no sound from Yeno's room and the medicinal scent lingered. Xiang Lin sat at the front door, eyes closed, completely still. Nothing had changed. But it felt as if something had changed. Sanlang watched him, waiting for him to speak. Che withdrew his hand and wiped it on his clothes, removing the moisture. "Understood." Sanlang was momentarily stunned. "Boss, are we not going to deal with it? No need for us to handle it." Che walked to the furnace, picked up the fire tongs and placed another piece of iron into the fire. "What he said will reach Shantian Heavy Industries' ears and be more effective than our actions." Sanlang thought for a moment, nodded and turned to leave. The furnace crackled as the iron slowly turned red in the fire. When Xianglin returned from the front store, the iron had just been finished. Che took it out and placed it on the anvil, striking it hammer after hammer. She walked to his side, crouched down and silently watched him. Che also remained silent. After a while, Xianglin suddenly spoke. "Boss." "Who is Tuanzo?" The hammer paused in the air for a moment before descending, striking the iron and sending sparks flying. "An old scoundrel." Xianglin thought for a moment. "A bad person?" "I suppose so." She lowered her head, looking at her hands. Her hands were much cleaner than before, with neatly trimmed nails and fewer burn marks from the sparks. She looked at them for a while before raising her head. "Then I'll keep an eye on that person at the street corner." Che agreed. Xianglin stood up and walked towards the front store. When she reached the courtyard gate, she suddenly stopped, standing there without turning back. Che glanced at her. "What's wrong?" Xianglin did not move or speak. After a while she opened her mouth. "Boss Shuemu has arrived." Then she lifted the curtain and went out. When Shuemu entered, he held a few sheets of paper, flipping through them as he walked. He walked to the shed, looked up and saw Che watching him, freezing for a moment before smiling. "Just in time, I have some quotes from several shops for you to take a look at." He handed over the sheets of paper. Che took them and began to flip through them one by one. Some of the shops looked familiar. The 4 that Sanlang had contacted before were included, along with a few new ones that had slightly lower quotes. "What about these new shops?" Che pointed. Shuemu leaned in to take a look. "The small shops on the West Street used to supply goods to Yamada, but then it stopped. I heard that we were subcontracting here, so they sent someone to find us." Che nodded and continued to read. Shuemu stood beside him, not leaving. After Che finished the last sheet, he looked up. "Is there anything else?" Shuemu was silent for a few seconds. "Someone has been looking for me." Che looked at him. "Who?" "Someone from the school before," Shuemu said. "They said Tuanzo wants to see me." The courtyard was very quiet. The furnace was still burning and sparks occasionally flew out, landing on the ground and quickly dimming. Guei-bai had long since disappeared from the corner, and there was no sound from Yena's house. Only the wind blew over the courtyard wall, carrying the intermittent shouting from the street corner. Shuemu continued, "I didn't go." Che said nothing. Shuemu smiled bitterly. "I know you would be watching me. I came just to let you know so you wouldn't worry." He looked at Che, waiting for him to say something. Che folded the quote papers and placed them on the shelf beside him. "Why didn't you go?" Shuemu thought for a moment. He tilted his head, looking at the kunai and shuriken that were half finished under the shed, as well as the few finished axle sleeves. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the shed's roof, casting a patchy light on the pile of ironware. He stared at it for a while before turning back. "Back at school I always felt I was underappreciated. Coming here I realized what true talent is." He pointed to those half-finished products. "I can't do your work, but if you let me handle external affairs and negotiate business, I can do that. And I can do it better than anyone else." He looked into Chi's eyes. "I found what I should be doing." Che remained silent for a few seconds. The wind blew again, this time carrying a medicinal scent, the faint aroma of sleeping powder that had been drying for several days from Yena's house. Go get to work. Shuemu was taken aback. That's it. That's it. Shuemu looked at him and suddenly smiled. All right. He turned and walked away. When he reached the courtyard gate he stopped and turned back. By the way, I checked out those new shops. The work is decent but the materials are average. If we really cooperate, we'll need to keep an eye on them. Then he lifted the curtain and went out. The curtain swayed a few times before slowly settling. Che stood in place watching the curtain. After a while he turned and walked back under the shed, picking up the already cooled iron and sending it back into the fire. In the afternoon Xianglin rushed into the front store. She ran a bit hurriedly, her footsteps thudding on the courtyard's ground. Che was polishing the axle sleeve when he heard the noise and looked up. The person at the street corner has moved. Che set down his work. Where did he go? North, Xianglin said. He was walking very quickly. North. Che said nothing. Xianglin watched him, waiting for him to speak. What about his chakra? Xianglin thought for a moment. It's colder than a few days ago. It's like waiting for something. Waiting for what? She shook her head. I don't know. But he is definitely waiting. Che nodded. Keep watching. Xianglin stood there without moving. Che looked at her. Is there anything else? Xianglin pursed her lips. Boss, is that person really a bad person? Che thought for a moment. Not necessarily. But he is definitely watching us. Then he'll continue to watch. In the evening someone came to the store. It wasn't from Yamada Heavy Industry, nor was it Jingyin or anyone he recognized. It was a middle-aged man dressed in plain cloth, looking like a small-time merchant. He stood at the door, glanced inside and raised his voice to ask, "Is Boss Shindai here?" Goehai stood up from the stool. What is it? The man said, "Someone asked me to deliver a message." Goehai sized him up and turned to shout toward the backyard. Che walked out. The man looked at him, pulled out a letter from his pocket and handed it over. Someone asked me to deliver this. Che took the letter and opened it. The letter contained only a single line, "After the sample is ready, deliver it to the old place." Shoju. He folded the letter away. What about the messenger? The man shook his head. I don't know. I'm just responsible for delivering the message. Che nodded and took out a few pieces of silver from the counter, handing them to him. The man accepted it and turned to leave. Goehai leaned over. Boss, what about the sand hidden side? Che replied with a sound. He turned and walked back. As he reached the backyard, Xianglin was standing next to the shed looking at him. Boss, is it Sister Shuju's letter? Che responded affirmatively. Xianglin thought for a moment. Her chakra is very neat. I like her. Then she ran back to the front store. As the sun set, the courtyard grew dark. Che sat on the steps holding the axle sleeve, looking at the last bit of twilight. The surface was smooth, the dimensions just right and lined up neatly with the others. He placed the axle sleeve back. Sanlang returned from outside, walked over to sit next to him. The two sat there together in silence. After a while Sanlang spoke. I didn't follow too closely today, but I saw him enter that alley. Che looked at the old tree in the courtyard. The day was nearly dark and the outline of the tree was becoming increasingly blurred, blending into the night. Do you know that alley? Sanlang nodded. I do. Che did not ask any further. Sanlang also said nothing more. The two of them just sat there. A light turned on in Yinai's house, casting a dim yellow glow that illuminated a small patch of ground in the yard. Guei had returned to the house at some point while Guei still sat outside the front door, his face obscured, only a dark shadow visible. The lights in Xiang Lin's house were off, it was unclear whether she was asleep or awake. Che stood up. Tomorrow let's sort out the quotes from those shops again. Have Shui Mu take another look at the new ones. Sanlang nodded, stood up and went back into the house. Che stood in the yard and glanced to the north. Nothing could be seen there, only rows of dark rooftops and the faint outline of mountains in the distance. He stood for a moment before turning and walking back under the shed. The fire in the furnace still burned, casting a red glow all around. He picked up a piece of iron and placed it into the fire. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of hammering resumed in the yard, resonating into the night. The firelight flickered on his face, dancing with shadows. Che did not stop his hammering. He had finished 7 pieces for the batch of samples for Shoju, leaving only the final one. The iron block gradually deformed on the anvil, sparks flying up and landing on the back of his hand, burning new tiny black spots. He did not flinch or pay it any mind. The night was quiet. The sound of insects chirping came from the corner of the wall, a rhythmic chorus, sometimes loud, sometimes quiet. The light in Yinai's house had long been extinguished, and there was also no movement in Guehei and Guebei's house. Only a faint light remained in Xiang Lin's small room, glowing through the paper window, dim and yellow. The hammer fell and was lifted again. Clang, clang, clang. It was unclear how long had passed before that faint light also went out. Che placed the finished axle sleeve into the water, producing a hissing sound as white steam rose up and dispersed into the night. He fished the axle sleeve out, examining it by the light of the furnace before placing it on the rack with the previous 7. The fire had dimmed somewhat. He added a few pieces of charcoal and the flames flared up again, illuminating the area beneath the shed. Footsteps sounded behind him. He did not turn around. Xiang Lin approached, crouching down beside him, hugging her knees and watching the fire. "Can't sleep?" she asked. She shook her head and said nothing. Che continued to forge the piece of iron that was still unshaped. Sparks flew near her feet, but she did not move. After a long while she suddenly spoke. "Boss, that person is still there." Che did not pause his hammering. His chakra has not moved, it has remained still." Che said nothing. Xiang Lin looked at the fire for a while longer, then stood up and walked back. After taking a couple of steps she paused and turned back. "Boss. You should get some rest too." Then she returned to her room. The sound of the door closing was very soft. Che continued to hammer. The fire gradually dimmed, then he added more charcoal and it flared back to brightness over and over again without knowing how many times. The sky began to lighten. First a hint of gray, then slowly brightening, finally a faint oranger hue appeared in one corner of the sky. Birdsong erupted, starting with a few calls then growing into a chorus. Che set down his hammer, stood up and stretched his neck. The yard was still quiet. The outline of the old tree emerged from the darkness, its branches and leaves now clearly visible. Sunlight slanted in from the wall, falling under the shed and onto the pile of finished axle sleeves, casting a golden outline. Movement could be heard in Yinai's house, a rustling sound. Then came the sound of a door opening. She emerged with a basin of water, pouring it onto the patch of ground in the corner. The water soaked in, leaving a dark wet mark. She saw Che and paused for a moment. "Didn't you sleep all night?" Che replied with an walked to the water vat and scooped water to wash his face. The cold water splashed on his face, washing away most of his drowsiness. He dried his face, raised his head and saw Xiang Lin had also gotten up, standing at her door and looking this way. The sunlight shone on her red hair, dazzlingly bright. She rubbed her eyes and walked over, crouching down beside him, hugging her knees just like last night and watching the fire. The fire had dimmed with only a few embers remaining. "The fire is going out." Che said nothing, picked up the fire tongs, stirred the ashes and added a few new pieces of charcoal. The flames slowly leapt up, rekindling. Guehei entered from the front shop when the sun had already risen high in the sky. He walked to the side of the shed, glanced at the row of axle sleeves on the rack and then looked at Che. "Boss Sanlang is back." Che set down his work and wiped his hands. Sanlang walked over from behind Guehei, a look of fatigue from a sleepless night on his face. He approached Che, lowering his voice. "That person moved again last night." Che looked at him. "When?" "In the second half of the night." Sanlang said. "He went north again and only returned before dawn." Che remained silent. Sanlang continued. "I followed him for a while but didn't dare get too close. It was the same alley and he didn't come out for a long time after going in." "How long is a long time?" More than a stick of incense, Sanlang said, and when he came out his face looked worse than during the day. Che pondered for a moment. Xiang Lin rushed into the front shop, coming to his side and stopping. Boss, his chakra has changed. Che looked at her. How has it changed? It's colder than last night, Xiang Lin said, cold enough to pierce the skin. The yard was very quiet. The sunlight shone and the birds chirped, everything seemed as usual. But something felt different. Che turned around looking north. There was nothing to see, only rows of rooftops and the distant faint outlines of mountains. He turned back. Keep watching. Sanlang nodded and turned to leave. Xiang Lin stood in place watching him without moving. Che walked under the shed and picked up the unfinished piece of iron. By the time Shui Mu arrived, the sun had already risen to its zenith. He held several sheets of paper, flipping through them as he walked, arriving at the side of the shed and looking up. I went to check those new shops again. He handed the papers to Che. Che took them, flipping through them one by one. Shui Mu said 2 of them are acceptable if the work is rough but the materials are good. The other 2 are not good if the materials are subpar. Although their quotes are low, the products are unusable. Che nodded and pulled out the 2 that were not acceptable. Do not collaborate with these 2 shops. Shui Mu took them, folded them up and tucked them into his pocket. He did not leave but stood there. Che looked up. Is there anything else? Shui Mu was silent for a few seconds. That person, did he move again? Che looked at him. Shui Mu continued, when I came in I saw that girl sitting at the door, eyes closed. She usually does that, but today was different. Today she was sitting very straight. Che said nothing. Shui Mu continued, I did not ask what it was about. But if there's anything useful, let me know. He turned and left. Che stood there watching his figure disappear at the gate of the yard. In the afternoon Jing Yin arrived. When she entered, Xiang Lin was sitting at the front door, eyes closed. Hearing footsteps, she opened her eyes and brightened upon seeing her. Sister Jing Yin. Jing Yin smiled, ruffling her hair as she walked into the backyard. Che was under the shed polishing the last axle sleeve. Hearing the footsteps, he looked up. Jing Yin walked over and stood beside him. Should I have Xiang Lin check on those patients at the hospital? Che agreed. Jing Yin glanced at the row of axle sleeves on the rack. Are they finished? Just one more. Jing Yin nodded. She turned her head to look at the courtyard. The sunlight slanted down, casting a long shadow from the old tree modeled on the ground. Yinai was drying herbs in the corner, neatly arranged in baskets. That girl went to the hospital today, helping an old man with his injuries. Jing Yin said the old man had an old injury on his leg, hurting for decades, and no one could heal it. She placed her hands on it, channeled chakra, and the old man said it no longer hurt. Chi's hands did not stop working. The person you raised is quite good. Then she turned and left. Reaching the front door, she bent down and spoke a few words to Xiang Lin. Xiang Lin nodded, stood up and followed her out. At the door, Xiang Lin looked back at the courtyard. Che was standing under the shed watching this way. She smiled slightly, then followed Jing Yin out. The sun slowly tilted westward and the shadows grew longer. Che finished the last axle sleeve, quenched it, polished it and placed it on the shelf. 8 axle sleeves were neatly arranged in a row, glistening under the setting sun. He stood there for a while watching. Yinai came out of the house holding several small bottles and walked to his side. The medicine is ready. Che took it, opened one and sniffed. Wanzu analysis, sleep powder, finished, effect induces sleep upon inhalation, effective time 1 hour, antidote, boiled mint leaves, remarks prepared by Yinai of superior quality. He put the bottle away. Yinai did not leave standing there. Che looked at her. Is there something else? Yinai was silent for a few seconds. I know who that person is. Che remained silent. Yinai continued, the one from the root. I have sensed this aura before when I was in Sunigakure. The people they target rarely escape. Che looked at her. Are you afraid? Yinai shook her head. Not afraid. Just wanted to let you know. She turned and went back into the house. Che stood in place watching her figure disappear behind the door. In the evening Xiang Lin returned. She ran in from the front heading towards the shed. Boss. Che looked at her. That person moved again. Where to? Nowhere. Xiang Lin said he came out of that building, stood at the door and looked this way for a long time. Chi's expression shifted slightly. Then what? Then he went back. But his chakra is colder than ever before. Che did not respond. He turned and looked towards the north. The sun had already set, leaving only a gray sky in that direction. He stood for a moment and turned back. Sleep early tonight. Xiang Lin nodded. She did not leave, just standing there. Che looked at her. Is there something else? Xiang Lin shook her head. Nothing. Boss. Are you still forging at night? Che thought for a moment. Yes. Xiang Lin nodded and ran out. When the sky turned completely dark, Che packed the 8-axle sleeves into a wooden box and sealed it. He carried the wooden box into the courtyard, looking at the old tree. The moon had not yet risen and the sky was very dark. The outline of the tree was almost invisible. San Lang walked out of the darkness. Boss. Che handed the wooden box to him. Deliver it to the old place. The person from the handball will be waiting there. San Lang took it, nodded and turned to disappear into the night. The hammer continued to fall on the anvil, sparks flying. Che did not stop his work, but his ears kept listening to the commotion at the courtyard gate. San Lang had been gone for almost an hour. He should have returned by now. The 8-axle sleeves in the wooden box should have been taken by the person from the handball. But San Lang had not returned. The furnace crackled. Xiang Lin sat at the front door, eyes closed. This was her daily routine, sensing the surrounding chakra, keeping an eye on the person in that building at the street corner. That person had been moving more frequently these days, going north several times, each time returning with even colder chakra. Yinai was inside preparing medicine, the smell of herbs wafting out lighter than in the past few days. Guei squatted in the corner, staring at a pile of old tools, rummaging out a rusty pair of pliers, holding it for a long time before tossing it back. Everything was the same as yesterday. But something felt off. Xiang Lin suddenly opened her eyes. She stood up, took 2 steps forward, stood at the door and looked towards the street corner. Che set down his hammer. What's wrong? Xiang Lin did not turn back, her voice low. He came out. Che walked to her side, following her gaze. At the street corner, the 2-story building's door was open. That person stood at the door. But he was not alone. 3 other people stood behind him. Xiang Lin's hand tightened around her clothes. 4. Her voice trembled a bit. 4 people's chakra, all cold as knives. Che did not move, just stood behind her, watching. The 4 people stood at the street corner, looking this way. They were too far away to see their faces, but their positions were not random, they were in a battle formation. People on the street continued to move about, the vegetable sellers still shouting. Everything seemed perfectly normal. But Che knew something was wrong. Get inside. Xiang Lin did not move. Get inside. Xiang Lin turned and ran into the backyard. Che stood at the door watching them. The 4 people were still standing there, still watching. Then the one in the middle raised his hand and pointed this way. Che turned and walked back. Everyone come out. His voice was not loud, but everyone in the courtyard heard it. Guei stood up from the front door. Guei dropped the tools in his hands. Yinai came out of the house and San Lang just returned from outside, still unsteady on his feet. Xiang Lin stood beside the shed, her face pale. Che glanced at them. Someone is coming. 4 from the root. No one spoke. Guei tightened his grip on the machete. Guei stood beside his brother, his hands trembling but not retreating. San Lang took 2 steps towards the door, staring at the street corner. Yinai's expression was unchanged, but she clutched the several medicine bottles. Xiang Lin stood there looking at Che. Boss. Stand behind me. He walked under the shed, took up the newly forged shuriken. The blade shone brightly, glinting with a cold light. He picked up a second, a third, and tucked them into his waistband. The courtyard was very quiet. So quiet that one could hear their own heartbeat. Over at the street corner, the 4 people began to walk this way. Not quickly but step by step. The one walking in front was tall with a scar on his face. 3 people followed him, 2 men and 1 woman, all dressed in black. People on the street began to flee. The vegetable seller hoisted his burden and ran. Shoppers dropped their goods and ran. Children were pulled along by adults. In the blink of an eye the entire street was empty with only those 4 people and the few in front of the shop left. The 4 of them reached the shop door and stopped. The scar-faced man looked at Che, sizing him up. Shindai Che. Che remained silent. The scar-faced man smiled a rather unpleasant smile. Lord Danzo asked me to deliver a message. He looked at Che, waiting for him to ask. Che did not ask. The scar-faced man waited a few seconds, not receiving a response, his expression darkening. Hand over that red-haired girl in your shop. Your past will be forgiven. Che still did not speak. The scar-faced man stepped forward. If you don't hand her over, we will take her ourselves. The 3 individuals behind him stepped forward. Che twirled the kunai in his hand. Give it a try. The scarred face was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a smile. Interesting. Truly interesting. He waved his hand. The 3 moved, not charging forward but dispersing in 3 directions, 1 to the left, 1 to the right, and 1 stepping back to block the courtyard entrance. Guehei cursed and raised his machete ready to charge. Che pressed him down. Don't move. The 3 individuals remained stationary, encircling them. The scarred face looked at Che. Do you know why we came with 4? It's not that we can't defeat you, we just don't want you to escape. Today not even a fly can get out of this place. Think again. Hand over the girl and you'll be fine. If not. He didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning was clear. Che stared at him. The analysis ran wildly in his mind. Root member scarred face power assessment special Jonin. Specialty earth release taijutsu. Weakness right leg injury center of gravity shifts when applying force. Left wing power assessment Chunin. Specialty wind release. Weakness slow hand seals. Right wing power assessment Chunin. Specialty fire release. Weakness high chakra consumption. Rear power assessment Chunin. Specialty genjutsu. Weakness requires time to cast. The weaknesses of the 4 people and 4 strategies unfolded simultaneously in his mind. But it wasn't enough. A special Jonin with 3 Chunin would lead to casualties on his side even if they won. He turned his head to glance at Xiang Lin. The girl stood behind him, her face pale, but she did not cry or hide. She looked at him, waiting for him to speak. Che turned back. Have you made up your mind? What do you think, scarred face? I've made my decision. Scarred face raised an eyebrow. Speak. Che put away the kunai. I will hand over the girl. Everyone in the courtyard was stunned. Guehei's eyes widened. Guehei's mouth hung open in shock. San Lang's hand rested on his knife and Yinai's face changed. Xiang Lin stood there as if struck by a punch. Boss. Che did not turn back. Scarred face laughed, a smug grin on his face. It would have been much better if you had been so sensible earlier. He waved his hand, bring the girl out. The 3 individuals behind him took 2 steps forward. Tears streamed down Xiang Lin's face, but she did not move, just standing there watching Che's back. Boss. Che still did not turn back. The 3 people moved closer and closer, reaching the courtyard entrance, stepping into the courtyard. Che moved. He didn't throw the kunai forward but backward. He didn't throw it at the 3 individuals but aimed at the shed behind him. The kunai lodged itself in the rope at the top of the shed. The rope snapped. The pile of things on top of the shed. Scrap metal, old tools and several buckets of unknown substances came crashing down with a loud noise, landing on the heads of the 3 individuals. The 3 were stunned by the impact, still unable to react when Che had already surged forward. He charged at the one on the left, slicing upward with the kunai, directly cutting through the man's hand gripping the knife. The man let out a pained scream and the knife flew away. Che kicked his knee and with a crack the knee broke, causing the man to collapse. The one on the right had just reacted, forming hand seals. Half of his fire release already exhaled when Che had circled to his side, driving the kunai into his ribs. The fire release never came out, it exploded in his own mouth as he clutched his face and fell, blood pouring from his mouth. The one at the back reacted the fastest, forming hand seals ready to cast genjutsu. Suddenly his body stiffened. He looked down to see a kunai thrusting through his back. Guehei stood behind him, still in the position of throwing the kunai. "Damn it," Guehei cursed, "I told you to block the door." 3 seconds. 3 people went down. Scarred Face stood at the door, his smile frozen. Che turned around to look at him. "What did you just say?" "You said not even a fly can escape." Scarred Face's face flushed. "You bastard." He charged forward, throwing a punch at Chi's face. Che did not dodge. He turned sideways, letting the punch graze his face while the kunai in his hand glided along Scarred Face's arm, slicing from wrist to shoulder, leaving a deep gash. Scarred Face let out a scream, clutching his wound with one hand as he staggered back. Che followed, delivering a kick to his knee, not just any kick but aimed at the injury. Scarred Face's leg bent at an impossible angle and he fell rolling on the ground before crashing against the courtyard wall. Che walked over, crouching down to look at him. "Did Danzo send you?" Scarred Face gritted his teeth, refusing to answer. Che pressed the kunai against his neck. "I ask you, did Danzo send you?" Scarred Face was momentarily stunned. Che stood up, putting away the kunai. "Go back and tell Danzo that I have protected the girl. Any of his people that come will be taken down." He looked down at Scarred Face. 4 came. "I'll send back 4. He turned to walk away. "Let him go." Guehei was taken aback. "Boss. Let him go." Guehei reluctantly stepped aside. Scarred Face propped himself against the wall, dragging one leg as he walked towards the door. Reaching the entrance, he turned back, his eyes cold like a venomous snake. "You will regret this." Che paid him no mind. Scarred Face vanished at the door. The courtyard was very quiet. Guehei looked at the 3 people lying on the ground, then at Che, opening his mouth but unsure of what to say. Guehei squatted in the corner, pale-faced, still recovering from the shock. San Lang sheathed his knife and walked over. "Boss, what about these 3? Tie them up, they might be useful later." San Lang nodded, calling Guehei to get the rope. Yinai approached, looking at Che. "When you said to hand over the girl, I thought you really..." She didn't finish her sentence. Che looked at her. "You thought I would really hand her over?" Yinai nodded. Che smiled. "That girl calls me boss. Even if I die, I would never give her up." "It's good that you didn't cry." He continued forward. Xiang Lin stood in place, watching his back. Then she ran over and hugged him from behind. Che was taken aback. Xiang Lin buried her face in his back, remaining silent. The courtyard was very quiet. Guehei stood there with the rope, unsure if he should approach. San Lang shot him a glance, signaling him not to move. Yinai turned around, pretending to arrange the medicinal herbs. After a while, Xiang Lin loosened her grip and stepped back. "Boss." Che turned around to look at her. "What is it?" Xiang Lin lowered her head, her voice very soft. "Thank you." Che looked at her. The moonlight illuminated her face and her emerald green eyes glistened with tears, yet shone brightly. "Get to work." Xiang Lin nodded and ran back to the front store. Che stood still, watching her silhouette disappear behind the curtain. He turned around and walked up to the 3 bound individuals. "Wake one up." A bucket of water was splashed on the leftmost person and he regained consciousness. He opened his eyes, saw Che standing before him, and his expression changed. Che crouched down, looking at him. "Sachikage sent you to capture that girl?" The man gritted his teeth and remained silent. Che nodded. "Not saying anything is fine too." He stood up, walked under the shed and picked up a freshly made shuriken, twirling it in his hand. "Do you know what this is?" The man looked at the shuriken and swallowed hard. Che returned and crouched down. "This is a shuriken I made. It's 3 times sharper than a normal one, designed to seal the throat upon drawing blood." He pressed the shuriken against the man's arm. I'll ask you one more time. Tsuchikage sent you to capture that girl. The man's face turned pale. There are other matters. Che pushed the shuriken slightly forward, breaking the skin and causing blood to seep out. Speak. He wanted us to see who else is in your shop. The man gasped in pain, the one who came from the Umbu Saburo and the girl from Sunigake-Kiren. And the new arrival Suemu. He wanted us to capture everyone we could. Chi's gaze turned cold. What else? There's nothing more. Che put away the shuriken. Tie them tighter. He stood up. Send them to the Hokage Tower tomorrow. Saburo froze for a moment. Boss, send them to the Hokage Tower. Yes. Isn't the third Hokage trying to protect me? Let him see what Tsuchikage's men have done. He walked under the shed and picked up a hammer. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of forging resumed in the yard. When dawn approached, Che was still sitting in the yard. The three individuals were tied in the corner, their mouths stuffed with cloth, unable to move or make a sound. Guebai and Guehong took turns guarding them while Saburo went to rest and Yeno returned to the house to prepare medicine. Xianglin sat beside him, hugging her knees in silence. The moonlight was bright, casting a silver-white glow over the yard. After a long time, Xianglin suddenly spoke up. Boss. What you said earlier. That you wouldn't hand me over even if it meant death, is that true? Che looked at the fire. It's true. Xianglin lowered her head, staring at her hands. I have never been treated like this since I was a child. Che remained silent. Xianglin continued, in Kusagakure they beat me, drew my blood and made me work. No one protected me. Later I ran away. After escaping there was even less protection. I hid from everyone because everyone would harm me. She lifted her head, looking at Che. But you don't harm me. Che looked at her. The moonlight illuminated her face and her emerald green eyes held tears, gratitude and something indescribable. You are mine, he said, I will protect you. Xianglin gazed at him for a long time. Boss. From now on I will protect you. Che was taken aback. Xianglin stood up, dusting herself off. I'm going back to sleep. She ran back to her room and closed the door. Che sat still. After a while he smiled. Then he stood up, walked back to the shed and picked up the hammer. Clang, clang, clang. Before long dawn broke. The sun rose from the east, bathing the yard in light. Che set down the hammer and stretched his neck. Saburo came out of the house and walked up to him. Boss, should we send those three now? Che shook his head. Not urgent. Wait for someone. Saburo was about to ask who to wait for but decided against it. The sun rose higher and more people began to fill the streets. As noon approached, that person arrived. Kakashi. He stood at the entrance of the shop looking at the three bound individuals in the yard, then at Che. It's quite lively here. Che set aside his work and wiped his hands. Just in time you're here. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. Che pointed at the three individuals. From the root. They came last night wanting to capture me. Kakashi walked over and examined the faces of the three. Do you recognize them? I do, Kakashi said, they are from Tsuchikage. Che nodded. That's good. He crouched down in front of the three and tore the cloth from their mouths. The one on the left immediately shouted, You wait. Lord Tsuchikage will not let you go. Che ignored him, stood up and looked at Kakashi. I'm handing them over to you. Take them back to the third Hokage for review. Kakashi looked at him. Have you thought this through? I have. Kakashi was silent for a few seconds. All right. He waved his hand and three Umbu entered from outside the shop, lifted the three individuals and took them away. Kakashi stood in place looking at Che. You are quite bold, aren't you? Che remained silent. Kakashi turned to leave but glanced back and said, By the way, the third Hokage asked me to convey a message. He said, Well done. Che stood in place watching his silhouette disappear around the corner. The sunlight bathed the yard. Xianglin ran in from the front store rushing to his side. Boss, did that person leave? He left. Xianglin nodded. She stood there not moving. Che looked at her. What's up? Xianglin looked up at him. Boss, you said last night I am yours. Che responded affirmatively. Xianglin smiled slightly. I thought so too. Then she shyly ran back to the front store. Che stood there dazed. This little girl. I wonder what she's thinking. As the sun rose, people were already waiting in the yard. Yamada Juko stood at the shop's entrance dressed in an elaborate kimono, not holding a folding fan, just standing there. Two others followed him, the previously seen shopkeeper Lin, round-faced and smiling, and another young man he had not seen before holding a wooden box. Che walked out from the backyard, saw them and did not stop. Come in. Yamada Juko followed him into the shop while shopkeeper Lin and the young man stayed at the entrance and did not come in. Che stopped behind the counter looking at him. So early. Yamada Juko forced a smile. It's not that early. I heard about last night's events. Che said nothing. Yamada Juko stepped forward, slightly lowering his voice. Of the 4 from route, you dealt with 3 and sent 1 back. Now the entire Konoha is buzzing about it. Che looked at him. And then. Yamada Juko shook his head. And then. Then the 3 old shops that used to cooperate with Yamadaya came to me first thing this morning asking if they could get in touch with you. He took out a piece of paper from his pocket and placed it on the counter. This is their list. All are well-known old brands in Konoha who used to look down on you but are now coming to you voluntarily. Che glanced at the paper but did not move. Yamada Juko looked at him, his expression somewhat complex. Godazen, I find you increasingly difficult to read. No need to read me. It's enough to cooperate. Yamamoto Heavy Industries was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. Good, as long as we can cooperate. He turned and waved his hand toward the door. The young man holding a wooden box walked and placed the box on the counter and opened it. Inside lay neatly stacked bundles of silver notes. This is the sincerity of those 3 shops Yamamoto Heavy Industries said. Each one is offering 300,000 taels as a form of investment. In the future they will help sell your goods and you will reap the majority of the profits. Che looked at the silver notes and the Wanzhou analysis automatically displayed information. Silver notes, official currency of the Fire Nation, face value 100,000 taels each, total 9 pieces, authenticity genuine, source collected from 3 old shops totaling 900,000 taels. He raised his head and looked at Yamamoto Heavy Industries. How much goods do they want? Yamamoto Heavy Industries shook his head. No rush. You can keep it for now and we can discuss the goods slowly. He looked at Che and paused. Shindai, boss, there's something I'm not sure if I should say. Speak. Yamamoto Heavy Industries stepped forward, lowering his voice. The Tuanzo side won't let this go easily. You've slapped his face this time, he will definitely want to retaliate. But you're different now. How different? Yamamoto Heavy Industries pointed at the wooden box. With this you are no longer just one person. Those 3 old shops have backing. One is the owner of the fabric shop on your street whose son works in the Fire Nation's noble court. Another is the manager of the East Street Granary whose son-in-law is a distant relative of the esteemed Kunichika. And one more is a disciple of Mito Gaiden. Chi's gaze shifted slightly. Yamamoto Heavy Industries looked at him. These 3 are now tied to your ship. If Tuanzo wants to move against you, he must think twice. Che was silent for a few seconds. Sunlight poured in through the door, illuminating the pile of silver notes with a golden glow. He closed the wooden box. Understood. Yamamoto Heavy Industries nodded and turned to leave. After taking 2 steps he stopped and looked back. By the way, I've already had that person named Gao removed. In the future Lin, the manager, will be fully responsible for Yamamoto's place. He nodded to Manager Lin at the door and walked out. Manager Lin came in with a smile, cupping his hands towards Che. Shindai, boss, please take care of me in the future. Che looked at him. One Zhao analysis automatically displayed information manager Lin identity second manager of Yamamoto's experience 20 years personality sly but reliable loyalty loyal to Yamamoto heavy industries no malice towards partners. Have a seat. He pointed to the chair beside him. Manager Lin sat down and pulled out a stack of paper from his pocket. This is the detailed situation of those 3 shops along with what they want. He handed over the paper. Shindai boss, have a look first. If you have any questions feel free to ask me. Che took it and started flipping through. The writing on the paper was neat, clearly stating the background, main business, customer sources, types and quantities of goods desired for each shop. He turned to the last page and raised his head. They want a lot of things. Manager Lin smiled. Yes, quite a bit. But they are also offering a lot of money. Moreover, this is just the beginning. Che looked at him. Manager Lin lowered his voice. Someone in the capital of the Fire Nation is inquiring about you. Who? Che asked. I don't know. Manager Lin shook his head. But it's not a small matter. They sent word saying they want to meet you to discuss a big business deal. He pulled out a business card from his pocket and placed it on the counter. This is the address. Che picked it up and took a glance. The card had only one character, Jiao. Jiao. He recalled what Jiao had said last time: if you need something, find me at the usual place. He put the card away. Understood. Manager Lin stood up, cupped his hands and left. The sun rose higher, shining into the courtyard, landing on the old tree. Che sat under the shed holding the business card, flipping it over and over. Xianglin ran in from the front store and squatted down next to him. Boss. Che responded with a sound. The person from earlier, their chakra is very stable. Xianglin said, like an old tree. Che put the business card away. Manager Lin. Come often from now on. Xianglin nodded. She squatted there and didn't leave. Che looked at her. Is there something? Xianglin thought for a moment. What was in that wooden box just now? Money. A lot. A lot. Boss, now that we have money, can we? She didn't finish her sentence. Che looked at her. Can what? Xianglin bit her lip. Can we hire a few more people? That way if someone comes next time the boss won't have to fight alone. Che was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. All right. Xianglin's eyes lit up. Really? Really? Xianglin stood up and ran back to the front store. Che turned back and looked at the flames in the furnace. Hiring a few more people. He recalled Yamamoto Heavy Industries saying you are different now. Indeed, it is different. In the evening an unexpected visitor arrived at the store. It was a young man in his 20s dressed in plain cloth but standing very straight. He stood at the door, looked inside and raised his voice. Is Shindai boss here? Guhei stood up from the stool. What is it? Someone sent me to apply for a job. Guhei sized him up and turned to shout into the backyard. Che walked out. The man looked at him and cupped his fists. My name is Ishii. I used to be a guard in the capital of the Fire Nation, but I offended someone and couldn't stay. I heard you were hiring, so I wanted to give it a try. Che looked at him. One Zhao analysis. Ishii, age 22 years, power assessment, Chunin skills, swordsmanship, reconnaissance background, former guard of the Fire Nation, expelled for offending the powerful, loyalty initial value 60, current emotion nervous but honest. What can you do? I can use a sword, do reconnaissance and protect people. Che nodded. 1 month trial period, meals and lodging included, 2,000 taels. If you perform well you will be promoted to regular status, 3,000 taels plus bonuses. If not you will leave. Ishii was stunned for a moment. 2,000 taels. Che looked at him. Is that too little? Ishii quickly shook his head. No, it's too much. I used to earn only 1,500 in the capital. Che remained silent. Ishii stood in place looking at him. After several seconds he finally reacted and deeply bowed. Thank you, boss. Che turned to walk back. Guhei, take him to arrange his lodging. Guhei walked over and patted Ishii on the shoulder. Let's go, buddy. Ishii followed him to the backyard. When they reached the courtyard door he suddenly turned back. "Boss." Che stopped. Ishii looked at him, his expression very serious. "I will do my best." Then he followed Guhei inside. Che stood in place watching the curtain sway for a moment before it slowly settled. Xianglin ran in from the front store and squatted down next to him. "Boss, the new guy has very straight chakra." Che looked at her. "Very straight?" "Yes." Xianglin nodded, like a straight line with no twists or turns. Che thought for a moment. "A good person." Xianglin smiled. "A good person." Night had deepened. Che sat in the courtyard still gazing at the formal invitation in his hand. The brazier burned steadily, casting a ruddy glow across the surroundings. The newly arrived Ishii and Kuro were chatting inside the house, their voices faint but discernible. Sanzo returned from outside and sat down beside him. "Master." Che lifted his gaze. "Have you clarified the matter concerning those 3 shops?" Sanzo nodded. "It is confirmed." He withdrew a sheet of paper from his robe. "The textile shop indeed has backing within the daimyo's provincial administration. As for the grain merchant, his son-in-law is a distant relative of Tenchi Koharu, but their ties are tenuous. And the last. He is truly a disciple of Mitokado Hayashi." Che studied the paper. A silent analysis interface, Manzu analysis, flashed unbidden, corroborating Sanzo's report. He folded the paper away. "Well done." Sanzo watched him closely. "Master, will you truly meet that envoy from the Fire Country's capital?" Che remained silent. Sanzo continued, "That domain is treacherous, far more volatile than Konoha. To go alone." "I won't be alone." Sanzo paused, startled. Che rose, walked beneath the awning and picked up a freshly forged kunai. "You're coming with me." "Understood." At dawn the next day the sun rose as it always did. Everything unfolded just as yesterday had. By midday Lin, the shop manager, arrived. He entered the shop with a genial smile and bowed respectfully to Che. "Master Kamidai, the 3 shops have replied." Che set down his hammer. "What did they say?" Lin drew 3 slips of paper from his robe and laid them upon the counter. "They accept your terms. You retain 60% of the profits if they take 40. Goods shall be selected by you. Prices shall be set by you. They handle only sales." Che picked up the slips and turned each over slowly. Manzu analysis. Joint agreement, 3 parties. Validity authentic. Profit split Kamidai 60, Consortium 40. Addendum, no hidden traps. Signatories, handwritten signatures of all 3 proprietors. He set the papers down. "Accepted." Lin smiled broadly. "From this day forth Master Kamidai's wares shall spread across Konoha." With another bow he turned and departed. Clang. As the hammer struck, Che placed the final iron ingot back onto the rack. Sanzo stood nearby, turning the invitation bearing the character Kaku over and over in his hands. "Master, will you truly go?" Che wiped his hands, retrieved the newly forged kunai from its cooling water and held it up to the light. Its edge gleamed, cold, sharp, flawless. "The invitation has already been delivered. To decline would dishonor such thoughtful intent." Sanzo set the slip aside and looked at him. "Then who will manage the shop?" "Kuro and Kurobai will hold the shop. Nono will oversee Karen. Mizuki handles external liaison. You accompany me." Sanzo nodded, no further questions asked. Che stepped into the courtyard and raised his eyes to the sky. Clouds veiled the sun, dimming the light. An ancient tree swayed gently in the breeze, its leaves whispering softly. Karen darted in from the front shop and came to stand beside him. "Master, you're leaving." Che looked down at her. "How did you know?" She pointed toward Sanzo. "His chakra is pulsing, not from fear but tension. It only flares like that when he's anxious." Che paused, then smiled. "You can sense that?" She nodded. "Yes." Her gaze held his. "When will you return, Master?" Che considered it. "In a few days." Karen lowered her eyes to her own hands. After a moment she lifted her head again. Then I'll watch the man at the street entrance, every day. Che nodded. Very well. She smiled and dashed back to the front shop. As they left the village the sky grew heavier darker. Wind swept in from the mountain pass, damp thick with the scent of wet earth. Sanzo followed Che at a measured pace, his eyes constantly scanning the terrain. Master, the weather suggests rain. Che grunted in acknowledgement and kept walking. The mountain path narrowed steadily, dense woods pressed in on both sides dimming the light until it resembled twilight. Occasional bird calls pierced the silence, then ceased abruptly. The stillness was unnerving. Sanzo's hand never left the hilt of his blade. Che walked ahead, neither hurried nor hesitant, his steps deliberate and unwavering. Rounding a bend the path opened suddenly, not into open land but into a narrow mountain gorge. Steep slopes rose sharply on either side and the trail between them barely accommodated two abreast. Sanzo faltered mid-step. Master, this place. He trailed off but his meaning was clear. Che halted too. His gaze swept left to right then right to left again across the stretch ahead. Manzu analysis flashed silently. Terrain assessment. Summit cover ideal for ambush. Vegetation signs multiple footprints visible on slopes. Estimated numbers 1015 individuals distributed across both ridges. A faint twitch crossed Che's lips. We have guests. Even as the words left his mouth figures surged upright along both ridgelines, dozens strong brandishing blades and staves surging down the slopes to seal both ends of the pass. Their leader, a hulking brute with coarse scarred features, raised a massive cleaver and planted himself squarely in the center. Halt. Che stopped. Sanzo froze as well, hand resting on his sword awaiting Che's command. The thug sized them up, scanning their lean frames, empty hands, no visible provisions, and his expression soured with disappointment. Just the two of you? Che said nothing. The brute advanced 2 paces. Leave behind anything of value, and you may pass. Che met his gaze. Manzu analysis. Bandit chief, coarse-faced. Combat proficiency mundane, exceptional strength. Armament heavy cleaver, 15 lbs. Weaknesses verbose overextended stance, exposed left flank. Subordinates. Count 13. Armament swords E3 clubstaves E10. Formation disorganized, gentler incline on left slope, viable breach point. Having absorbed the data, Che turned slightly toward Sanzo and spoke one sentence. You block the right. Let none escape. The left slope, I'll take it. Sanzo blinked. Before he could react, Che was already moving. Che charged, not at the club-wielding mob but straight for the loquacious chief. The brute stared stunned, then raised his cleaver. Too late. Che was already before him, kunai pressed cold and precise against his throat. Don't move. The cleaver hung suspended midair, rigid. His men froze, weapons half-raised, paralyzed between advance and retreat. Che's voice was calm, unhurried. Step aside, you live. Resist, you die. The chief's face flushed crimson. He glanced at Che, then at his 13 men, clenched his jaw. What arrogance, for one man to stand so tall. Attack. Before the final syllable escaped his lips, Che's kunai sliced cleanly across his throat. Warm blood spattered Che's robes. The chief collapsed, eyes wide and unblinking, convulsed twice, and lay still. His men stood stunned. Che did not pause. He plunged into the fray, Manzu analysis fully engaged. Left, sword wielder's right foot just lifting, weight still anchored behind, Che drove his blade deep into the man's thigh. A scream tore from his throat as he crumpled. Right, club wielder raised his weapon, Che circled behind him in a fluid pivot, driving the kunai beneath his ribs. A muffled groan, then collapse. 2 others fled, Sanzo cut them down from the right flank, swift and decisive. 30 seconds. 13 bandits fell, 7 of them. The remaining 6 threw down their weapons and fled scrambling into the forest without daring to look back. Che did not pursue. He crouched down and rummaged through the body of the leader. He found a cloth bag, opened it, and inside were a few pieces of silver and a crumpled piece of paper. He unfolded the paper. It was a hand-drawn map marking the locations of several villages with a red circle around one mark. A hidden cave. Analysis by Wanzhou. The bandit looting map marked the locations of 3 nearby villages. The red circle indicates a cave presumed to be a stash for stolen goods. Map creation date recent. Che put the map away and stood up. Sanlang walked over, looking at him with a complex expression. Boss, your skills. Che wiped the blood from his kunai and then wiped the bloodstains from his clothes, which wouldn't come off, so he gave up. I practiced. He moved forward. Let's find a place to rest before dark. Sanlang followed, walking a few steps before looking back at the corpses. The forest was quiet, the wind rustling the leaves as if nothing had happened. Before dark they found a dilapidated temple. The temple was small, housing an unknown stone statue with the incense table covered in dust. There were a few leaks in the roof, but the walls remained, shielding them from the wind. Sanlang built a fire in the temple and Che took out the map to look at it again. The firelight illuminated the map, making the red circle particularly prominent. Sanlang leaned closer. Boss, do you want to check this place out? Let's go. It's on the way. He put the map away, leaned against the wall and closed his eyes. Sanlang also leaned against the opposite wall, resting his hand on his sword, listening to the sounds outside. The wind blew through the cracks, causing the flames to flicker. The next day, following the markings on the map, they found the cave. The cave entrance was well hidden, concealed behind a thicket. One would not notice it without a careful look. Sanlang pushed aside the bushes and took a peek inside. Boss, there are people. Just as he spoke, 3 figures burst out from within. They were not bandits but ninjas. Sanlang reacted quickly, drawing his sword to block one. The other 2 rushed towards Che. Che took a step back, retreating to the open area at the cave entrance, activating Wanzhou analysis. Ninja A Strength Chunin. Specialization Fire Release. Weakness: the little finger involuntarily sticks up during hand seals. Fire release sprays from the right side, leaving the left side a blind spot. Ninja B Strength Chunin. Specialization Taijutsu. Weakness: the right leg has been injured, hesitant to exert force when kicking, slow to retract the leg. Ninja A has already begun forming hand seals. Che watched the little finger sticking up on his hand and swiftly moved to the left. The fire release shot out, completely missing him. Che had already circled to his left side, thrusting the kunai into his back. Ninja A let out a scream and fell to the ground. Ninja B rushed forward, aiming a kick at Chi's head. Instead of retreating, Che advanced, dodging the kick, and his short knife slashed towards Ninja B's right leg. As expected, Ninja B hesitated to exert force on his right leg. He couldn't dodge in time and the short knife cut through. He screamed and fell down. Sanlang's side also ended as he pinned the ninja's neck and looked up at Che. Boss, do you want to leave him alive? Che walked over, crouched down and looked at the pinned ninja. Who sent you? The ninja gritted his teeth and remained silent. Che pulled out the map from his bosom and waved it in front of him. How did you know about this place? The ninja still didn't speak. Che nodded. That's fine. Not saying is okay too. He stood up and walked into the cave. It was cooler inside than outside, with a musty smell in the air. Several wooden boxes were piled in the corner, covered in dust. He opened one and found a stack of letters. Unfolding them, he read. Analysis by Wanzhou Root. Confidential letter copy. Content: plan to establish a secret base at the border of the Land of Fire. Involved individuals: Danzo Root, small leader Snake. Date: early this month. Note: this letter is a copy. The original has been submitted to Danzo. Che put the letter away and rummaged through the other boxes. Inside were some weapons and money, quite a lot of it. He walked out, crouched down and looked at the ninja. You are from Root. The ninja's expression changed. Che looked at him. I won't kill you. You go back and tell Danzo. I killed one of his men and let another go. Next time, however many come, I'll leave that many alive. He stood up. Let's go. The ninja hesitated for a moment, then got up and ran, disappearing into the forest quickly. Sanlang walked over. Boss, letting him go isn't exposing us. Che shook his head. Danzo already knows we are out. Letting him go is just to send a message. He took out the stack of letters. This is more useful than killing him. Sanlang looked at the letters, his eyes brightening. What is this? Che nodded. Keep it safe. 2 days later, in the capital of the Land of Fire. At the city gate, people came and went with merchants, farmers, samurai, and all kinds of folks mixed together in a noisy crowd. Sanlang followed behind Che, his eyes scanning the surroundings, habitually memorizing the terrain and the flow of people. Che followed the address on the nameplate and found an alley. The alley wasn't deep, ending at a wooden door that looked ordinary, no different from the nearby houses. He knocked on the door. The door opened, revealing a person inside. A tall figure in a black cloak with a scar running diagonally from the brow bone to the chin. Kakuzu. He glanced at Che and stepped aside. Come in. Che walked in with Sanlang following behind. Inside was a small courtyard that appeared larger than it looked from outside. In the middle of the courtyard was a stone table with a person seated beside it. He had red hair, a young face, and his eyes were devoid of expression as he looked at Che like examining an object. Scorpion. Information automatically popped up in Chi's mind. Sands of the Red Sand, identity member of the Akatsuki organization, rank rogue ninja from Sunigakure. Strength assessment Kage level. Specialization puppet technique poison. Current status observing assessing. Danger level SS. Che walked over and sat down opposite the stone table. Kakuzu also sat down looking at Che. Did you receive the letter? Che nodded. Kakuzu pointed at Scorpion. He is looking for you. Scorpion looked at Che, his gaze moving from his face to his hands, then back to his face. I heard you can make puppet parts. Che replied, yes. Scorpion took out an object from behind and placed it on the stone table. It was a puppet joint, palm-sized, made of metal and very finely crafted. Take a look at this. Che picked it up and activated Wanzhou analysis. Sunigakure puppet joint sample material, fine iron. Structure, traditional axle sleeve type. Defects 3. The gap between the axle sleeve and the axle rod is too large, wears quickly. The hardness of the material is insufficient, easily deformed. The design of the lubrication oil groove is unreasonable, dries quickly. Che finished reading, then set it down. This thing has problems. Scorpion's eyes moved slightly. Speak. Che pointed at several spots on the joint. Here the gap is too large. It won't last more than 300 uses before it becomes loose. Here the hardness is insufficient. If the puppet suffers impact during battle, this position is most prone to deformation. And here the oil groove is opened in the wrong direction, the lubrication oil won't stay and it dries quickly. Scorpion stared at him, remaining silent. After several seconds he finally spoke. Can you make changes? Yes, but the materials need to be replaced. Replaced with what? Add a bit of chakra metal into the iron. Not much, just 5% will do. Scorpion furrowed his brows. Chakra metal is expensive. It is expensive but worth it. After the modification this joint can be used 3,000 times, which is 10 times the original. Scorpion remained silent for a few seconds. Jiao Du interjected, I've tried his stuff. 100 kunai and not a single one has broken yet. Scorpion glanced at Jiao Du, then looked back at Che. Can you make 100 sets? Che pondered for a moment. 100 sets with 8 joints each. Correct. How long will it take? You decide. Che calculated in his mind. 1 month. I'll first deliver 10 sets of samples for you to test. If there are no issues, I'll continue with the rest. Scorpion looked at him, the corner of his mouth twitching, unsure whether to laugh or not. You're quite cautious. Businessmen can't afford to be reckless. Scorpion stood up. I'll send someone to collect it in a month. He walked out, pausing at the door to look back. If it's done well, we can negotiate the price. If not. He left the sentence hanging and then walked away. Jiao Du sat there watching Che. You've got some guts. Che remained silent. Jiao Du pulled out a small cloth bag from his pocket and tossed it to him. This is the deposit. Che caught it and opened it. Inside was a stack of silver notes, quite a substantial amount. 1 Zao analysis deposit amount 500,000 taels source Akatsuki organization note Scorpion's personal commission. Che put the bag away. Jiao Du stood up. I'll escort you out. As they exited the alley, the sky had already darkened. The streets were less crowded and shops began to close with attendants carrying door panels inside. San Lang followed behind Che, and after a few steps he suddenly lowered his voice. "Boss, someone is following us." Che didn't look back and continued walking. "How many?" "4," San Lang said. "They started following us from the entrance of that alley." Che turned into an even narrower alley nearby. San Lang was taken aback but didn't ask following him inside. The alley was deep with tall walls on either side and no forks. Halfway through, Che stopped. San Lang stopped as well. The 4 individuals behind them indeed followed, and reaching the middle of the alley and stopping when they saw Che standing there. The leader had a scar on his face different from Jiao Du's. This one ran across his left brow and looked more menacing. He looked at Che and smiled. "Not running away?" Che turned around to look at him. "Run from what?" The man stepped forward. "Do you know whose people we are?" "From Danzo." The man's smile froze. "You know and still remain so calm." Che remained silent. The man waved his hand and the 4 surrounded them, blocking the front and back. "Charge." Che moved. It wasn't a retreat, he charged forward. 1 Zao analysis all open. Follower A strength special Jonin proficient in lightning release weakness old injury on right shoulder chakra takes 0.3 seconds to flow. Follower B strength Jonin proficient in swordsmanship weakness overconfident likes to hold back first strike only uses 7 points of strength. C D strength Chunin proficient in coordination weakness C fast D slow coordination has gaps 0.5 seconds of opportunity. Che charged at B the Jonin with the sword. The man was startled when he saw Che charging at him. He placed his hand on his sword, indeed only using 7 points of strength. The moment the sword was halfway out, Che was already in front of him. The kunai swept upwards not to hit him but to knock the sword away. The sword was sent flying. The man widened his eyes. Che's kunai followed through, slicing his hand that held the sword, then delivered a kick to his chest. He crashed into the wall, sliding down and becoming motionless. A reacted, forming hand seals with both hands, but just as the lightning release was initiated, Che had already circled to his side. He exerted force on his right shoulder and the chakra indeed stalled for a moment. Just that moment Che's kunai had already pierced under his rib. He let out a muffled groan and fell. C and D were just about to move, but San Lang rushed in from behind, taking one down with a single strike each. 30 seconds. 3 of the 4 were down. Che walked in front of A, crouched down and looked at him. "From Danzo." The man's face reddened, unable to speak. Che pressed the kunai against his neck. "I'm asking you a question." The man gritted his teeth and said, You can't escape." Che nodded. "I don't need to escape." He stood up and said to San Lang, "Kill these 3. Leave this one alive." San Lang nodded and swiftly took action. Che crouched down and whispered something to the surviving man. "Go back and tell Danzo. If he wants to play, wait until I return to Konoha to play face to face. Don't play tricks on someone else's territory." The man's face turned a deep shade of purple, unable to utter a word. Che stood up, wiping the blood off the kunai. "Let's go." The stench of blood still lingered in the alley. Che put away the kunai, glanced at the 3 corpses on the ground and turned to leave. San Lang followed behind, the sound of their footsteps echoing in the empty alley one after another. As they exited the alley, there were hardly any people left on the street. The shop doors were all closed, with only a few lanterns still lit, swaying gently in the night breeze. In the distance the sound of the watchman's clapper could be heard. 1 2 3. San Lang hurried a few steps to catch up. "Boss, where are we staying tonight?" Che did not answer but pulled out the nameplate with the character Jiao on it and flipped it over to check the back. There were a few small words he hadn't noticed before: East Market Ironworks. He put the nameplate away. Let's find a place to settle down first. Well, go to the East Market tomorrow. San Lang nodded, not asking why. The two crossed several streets and found an inn that was still open. The innkeeper yawned as he took their money, led them to the doors of 2 rooms on the second floor, pointed to the lanterns and left. Che pushed the door open. The room was very dark with only a bit of moonlight coming in from the window. He walked to the window and took a glance outside. Across the street were the rooftops of several houses, pitch black, and nothing was visible. He didn't light a lamp, just sat by the window. His mind was still turning over matters. Scorpions order 500,000 taels as a deposit, 10 sets of samples due in a month. The gap for chakra metal, how Danzo would move next, and those people in the shop. He pulled out the map he had searched from the bandits again. The location of the cave had already been noted down and the contents inside had been emptied. The letters from the route were still in his pocket, a stiff stack. This will come in handy sooner or later. He put the map away and took out the partially drawn blueprint. A water-powered forging device. In his past life he had seen similar items in a hardware factory, a water wheel connected to a crankshaft driving the hammer up and down for continuous forging. The river in Konoha flows slowly, but the drop is sufficient, so making a small water wheel shouldn't be a problem. Holding a charcoal pencil, he added a few strokes to the blueprint. The moonlight outside slowly moved past, illuminating the stack of papers on the table, then slowly moved away. When he looked up, the sky was already dimly lit. The streets of the East Market gradually became lively. Vegetable sellers carried their loads from outside the city, occupying the best spots at the street corners. Breakfast vendors set up their stalls, and as the steamer for the buns was lifted, white steam rose up into the air. San Lang followed Che closely, observing the people around while keeping his hand on the hilt of his knife. Che paid him no mind and continued to look at one iron shop after another. The first shop displayed only farming tools and ordinary knives. Che picked up a sickle for inspection. The blade was warped, indicating poor tempering. He put it down and moved on. The second shop was larger and sold weapons. Shuriken and throwing knives, better than those from the wooden leaf shops, but still limited in quality. The owner was a plump man who greeted them with a cheerful smile. "What can I do for you customers?" Che glanced at him. "Do you have chakra metal?" The plump man's smile faltered. "That stuff. We don't have it here. Only 3 shops in the entire East Market carry it." Che nodded and turned to leave. The plump man called after him, "Hey customer, don't go just yet. We have regular iron materials." The third shop was modest in size, but the items on the shelves appeared more refined than the previous 2. Che picked up a short knife. The blade was well balanced and sharp. He set it down and looked at an old man sitting behind the counter. The old man was sipping tea and did not rise, but merely lifted his eyelids upon seeing Che. "What do you want?" Che walked over. "Do you have chakra metal?" The old man set his teacup down. "Yes, but it's expensive." "How much?" The old man raised 5 fingers. 50,000 taels per tael. Che stared at him. Information popped up in his mind. Old Joe had been in the business for 40 years with a stock of about 10 taels. The price was high but could be negotiated down to 40,000 taels. He took out a kunai from his pocket and placed it on the counter. Old Joe glanced at it and his expression changed. He picked up the kunai, examined it closely, and flicked the blade with his finger to listen to the sound. "Did you make this?" Che nodded. Old Joe raised his head, his gaze lingering on Chi's face for a moment. 40,000 taels per tael. How many do you want? 10 taels. Old Joe said nothing more and stood up to walk into the back room. After a while he brought out a small wooden box and placed it on the counter, opening it. Inside were chunks of silver-white metal, small but heavy. Che picked one up. It was chakra metal with a purity of over 90%. He closed the wooden box. "For million taels I'll take them all." Old Joe looked at him. "Do you have that much?" Che took out a stack of silver notes, each worth 50,000 taels, totaling 10 pieces. Old Joe glanced at them and nodded. "Deal." He turned to get paper and pen, wrote a receipt and handed it to Che. "This is your proof. If you get good items in the future I'll come to you." Che put the receipt away and handed the wooden box to San Lang. Sanlang took it, cradling it like a treasure. As they walked out of the shop, Sanlang could not help but speak up. "Boss, 4 million taels just for this little bit of stuff." Che glanced at him. "This little bit is worth 4 million taels." Sanlang fell silent. The two continued walking forward. At the end of this street was the end of the East Market. Ahead lay a river, the water flowing with a gurgling sound, with several boats docked at the shore and the boatmen basking in the sun on the deck. Che stood by the riverbank gazing at the water. The current was not swift, but it was stable. If a water wheel were set up here to drive the hammer. "Mr. Shindai," a voice called from behind. Che turned around. 3 men stood a short distance away, dressed smartly, clearly local merchants. The one in the middle, around 40, with a fair complexion, held a folding fan. He looked at Che and smiled. "My surname is Chien and I'm from the East Market Chamber of Commerce. I heard that Mr. Shindai bought quite a lot of good items today and wanted to get acquainted." Che studied him. Information popped up: a director of the East Market Chamber of Commerce monopolizing the local iron supply, appearing polite but actually wanting to exploit. He said nothing. The merchant surnamed Chien took a step forward. "Mr. Shindai must be from out of town, so you might not know some of the rules. In the East Market, the iron trade has always been dictated by our chamber. If you want to restock, you must first notify us. Of course, rules are dead, but people are alive. As long as you are willing to cooperate, we can offer you discounts on future purchases." Che looked at him. "What kind of cooperation?" The merchant surnamed Chien smiled. "It's simple. We take a cut of 10% from your purchases. When you do business in the Land of Fire, we'll have your back." Sanlang's hand rested on his knife. Che remained still. Looking at the merchant surnamed Chien, he suddenly laughed. 10%. The merchant nodded. "Right, 10%. Isn't that a small amount?" Che took out the piece of chakra metal from his pocket, weighing it in his hand. "I spent 4 million taels on this. Your 10% would be 400,000 taels." He put the metal back. "Do you know where I got this 4 million taels? How did you get it?" The merchant's smile faltered. Che took a step forward. "Someone came to me for something and gave a deposit first. You don't need to know who he is. Just know I dare to take his deposit. He isn't worried about me running away." He stared into the merchant's eyes. "If you want to take a cut, go ask him for it." The merchant's face changed. "Are you trying to elevate him while oppressing me?" Che shook his head. "I'm not elevating anyone. I'm telling you there are some funds you can't handle." He turned to leave. "Let's go." Sanlang followed. The 3 men stood in place, their faces grim, but did not dare to stop them. After walking a while, Sanlang whispered, "Boss, do you think that guy will cause trouble?" Che did not look back. "He will." "Then what should we?" "Let him come to us. We'll talk when he does." Sanlang asked no more. They wandered through a few more shops in the East Market. Che bought several items: a few pieces of fine iron, some copper materials, and a roll of fine copper wire. These were ordinary items which Sanlang did not understand, but he did not ask. As they reached the entrance of an alley, Che suddenly stopped. The alley was not deep and there was a shop inside, its door half closed with no visible sign. However, he recognized the items piled at the entrance as old ironware, broken blades and rusted swords, the kind waiting to be melted down. He walked inside. The shop was dim and dusty everywhere. Behind the counter sat an old man, even older than the previous one, with drooping eyelids as if he were asleep. Che remained silent and wandered around the shop. In the corner lay several old machines, rusted beyond recognition. Among them one caught his eye: a water wheel connected to rods and hammers. Although rusted, its structure remained. He crouched down and examined it closely. One Zhao analysis information popped up: hydraulic hammer broken, but the core components were intact and could be repaired. He stood up and walked to the counter. "Is that old machine for sale?" The old man lifted his eyelids, glanced at Che, then looked at the pile of scrap in the corner. "Those? They're all scrap iron, sold by weight." Che nodded. "Fine. I'll take them all. Sanlang was stunned beside him. Boss, those broken copper and iron. Che ignored him, took out a stack of silver notes, counted a few and placed them on the counter. The old man glanced over slowly, stood up, walked to the corner and pointed at a pile of items. Move it yourself. By the time they moved the items to the sky had already darkened. Sanlang was panting heavily, plopping down on the doorstep. Boss, why are we buying this junk? Che crouched down, looking at the hydraulic hammer, tapping it lightly with his finger. This is not junk. Sanlang leaned over, staring for a long time but failing to discern anything special. Che did not explain. He stood up, walked into the room, lit a lamp and spread out the blueprint on the table. He examined the old machine while making modifications on the blueprint. Hydraulic drive, adjustable hammer, stroke, forging frequency. The principles of the equipment from his past life's factory were all applicable here. The key was to implement these principles using the materials of this world. He amended and sketched repeatedly. By the time he set down his pen and looked up, it was already pitch dark outside. Sanlang leaned against the doorframe, having fallen asleep at some point. Che stood up, walked to the window and took a glance outside. The street was very quiet, only the sound of the night watchman's clapper echoed faintly. He gathered the blueprint, blew out the lamp and lay down on the bed. The next day they went to the iron material market. The place was vast and open air, filled with heaps of iron materials. Che inspected each piece with the 10,000 manufacturing analysis running, revealing material purity origin one after another. Sanlang followed behind, watching him crouch, stand and rummage through another pile. Boss, what exactly are you looking for? Che did not answer. He was searching for materials suitable for making a water wheel. They had to be lightweight, rust-resistant and sufficiently hard. There was no stainless steel here, so he had to look for substitutes. After walking through the entire market, he bought 3 pieces of copper, 2 pieces of wrought iron along with some random parts. Sanlang helped carry them, both hands full. Boss, how much more do we need to buy? Che glanced at the items in his hands. That should be enough. Sanlang sighed in relief. In the evening they found a restaurant to eat. The restaurant was small, with a few tables and several customers. Che and Sanlang sat in the corner, ordered a few dishes and ate slowly. Halfway through, a few people entered through the door. The leader, with a face full of flesh, looked like trouble. They walked up to Che and stopped. The fleshy-faced man looked down at him. Are you the one who bought the chakra metal at the East Market? Che put down his chopsticks. Is there something you need? The man smiled. I've heard you're quite bold. Our boss wants to meet you. Sanlang stood up. Che held him back. He looked at the fleshy-faced man. Who is your boss? You'll find out soon enough. We control this area of the East Market. Che nodded slightly. All right. Lead the way. Sanlang was taken aback. Che had already stood up. They were led to a warehouse. The warehouse was large, filled with iron materials and wooden crates. In the middle stood a table, behind which sat a man in his 40s, bald, with a scar on his neck. He watched Che walk in, sizing him up from head to toe. So you are the outsider. Che stood still. It's me. The bald man smiled slightly. I've heard you were quite arrogant at the East Market yesterday, even daring to confront Money Fatty. Che remained silent. The bald man stood up and walked in front of him. Do you know that in this East Market I call the shots? If you want to make a purchase, it has to be approved by me. If I don't approve, the goods can't leave this city. He stared into Chi's eyes. Now I'm giving you a chance. Leave the chakra metal and pay 1,000,000 taels in compensation, and I'll pretend this never happened. Che looked at him. Information popped up. Bald man, strength at the middle ninja level, backed by officials, weakness, overconfidence, lose subordinates. The back door of the warehouse is unlocked. After reading it, he smiled slightly. The bald man paused. What are you laughing at? I'm laughing at what you just said. Which part? You said you call the shots in the East Market. Che took a step forward. You don't get to decide. The bald man's expression changed. You son of a... Before he could finish, Che had already moved. A kunai slid out from his sleeve pressed against the bald man's neck. Don't move. The bald man's eyes widened. Just as his subordinates were about to move, Sanlang blocked the door, drawing his knife, its cold gleam flashing. Che looked at the bald man. I came to the East Market to buy things, not to cause trouble. But if you insist on finding trouble, I'll oblige. He pressed the kunai a little further and blood began to seep from the bald man's neck. Now I will count to 3. You let your men step aside and I will leave. If you don't, I will kill you and then make my escape. Do you think your men can stop me? The bald man's face turned beet red. 1. No one moved. 2. The bald man's lips trembled. Let them go. Che sheathed the kunai. Smart move. He turned and walked out. Sanlang followed behind, sheathing his knife. As they exited the warehouse, it was already dark outside. Sanlang hurried to catch up. Boss, are we just letting it go like this? Che shook his head. Let it go. He will come back. Then what should we do? We won't wait for him. Che said we've finished buying the items and we will return to Konoha tomorrow. The next day they left the city. At the city gate people were bustling about, porters, cart pushers and cattle drivers all crowded together. Che and Sanlang squeezed through the crowd, slowly making their way out. On the road back to Konoha they encountered no further trouble. Che disassembled the parts of the hydraulic hammer, packed them into several bundles and had Sanlang carry them. Sanlang didn't know what they were, but he didn't ask. After 2 days the village of Konoha appeared in sight. The sun broke through the clouds, shining on the wooden sign at the store entrance. Xianglin was sitting on a small stool at the door, eyes closed, the sunlight shining on her red hair, bright to the point of being dazzling. Hearing footsteps, she opened her eyes and saw Che immediately standing up. Boss. Che walked over. Xianglin stood there looking at him with a smile. You're back. Che nodded. Xianglin smiled but suddenly furrowed her brow. Boss, you smell of blood again. Che looked down at his clothes. He had changed into another outfit on the road, but the stains of blood remained uncleanable. I encountered a few rats on the way. Xianglin nodded, not asking further. Boss, that person in the building at the street corner is still there. Che glanced toward the street corner. The building's doors and windows were tightly shut, making it hard to discern anything. He turned back. Understood. Xianglin ran into the store. Che stood at the door, glancing over once more. Then he turned and walked into the backyard. Under the shed the fire was still burning. Guibai was tidying up his tools in the corner. Seeing him come in, he called out, Boss. The smell of herbs wafted from Yunai's room just like before he left. Che set down the bundles, opened them and took out the parts of the old machine one by one. Guibai leaned over. Boss, what's this? Che did not answer. He spread out the blueprint, squatting down to compare the blueprint with the parts. The sun slowly moved across the sky and the shadows gradually lengthened. When he raised his head, the yard had already darkened. He stood up, stretching his neck. Xianglin stood beside him, having arrived at some point. Boss, what is this? Che looked at the pile of parts. It's something that will allow me to forge iron for fewer years. Parts were scattered all over the ground. Che crouched down, holding the rusted water wheel, flipping it over and examining it several times. Sanlang stood nearby, watching him frown from time to time, then sketching a few lines on the blueprint with a charcoal pencil, completely baffled by what he was doing. Guibai approached, crouched down and stared at it for a long time. Boss, can this thing be repaired? Che didn't answer, setting the water wheel down and picking up the connecting rod. The connecting rod was bent but not broken, it could be straightened with heat. He stood up and walked outside the shed, looking upstream. From here he could see the bend in the river. The flow wasn't too swift, but the drop was significant. In his past life while working at the hardware factory, a master once said that the power of water doesn't lie in its speed but in its drop and flow. Guibai followed over. Boss, what are you looking at? Che pointed over there. Whose place is that? Guibai scratched his head as he looked. It seems like a piece of wasteland, no one's taking care of it. Someone tried to plant vegetables there before but it didn't work out. Che nodded. In his mind he started sketching a plan, a water diversion channel to lead water behind the shop, creating a vertical water wheel, then using gears to convert horizontal rotation into vertical reciprocation to drive the hammer. The lever ratio needed to be calculated properly, the stroke had to be sufficient and the frequency couldn't be too fast or too slow. He turned around and walked back. Sanlang, go borrow a few shovels. Goei, move that pile of wood over here. The two of them hesitated for a moment before getting to work. The sun peeked through the clouds then vanished again. A shadow moved a short distance on the ground. Che drew lines on the ground with a charcoal pencil, sketching a winding trench that extended from the riverbank to the back wall of the shop. Goei returned from outside and saw him drawing on the ground, so he came over to take a look. Boss, is this digging a trench? Yes. What's the purpose of digging a trench? Che straightened up and glanced at him. Let the water come over on its own. Goei blinked, not understanding, but didn't ask further. Sanlang returned with a shovel, followed by two others, Shijing and a young man he didn't know. Shijing saw Che and ran over. Boss, I heard we're digging a trench, so I brought the neighbor's kid along, he's strong. Che glanced at the young man and nodded. Dig. Start from that stone by the river, follow this line 1 foot deep and 2 feet wide. The few of them grabbed shovels and began to dig. Che returned to the shed, continuing to tinker with the pile of parts. He placed the bent connecting rod into the fire to heat it until it glowed, then set it on the anvil, hammering it straight. Xiang Lin ran in from the front shop, crouching beside him. Boss. Che didn't stop what he was doing. The person at the street corner moved today. Where did he go? He didn't go out. Just walked around inside, but he seemed anxious, like he was waiting for something. Che nodded. Keep an eye on him. Xiang Lin didn't leave and squatted there watching him straighten the connecting rod. After a while she suddenly spoke up. Boss, Shui Mu's chakra has been unstable again today. Che looked up. What's wrong? It's even more unstable than a few days ago. That false sound suddenly became louder. Che set down the connecting rod and wiped his hands. Got it. Xiang Lin stood up and ran back to the front shop. By evening the trench was finished. A shallow water channel wound from the riverbank just a few feet short of reaching the back wall of the shop. Goei and the others sat nearby, panting and covered in sweat. Che walked over to take a look and nodded. Tomorrow finish digging that last section and build a sluice gate. The others responded. Sanlang walked over, looking a bit off. Boss, there's something. Che looked at him. Speak. Just now the person from the iron supply company sent a message saying that the batch of fine iron we ordered is temporarily out of stock. Che's eyes shifted slightly. Temporarily. Sanlang nodded. They said there's a problem on the supply side and we have to wait. But I asked a few acquaintances and they all said it's not a supply issue, someone is spreading word that they're not allowed to sell to us. Che didn't say anything. Sanlang looked at him. Boss, is it Danzo again? Che didn't respond. He turned and walked back to the shed, picking up the blueprint to look at it before putting it down. Go call Shui Mu here. Sanlang was taken aback for a moment but still went. By the time Shui Mu arrived it was already dark. A lamp was lit in the courtyard, casting a dim yellow light on a small area beneath the shed. Che sat on the steps holding the blueprint, watching Shui Mu walk in. Shui Mu walked up to him and stopped. Boss, did you call for me? Che remained silent, just looking at him. One Zhao analysis automatic information popped up. Chakra fluctuations were intense, two voices entangled, one struggling. Shui Mu felt uneasy under his gaze and smiled awkwardly. Boss, what's up? Che set down the blueprint. Who did you meet today? Shui Mu's smile stiffened. I didn't see anyone. Che looked at him. Xiang Lin said your chakra was unstable. Shui Mu fell silent. Che continued, you've been here for so long, I've had you handle external communications and business negotiations. All the collaborations with those shops were negotiated by you. Have I ever treated you unfairly? Shui Mu shook his head. No. Then what are you hesitating about? Shuei-mu lowered his head saying nothing. Che didn't rush him, just waited. After a long time Shuei-mu looked up. Someone has approached me. Che looked at him. From the root. Shuei-mu nodded. They offered me some money and asked me to tell them about the situation in the shop. They also said that if I wanted I could return to Konoha and be reassigned. He said, pulling out a cloth bag from his pocket and placing it in front of Che. I haven't touched the money. I haven't seen those people a second time. Che looked at the cloth bag. One Zhao analysis root marker containing several silver notes. He looked up at Shuei-mu. Then why is your chakra unstable today? Shuei-mu forced a smile. I was thinking whether or not to tell you. He looked into Che's eyes. To be honest, I was tempted. The conditions those people offered weren't low. But I thought about it all day and ultimately decided. I can't leave. Why? Shuei-mu pondered. Because there's a sense of belonging here. Che remained silent. I worked at the school for so many years and the higher-ups only used me as a tool. Coming here you let me handle business and make decisions if those bosses treat me with respect. Guehei and Guehbai, although they were wary of me at first, now see me as one of their own. And that girl. The way she looked at me has changed from wariness at first to now. She doesn't fear me as much anymore. He looked at Che. If I leave I will lose everything. Che remained silent for a few seconds. Then he picked up the cloth bag, weighed it and tossed it back to Shuei-mu. Keep it. Shuei-mu was taken aback. Boss. Keep it. Consider it a bonus for this time. The dim oil lamp hung on the wooden pole in the courtyard, swaying in the wind, casting distorted shadows of everyone around. The night was completely dark. All the shops on the street had long closed and the surroundings were silent save for the rustling sound of the wind blowing through the treetops in the distance. Shuei-mu held the cloth bag frozen in place, lost in thought. The bag was not light and through the fabric he could feel the weight of the silver notes inside pressing heavily into his palm and heart. He lifted his head to look at Che, who was sitting on the steps. In the night Che's expression was calm, devoid of anger, suspicion or ridicule. He sat quietly holding a blueprint filled with mechanical gears, his eyelids half-dropped, revealing nothing of his thoughts. Boss, I can't accept this money. Shuei-mu gritted his teeth and stretched out his hand, forcefully placing the bag on the nearby bluestone step. This is dirty money given by the roots, meant to buy off my loyalty. If I accepted it would be no different from colluding with outsiders to betray the shop. I have laid all my thoughts bare to you today with no intent to hide my selfishness. I will not touch a single cent of this money. The courtyard was utterly quiet. Sanlang stood to the side, afraid to breathe. Earlier he was sent to call Shuei-mu, his heart racing, fearing that Shuei-mu had secretly been bought off by the roots and might betray them. Since the blacksmith shop opened, everyone had banded together. If one of their own turned traitor, it would chill everyone's heart. In the shadows of the corridor Xianglin stood quietly. The young girl was small and thin, her eyes bright and startling. She had not spoken a word, only staring at Shuei-mu. She had a natural sensitivity to chakra, and in recent days she had clearly sensed the two forces within Shuei-mu tearing at each other. One was his true self and the other was the suggestion and temptation implanted by the roots, constantly at odds and restless. Che raised his hand, his gaze falling on the cloth bag, and slowly spoke, his voice not loud yet clear enough for everyone to hear. Do you think I want you to accept this as a means to enjoy its benefits? Shuei-mu paused. If not, your thinking is too rigid. Che slightly lifted his eyes, clarity shining through the darkness of night. Tuanzo sent someone to find you, offering you money and promising you a position. It's not because they value you, it's because they see you as a pawn. They sever our supply of fine iron and cut off the channels for external goods, aiming to trap me here. If they manage to confine me, they will turn to those close to me. Upon hearing this, Sanlang suddenly understood. Previously he had thought it was merely pressure from a competitor, but now it was clear that it was not just a one-sided issue from the iron supply shop, it was all orchestrated behind the scenes by the roots of Konoha. First cutting off supplies, and when that does not break my will, they turn to buy off those around me. Che lightly tapped the blueprint with his fingertip. They gamble on your greed, on your nostalgia for your identity in Konoha, hoping you want to remain as just a mere errand boy in this small blacksmith shop. As long as you relent and provide them with information continuously sow discord, the entire shop will fall apart from within without them having to lift a finger. Shuima's face gradually paled. He had thought about these matters before but had never dared to think too deeply. During that time people from the roots quietly approached him speaking sweetly. They lamented that he had such skills, having once taught in Konoha only to end up in a foreign place at the mercy of others. They promised that if he was willing to cooperate he could return to Konoha at any time, restoring his identity status and wealth, no longer needing to hide in this remote alley dealing with street vendors daily. Those words were like hooks tightly snagging at the part of him that felt unsatisfied. He had indeed been tempted. Who would want to live a life of constant upheaval? Who would want to forever bear the stigma of being a defector and a fallen one? But being tempted was one thing and having a conscience was another. I've been feeling uneasy these days. My chakra disturbances are not feigned. Shuemu lowered his arms, his voice hoarse. During the day I run out to negotiate business, but at night I lie in bed unable to sleep. On one side people repeatedly tell me how good it would be to go back, while on the other I watch our courtyard and see everyone working and I can't distinguish which side I should choose. When he first arrived everyone was wary of him. Guehei with his blunt nature had never looked kindly upon him, always thinking he was a spy sent by Konoha. Guehei with his simple-mindedness also instinctively distanced himself. Xianglin, being young and perceptive, constantly monitored his chakra, her gaze filled with caution. Only Che had never looked at him through colored glasses, granting him enough authority to go out and negotiate collaborations, handle external relations and connect with all the merchants on the street. In situations where others showed him no respect, Che gave him confidence. When others made things difficult for him, Che supported him. All business outside was fully entrusted to him and the trust was laid bare. Over time the cold wariness gradually dissipated. Guehei would hand him a ladle of cold water when he was tired from work, and Guehei would actively involve him in discussions. On the entire street no one regarded him as a fallen renegade anymore, he was simply seen as the manager of the blacksmith shop, treated politely and with respect. These things were never given to him by Konoha. In Konoha he was merely a tool that could be sacrificed or discarded at any moment. The only thing Konoha offered me was empty fame and exploitation. Shuemu raised his head, his gaze particularly firm. What I have here is humanity. If I accept this money and then turn to the roots to betray everyone, I would despise myself for the rest of my life. I can do without the money and I do not crave the position, I just want to stay here peacefully. Che quietly watched him, taking in the moment for a long time. The evening breeze swept through the courtyard and the oil lamp flickered. I know. Those three simple words dispelled all doubt. From the moment Xianglin informed Shuemu about the chakra anomaly, Che understood clearly that it was not betrayal but struggle. If he truly wanted to turn traitor he wouldn't have such intense inner turmoil, he would simply conceal and act indifferently. Real traitors never panic. Che reached down, picked up the cloth bag from the ground and casually tossed it back into Shuima's arms. Keep it. No need to feel guilty. Boss. This is bait, not ill-gotten gains. Chi's tone was plain and straightforward, his words crisp with no unnecessary twists. You accept it, don't use it and don't turn it in. If the roots come looking for you again you don't need to directly tear off the mask and refuse. Just feign indifference, pretend to waver and bring back all their information. Everyone suddenly understood. Sanlang's pupils shifted and he instantly grasped it. It was using oneself as bait to gather intelligence. Che slowly said, cutting off our supply is just the first step. Today they buy off Shuemu, tomorrow they might buy off other merchants on the street, and the day after they will find ways to disrupt the shop. If we keep passively waiting for them to strike we will always be at their mercy. You taking this money will make them think you are tempted, that you have weaknesses they can exploit. The more hesitant you are the more they will continually send people to contact you, allowing us to clearly understand all movements of the roots. Shuemu clutched the cloth bag tightly in his arms and in an instant all his guilt and confusion dissipated, replaced by a sense of reassurance. It turned out Che had never doubted him. I understand now. He nodded heavily. From now on if anyone from the roots sends messages or comes looking for me I will report everything verbatim. On the surface I will handle things as usual and will not leak a hint of our plans here. Just remember your limits, Che reminded lightly. It's fine to act but don't cross the line. I'll remember it well. This late-night confrontation was devoid of arguments or barriers, laying bare all the hidden thoughts. Once a layer of misunderstanding was torn away, what remained was a unified heart. Xianglin in the corridor let out a gentle sigh, her tense shoulders slowly relaxing. The chaotic and twisted chains of chakra visibly began to stabilize, the two conflicting voices gradually separating, and the dark temptation was suppressed. She walked over, stepping into the light, and spoke softly, "From now on I will pay more attention. As long as his chakra shows any further anomalies I will know immediately. It's not about being on guard, it's about helping you discern external suggestions." Che looked at her and nodded gently. The night gradually deepened and this matter was completely settled. Suspicion was eliminated and there were no further cracks within. The next day, just as dawn was breaking and the sky was turning pale, the entire street had yet to wake up, but everyone in the courtyard was already up. Sanlangue Gue by along with Ishikawa and the young man who helped dig the ditch yesterday all gathered in the backyard with shovels and tools. Yesterday the water channel was just one last stretch away from being completed and the stone gate had yet to be repaired. The morning breeze blew by the river, the mist cool and refreshing. Che arrived early by the riverbank, retracing the terrain and water flow he had mapped out yesterday. Having dealt with machinery and hardware for years in his past life, this hydraulic structure was incomprehensible to others yet crystal clear to him. Water flow does not rely on turbulence but on the height difference. As long as the water channel is properly diverted, the water wheel has enough driving force and the gears mesh accurately, it can fully rely on the water flow to power the hammer, eliminating the need for manual labor and reliance on externally purchased refined iron products. If the iron supply outside is blocked, no problem. If others restrict the resources, it doesn't matter. He would create a flowing iron forging machine, refining iron and forging it all by himself, completely self-sufficient and entirely free from others' control. Start working. With Chi's command, everyone stopped delaying. The shovels plunged into the soil, turning the wet yellow mud. A few people had clearly defined roles, some dug deep into the last stretch of the water channel fully connecting the river and the backyard. Some ran to the riverbank to transport flat blue stones, stacking them layer by layer to build the sluice. The sluice is used to control the flow of water, opening wider when needed and closing when not, preventing rainwater from flooding back into the river during storms. The sun slowly rose, sunlight breaking through the morning mist and shining on the river. Everyone focused on their work with no one slacking off. Everyone understood that this water channel and water wheel machine were not just about digging a ditch, they were the lifeline of the entire shop. Once completed, they would no longer have to look at others' faces to procure materials nor fear being secretly cut off from supplies. Guehei worked the hardest, wielding the shovel with all his strength, sweat dripping down his chin, soaking through his rough cloth shirt, digging while gasping and muttering. "I used to think that forging iron depended solely on arm strength and the furnace hammer, never considering that water could do the work. The boss mind is truly remarkable to come up with such a method." Guehei squatted nearby, stacking stones, looking up in agreement. "I panicked for a while when the refined iron supply was cut off, fearing that the shop wouldn't survive. Now with this water channel we can forge our own iron and no one can control us." Sanlang was deeply moved while tidying the soil at the edge of the water channel. From the beginning of a shabby little blacksmith shop they had faced schemes, oppression and behind Thessine's instigation. In every challenge Che never took the wrong path, relying solely on his wits to break through the deadlock. As the sun rose high, the last shovel of dirt was dug out and the river water flowed swiftly down the winding channel, following the path they had created. Clear water broke through the yellow mud, winding steadily into the reserved water tank in the backyard. The water flowed crystal clear, making a pleasant sound. The blue stone sluice was completed, fitting perfectly with the right height and dimensions. Everyone stopped working and stood aside to watch the flowing river, all smiles on their faces. The water channel was open. Che walked to the shed in the backyard and everyone followed. Inside the shed all the components had already been prepared. The bent connecting rods had been heated in the furnace and hammered repeatedly to straighten them, becoming straight and solid. The rusty water wheel was polished and derusted and the gears were meshed and tested with sizes carefully calibrated against the blueprints. Everyone gathered around watching quietly. No one understood the mechanism's principles, but all were filled with anticipation. Che spoke little, getting to work on the assembly. His fingers moved deftly and calmly, connecting gears, securing wooden pins, linking rods and installing the water wheel. The huge wooden water wheel slowly sank into the flow of the channel. When the last buckle was secured, Che raised his hand signaling Guei-bai to open the sluice. The wooden sluice slowly lifted. The rushing river water surged and crashing violently against the broad water wheel blades. Boom, the dull sound of rotation echoed. The massive heavy water wheel began to turn slowly and steadily under the thrust of the water, revolving one circle after another as the water flowed continuously. The interlocking wooden gears turned in sync. The lateral rotational force transformed through the connecting rods and levers into vertical reciprocating power. Bang! 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 The heavy cast iron hammer fell heavily, driven by the mechanism's force, crashing down onto the anvil. The sound of forging was deep and steady, rhythmic and long, intertwining with the sound of flowing water resonating throughout the entire street. Everyone was stunned, staring blankly at the rising and falling hammer, mouths agape, unable to speak for a long time. Guei-hei rubbed his eyes, taking a couple of steps forward, incredulously reaching out to touch the turning gear. The rough wood was powerfully stable, moving smoothly without any stutter. It really worked. Can water really forge iron by itself? Guei-bai's voice was dazed. Sanlang let out a long sigh, feeling a heavy stone lift from his heart. From this day forward they had completely broken free from all restraints. News spread quickly through the streets. Within just an afternoon, everyone in the area knew that the riverside blacksmith had dug a water channel and created a peculiar machine that used the river's flow to forge iron automatically. The news soon reached the iron supply store. The storekeeper, upon hearing the report from his subordinate, slammed his teacup onto the table, his face turning ashen. Originally relying on cutting off the refined iron supply to pressure the other party into submission, they had expected to force them to plead for mercy and allow for manipulation. Yet the other party was completely unperturbed, directly creating a flowing iron forging machine that could forge iron on its own, thus never needing to procure materials from them again. All oppression had completely backfired. The storekeeper immediately sent someone to relay the message to his superiors, reporting the situation truthfully. The roots of the wood leaves received the news covertly. A small blacksmith shop in a secluded alley, relying neither on ninjutsu bloodlines nor power struggles, broke through all blockades solely with mundane mechanical skills. At the same time, in the always closed house at the street corner, the wood leaves Umbu scout, who had anxiously paced and awaited news for days, packed up all his belongings and quietly left the street unnoticed at dusk. There was no need to linger any longer. The schemes had failed, bribery was useless, and the blockades were void. Staying would only be a waste of effort. Danzo had completely lost this round. Night fell once more. The setting sun dipped below the distant river, casting an orange glow across the evening water wheel, its reflection swaying in the flowing river. In the days to come, life grew steadily calm and stable, with no more chaotic difficulties or blockades. The business of the shop became increasingly stable. The automatic iron forging machine saved a great deal of manpower, doubling the speed of forging with sturdy and durable iron products, drawing customers from the entire street and surrounding villages. The business thrived, with customers continuously arriving. Shumu completely severed all private ties with the roots of the wood leaves. The silver notes in the bag were still stored safely, neither returned nor used, serving as a reminder. Whenever someone from the roots came to the door, he maintained his usual calm demeanor to respond promptly, reporting all information back to the courtyard without any hesitation, his thoughts pure and stance firm. No longer struggling internally, the two conflicting chakras finally calmed down. From now on, this place would be his only home. Xiang Lin no longer had to be on constant alert. She continued to be responsible for gathering information on the street's happenings, but no longer lived in constant fear. During her free time, she helped tidy up the shop and tended to the fire. Her initial wariness of Shumu had long faded, and their interactions had become simple and natural. Guei-bai and Sanlang worked together daily, rising with the sun and resting at sunset, bickering while working, yet unified in times of need, making for a lively atmosphere. The world outside remained chaotic, with the undercurrents within the wood leaves never ceasing, while distant wars, power plays and schemes continued to unfold. In such turbulent times no one could truly remain unscathed. Yet this small blacksmith shop by the river had built its own stability. It did not rely on powerful ninjutsu cunning schemes to harm others, nor did it seek survival through allegiance to power. With their own hands, clear minds and mutual trust without barriers, they maintained a clean and stable existence amid the chaos through a flowing water channel and a self-rotating water wheel. Often at night when the lights were lit, Che would sit alone on the stone steps in the backyard watching the flowing river and the continuously turning water wheel, listening to the steady sound of forging. The struggles of the past life and the turbulence of this life, all the hardships and suffering settled here at last. There was no need for rivalry, no need for slaughter. The people beside him were truly devoted. The flowing water in the courtyard sang continuously, the furnace burned without ceasing, and the sound of hammers echoed long. The winds and rains subsided and the turmoil faded. In this small courtyard peace reigned year after year. The end of the book.